Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel's Security Cabinet is meeting now, expected to approve a full Gaza takeover as protests erupt over the fate of hostages. Trump and Putin could meet within days with a three-way Ukraine peace summit now on the table. Plus, sweeping tariffs take effect. Trump targets more than 90 countries and warns tech firms to bring production home or face a 100% import tax. Now, Israel's Security Cabinet is currently meeting to vote on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's controversial plan for a full takeover of Gaza. Reports suggest Netanyahu is likely to secure majority support for the operation, despite criticism from some ministers. Families of those held captive are staging protests near the Gaza border, calling the talks a death cabinet meeting. For more on this, I'm joined from Dusseldorf by Dr. Jamal Nazal, Fatah spokesman and the member of the Palestinian National Council. It's a pleasure to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, I just wanted to ask you, what consequences will Netanyahu's plan for a full military takeover of Gaza have on the country, and how concerned is Fatah?
We are very concerned that if such a plan were to be carried out, more people will be killed by the Israeli army. More people are more likely to starve and suffer from famine. The situation will be very, very difficult, far more difficult than it is now. And we now have catastrophic situations in Gaza everywhere. And Israel is only thinking of its hostages and its soldiers, the safety of its soldiers, and it's not thinking of the safety of the Palestinian civilians, who are very much on our minds.
How will Israel's full occupation of the Gaza Strip change the Palestinian political landscape?
Well, first, we are more concerned about how it will change the life of our civilians more than how it will change the political situation. Of course, legally, Israel will become officially the occupying power in Gaza, a status it has been reluctant of acquiring, because with this comes more responsibility. The occupying power, according to the Fourth Geneva Convention, is responsible for the safety and the administration of the lives of the people in the lands occupied, something that Israel has not been able or willing to do. Israel keeps on doing these terrible incursions inside Gaza, and then it withdraws, then it comes in again. This results in destroying these areas. If Israel wants to stay and create an administration in Gaza, it will be responsible. But at the end of the day, Israel has to withdraw, because these are occupied territories of the state of Palestine, and it will be an illegal occupation.
So, actually, Benjamin Netanyahu has been speaking about this himself, Jamal, on Fox News earlier, and he did say, we want to have a security parameter. We don't want to govern it. He says we don't want to be there as a governing body. And what he suggested is we'll hand over the territory to Arab forces that would govern it. What do you make of Israel's stance on Arab forces coming in to govern the Gaza Strip?
They are just misleading the public. I recall a famous statement from the Israeli Defense Force back on the 27th of October, when the military offensive has started. He said that this operation will last probably until January 24th. And they were preparing their audience, their public in Israel, for a very long campaign. And we know this is not about security. It's not about the hostages. It's not about destroying Hamas. It's a colonial project. It's a colonial project because Israel wants to occupy Gaza and colonize it once again. Unfortunately, they seem to have green light from the United States, and we hope this will change, because occupation is not the solution, and the military approach is the major part of the problem. It's not the solution. Israel has been trying to solve this problem militarily since 1948, and it has worsened the situation. There must be a political solution based on the terms of reference of the international legitimacy to create a Palestinian state on the borders of 1967.
So I've just heard you say there that it appears that they have the green light from the United States, the green light of full occupation. Do you think President Donald Trump should be pressuring Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu more to not occupy Gaza fully? What would you like to say to the United States right now and to President Donald Trump?
We wish for the United States of America to join the effort led by Saudi Arabia and France to recognize the state of Palestine. That will happen in September at the United Nations in New York. And we wish for the United States to put more pressure on Israel. The United States has a very large leverage on Israel. They can stop this terrible campaign by a phone call. We know that the United States have provided Israel with political cover, financing, and military machines to carry out this terrible genocide against the Palestinian people. It's time to stop, and it can only stop when the United States practices more pressure on Israel.
So, Jamal, I just want to take you back to what started this conflict, and it was that attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. The Arab League is calling on Hamas to disarm, and Al Arabiya has spoken to a senior leader of the military group. Please, can you take a listen to what he said about disarming and give your reaction?
If Israel recognised the state in exchange for Hamas disarming, would Hamas disarm?
Why should I answer hypothetical questions? Israel is denying the right of Palestinians to exist. This is the main question. You are asking the victim.
But I guess because there needs to be compromise, there needs to be a negotiation, and that's
yes. No. First of all, they have to create the state, as they have created the state of Israel. And they have supported it for 76 years to oppress the Palestinians. They have all the moral and political and legal duty to create the state or to help the Palestinians to have their own state.
I just wanted to ask you, Jamal, what you thought of his comments, and is it time for Hamas to disarm and for parties like yourself to be pressuring them more to come to some sort of agreement?
It's important to reiterate time and again that we as Fatah totally disapprove with the 7th of October. We disapprove and do not condone killing civilians. That is a very important thing for us to say. And it is time for Hamas to disarm, yet we do not want Hamas to give up its weapons to Israel. Hamas has to give up its weapon, to hand in its weapons to the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian government, and to the PLO, which is the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. In fact, in my view, Hamas isn't the right address to discuss political questions with. We should discuss political questions only with the PLO and President Abbas. Hamas shouldn't be addressing the issue of the Palestinian state, especially because Hamas has, for 30 years, fought against every possibility of creating a Palestinian state. A Palestinian state was never high on the agenda of Hamas. It has done everything it can to torpedo the peace process through suicide bombings, and it has put its hands in the hands of Netanyahu to destroy every prospect of creating a Palestinian state. So Hamas is not the right party to talk about politics.
Dr. Jamal Nazal, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your analysis. For more on this, I'm now joined from Tel Aviv by Israeli lecturer Mordecai Kedar. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you heard my previous guest there that I was just speaking to from Fatah. How realistic is Netanyahu's plan for a full Gaza takeover, both militarily and politically, given the reports of internal criticism?
No, don't get mistaken. A majority of the Israeli people do not want to have anything with Gaza. Gaza is a wasteland. Gaza is a disaster. Gaza is a swamp of problems, and a very little number of Israelis even in the government, but there's a sliver of the Israeli people who really want to keep Gaza. Gaza is, it's nothing. Nothing attracts us to stay in Gaza. What we do have to do is to get rid of the ISIS group, which names itself Hamas, which took over Gaza with the consent of the PLO, of the PA. So this is actually what we are fighting in order to provide our people peace and tranquility, as it was until October 7th, 2023.
Doctor, you just described Gaza as a wasteland to me and said people don't want Gaza in Israel. But millions of people live in Gaza. Over 61,000 have been killed since this offensive started by Israel. People are dying of hunger. Not enough aid is getting into the country. How are Israelis feeling about that? You might say it's a wasteland, but it's where millions of people live and it's their home.
We are feeling very bad about this. We don't like it, yet we all remember what they did to us on the October 7th of 2023. How many? 1,200 Israelis were butchered by Hamas, and our girls and women were raped, and babies were burnt alive. So what do they expect? That we get them with flowers and roses? We'll have guns. And this is what happened. Unfortunately, this group of people in Gaza were hostages in the hands of Hamas, who couldn't care less about the people in Gaza. And unfortunately, their Arab neighbors, the Egyptians, never let them run away from this war, as many ran away from Syria, from Iraq, but not from Gaza. Why? Because the Egyptians did not open the gates for them to run away, not to Egypt, to other countries, as they did for years, from Syria and from other countries. And unfortunately, the Arab brothers of the Arabs in Gaza actually betrayed them by not allowing them to run away from Gaza.
So you just said there that the neighboring countries didn't allow the people to run away from Gaza. So what is the Israeli government's strategy for managing the humanitarian fallout if this full occupation goes ahead, particularly the evacuation and displacement of Gaza City residents during the first phase? So they're talking about occupation in the most densely populated areas within Gaza where millions of people live.
Well, first of all, there is a very big humanitarian problem in Gaza, and this is the situation of the Israeli hostages. So far, around 20 who are still alive, and we saw how hungry they are, while people in Gaza have no hunger. We give the Gazans food, as you see now, on these trucks every day, dozens, if not hundreds, of trucks with food, and the Gazans do not suffer from hunger. The only ones who are really suffer from the humanitarian problem is the Israeli hostages. And believe me, if Hamas released the hostages and left the Gaza Strip, the war would finish within 1 hour. But the problem is the Hamas couldn't care less about the Gazans, and the Hamas continue to fight against us. They want to keep the weapons. They want to continue to fight against us and to repeat October 7th. Who with the right mind will leave these people, this ISIS organization named Hamas in Gaza?
So, Doctor,
who with the right mind would allow such a thing?
Doctor, I just want to ask you one question. You said if Hamas releases the hostages, the war would be over. But many people and many analysts that I have spoken to do not think that's the truth. They think the reason that Israel is continuing this offensive against Hamas and Gaza is because Benjamin Netanyahu is desperate to stay in power. He is facing a corruption trial. He is facing splits within his own cabinet. He has international warrants out from him to go to the Humanitarian Court of Justice. And the only way that he is managing to be in his position is because he is continuing with this war. What is your take on what those analysts are saying? And many believe that to be completely true.
First of all, these analysts apparently know nothing about the Israeli society. Whoever manipulates with Israeli security will be kicked out from any position, including the prime minister office, where this is total nonsense. Because first of all, his files are falling apart one by one, and this trial was a hoax, as many of the Israelis believe and see every day in this trial. However, we have the government announced hundreds of times that we have two goals in Gaza. One is to release the hostages, and the other to get rid of Hamas as the ruling armed force. And this is what we are fighting for. In order to release the hostages, in order to keep them alive, and in order to ensure the life of Israelis around Gaza in the future. And this is what we want. And this is why I say time and again, once they release the hostages, all the hostages, and leave, means Hamas will leave the strip, the war will be finished in a minute.
Mordecai Kedar, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your thoughts. Now, Vladimir Putin says the United Arab Emirates is a possible venue for a meeting with President Donald Trump, which the Kremlin says has now been agreed and will take place in the coming days. The Russian president has been speaking this afternoon.
Your aide, Yuri Ushakov, said the meeting was likely to be held next week. But where? Could you at least hint at this place?
We have a lot of friends that are ready to help us organize such an event. Here is one of our friends, the President of the United Arab Emirates. I think we will decide later, but this could be one of the suitable venues.
And what about Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky? Will you hold the meeting with him?
I have been repeatedly saying that I, in general, have nothing against it. This is possible, but before that, certain conditions should be created. And unfortunately, we are still far from creating such conditions.
For more on this, I'm joined from New York by John Cavalage, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. So, John, it is looking like the UAE is basically the place that these talks will happen.
I'm not certain. President Putin, like any good host, isn't going to want to insult a guest, particularly one that's standing next to him. So it made sense for him to suggest the UAE, which does have a multi-year role in terms of facilitating dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. So it isn't completely unlikely. But I think that probably Turkey continues to have, sort of the first run, particularly because of location, and that it's held or hosted not only Russian-U.S. bilaterals, but Russian-Ukrainian bilaterals. And then finally, it's simply faster for President Putin to fly into Istanbul or Ankara and potentially President Zelensky than it is for the 5.5-hour trip from Moscow to Abu Dhabi or Dubai.
And this is the first meeting between a sitting US and Russian president, John, in more than 4 years. Could this pave the way for a ceasefire with Ukraine, or do you think it's just all for show?
There's no question that what drives President Trump is performance, and everything about him is first performative. How does it look? He goes back to his television days with NBC, with The Apprentice, and it's all about how it looks, how people look. We see him all the time saying this person's from Central Casting, how handsome this man or beautiful this woman is, how the location is amazing, lots of gold. So, for him, this is the optics. There are, on the Ukrainian side and some in the European Union will be saying, hey, this is a reward for President Putin. President Trump will be looking at it saying this is a reward for President Trump. And look at everything. I'm on a roll. Cambodia, Malaysia, India, Pakistan. And I'm not saying that any of those four countries actually believe that President Trump is responsible for ending or cessation of their conflict. But he also looks at, I recognize the president of Syria. So I'm on a real roll here. And if something comes out of it, great. But the mere fact that we're having dialogue, he will shift back and say, under the Biden administration, they weren't even talking. And now at least we're sitting across from one another and talking.
So, John, I think a lot of people are asking this question, and I actually saw it on the front of a Russian newspaper today. It was the headline. It said, Putin won, just two simple words. Has Putin won here? Because I wonder if this is what a lot of the thought pattern is. Obviously, he was iced out for so long, and now all of a sudden, like you say, he's back on the main stage with the most powerful man in the world.
You know, I would say, he never left the main stage because the Russian Federation has been stirring things up, whether positively or negatively, depending on your position, since he was removed from what was the G8 and now is the G7. But Russia's still in the G20. Russia's still a member of the United Nations, still a participant in the APEC summit. So he still is relevant. And I think their headline is correct. And I think the New York Post in New York City, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who controls the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, I think he would say Trump won, because both of them can say that setting foot in the room, doing the shaking of the hands, sitting next to one another, that increases both of their statures, but in different ways, and they each have different domestic audiences and particularly international audiences.
But there is one main sticking point, if reports are to be correct, that a Putin-Trump summit is conditional on the Russian president meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, how likely, John, is this?
Well, President Trump would certainly love to be able to do what Bill Clinton did with respect to Israel and the PLO, where he stood in the White House in between them both, and then encouraged Yasser Arafat and Prime Minister Rabin to have that handshake that everyone could see. And I'm sure Donald Trump would like to be in the center and basically making that handshake happen. But I don't think President Trump is going to say no to President Putin if President Putin says, look, as he has, as your setup piece showed, I'm ready to have that meeting with President Zelensky, but certain conditions need to happen. Now, for President Putin, those certain conditions are President Zelensky needs to be prepared to sign a piece of paper that gives Russia everything Russia wants. That's not likely in the cards. We may be getting there, but not likely. So I don't think that it's going to be a precondition for President Trump that President Putin meet with President Zelensky. But as long as it's open, it's a potential, President Trump can look at that as a win, saying, hey, at least I got him to agree to a meeting where before he said he didn't want to meet at all. So it's all about incremental production.
And as you said, it's all about the performance when it comes to Donald Trump, and I also think Vladimir Putin. So my final thought from you, John, is the Nobel Peace Prize going to be granted to President Donald Trump if he does make this happen? Because everyone says time and time again that that's what he's after.
Oh, it is. When you look at the Oval Office now, the way he's done it, I don't know where he would put any certificate or any award, because he's got it so full of gold lanterns and things like that. But there's no question that is what's driving him. But there are two issues there. One, the individuals that vote on the Peace Prize are no fan of Donald Trump. And so I think if Mother Teresa and Nelson Mandela were to come back from the dead and said, hey, I think he deserves it, they're still not going to give it to him. And then secondly, the reality is that thus far, and this is President Trump talking, he's saying, look at all these things I've done. Look at all these peace agreements that I presided over. but they aren't. They're portions, they're ceasefires. There's still a long way to go. And so just putting President Putin and President Zelensky physically together isn't going to get him the prize. You're going to need a peace treaty that's signed, and then they're going both the voters for the Nobel Peace Prize are then going to want to see, does it stick? Because most people believe that even if a peace treaty is signed, that it's going to be violated. So a long way for President Trump to be able to say he's received the Nobel Peace Prize, but we will continue to hear from him that he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
We will indeed. John Cavalage, thank you for your insights and analysis. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Hate crime charges have been filed against the man accused of shooting to death two Israeli staffers in Washington in May. Elias Rodriguez has been charged with the murder of foreign officials. The hate crime charges were added after prosecutors brought the case to a grand jury. An indictment filed at a federal court seeks to pursue the death penalty for Rodriguez. United Airlines said a technology issue has led to a brief grounding of over 700 of its flights at U.S. airports on Wednesday. United's flight disruption came a few weeks after Alaska Airlines grounded all of its flights due to an IT outage for the second time in just over 1 year. And Italy has given final approval to a $15.6 billion project to build the world's longest suspension bridge that will connect the island of Sicily to the region of Calabria. The designers claim the bridge will be able to withstand earthquakes. Rome is hoping to classify the bridge as a military expense to make it count towards the NATO target of 5% of GDP spent on defense. Now it's tariff day in America as Donald Trump's sweeping import taxes take effect on over 90 countries. The U.S. president says billions are now flowing into America, touting tariffs as a tool to bring jobs and manufacturing home. Meanwhile, President Trump is also threatening a 100% levy on foreign-made chips unless companies commit to building them in the U.S. For more on this, I'm joined from Bristol by economist Susanna Streeter. Susanna, a pleasure to have you on. Let's start there. President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs on more than 90 countries around the world have come into effect today. How are the markets reacting to this news?
Well, so far, certainly Wall Street seems to be shrugging off the impact of these tariffs. But remember, a lot of the valuations that are really supporting the Wall Street gains that we've seen, that's partly to do with the frenzy surrounding all things AI. And as that juggernaut continues to thunder ahead, it is keeping those valuations high. But in the background, we do have these concerns bubbling along, particularly, in so-called Main Street, real America, about the fact that these tariffs are going to lead to higher prices for American consumers. And at the moment, I don't think this is being fully factored in. There are expectations that the US economy is slowing. Of course, we had that volatility at the end of last week as the labour market data showed that the jobs market is weakening more quickly than expected. So I do think actually that there could be even more volatility ahead as the bigger implications of Trump's tariff wars become clear.
Yes, indeed. And Susanna, India, Canada and Brazil are a few of the countries with these punishingly high tariffs. Are negotiating teams scrambling around to fix this? And what impact will these levies have on their economies?
Well, yes, they are, but whether or not they have that much success really does remain to be seen. Of course, there was all this talk about the taco trade. Trump always chickens out, but certainly now with these tariffs coming into effect, it doesn't look like that is the case. Of course, he has retreated from some of the more onerous tariffs. However, they are still scorchingly high for these nations. There will be hopes that there will be more room for negotiation. Look at India, for example. The threatened tariffs there are linked to India buying Russian oil. Trump wants to see, has been discussing a resolution to the war in Ukraine. And these reciprocal tariffs are being used as a way for Trump to gain ground in foreign policy. And we've seen with immigration, we've seen with drug policy as well. Trade is being used really for in all sorts of spheres. At the moment, it's being used in the kind of geopolitical sphere to try and get Moscow to agree to a ceasefire. So if that happens, perhaps the most onerous tariffs on India will not arrive, but there is a lot of uncertainty around. There is defiance as well elsewhere. Some nations are simply saying they will form coalitions with other willing nations to try and counter the Trump tariff threats. And we are seeing some resilience. China, for example, its export figures were released today, the latest figures, and they show that actually exports rose. They're resilient because China has been getting used to this tariff environment for a while and is creating new trading partnerships elsewhere. So bit by bit, these kind of tentacles will extend out, and those nations that are currently shut out in the cold will try and make new friendlier trading partners elsewhere.
And I just want to move on to another topic today. We saw the BOE cut interest today over in the UK. Interest rates are lower, even though, you know, inflation's not at the BOE's target, and we know that. But I did note that Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, actually mentioned Jerome Powell and said he was doing a good job. Can we see correlations at all between, you know, the BOE cutting rates and the Bank of America in the future? Because we know Donald Trump has been so frustrated with Jerome Powell.
Yes, certainly, and that frustration has been plain to see. So the Federal Reserve certainly being cautious in its approach to cutting interest rates, and you are seeing more caution creeping at the Bank of England. Policymakers did vote, for the majority did vote for an interest rate cut, but it was split 5-4 because there are plenty around the table who are still worried about hot inflation. It's running at around 3.7%, due to rise to 4% in September. That's double the Bank of England's target. And that's why they continue to be concerned. And those same concerns are bubbling in the United States. Of course, the UK isn't going to be hit with the same types of inflationary pressures induced by tariffs as there will be in the United States. But nevertheless, it has been facing this problem of obstinate inflation. It does look as though disinflationary forces are creeping in. We've got a rise in the unemployment rate here in the UK. The economy has gone into reverse slightly. And the bank will be hoping that this interest rate cut might do the job to help warm up the economy, but not set off inflation again. In the United States, I still think there's going to be a lot more wariness as the full extent of Trump's tariffs play out.
I was meant to say the Federal Reserve there, not the Bank of America. Susanna Streeter, thank you so much for joining us. A pleasure to have you on the show and your thoughts and insights. Markets across Asia reacted to the prospect of further tariffs, but quickly recovered, with even the Indian Stock Exchange closing in the green. But the upheaval may not be over. US President Donald Trump has said he is considering imposing tariffs of 100% on semiconductors. The only exception would be firms that manufacture them in the US. Camille Nedelec is in Hong Kong with this recap on what's moved markets in Asia today.
Stock markets across Asia reacted but didn't panic, and that even extends to India's Nifty 50. India could be facing tariffs of up to 50% in the coming weeks. and that is in retaliation for its purchase of sanctioned Russian oil. US President Donald Trump also said that China might come in for a tariffs hike over its refusal to adhere to US sanctions. China has continued to buy sanctioned oil from Russia and also Iran. Another thing the markets have been reacting to is this threat of 100% tariffs on semiconductors. While South Korea has said it doesn't believe that it will be impacted because it already has a deal with Washington and it is getting those preferential rates that it negotiated on its semiconductors. Other countries, such as the Philippines, are really very worried about this. The head of the Semiconductor Association there said that tariffs of 100% on Philippine semiconductor products would be devastating. And this is all part of a drive on behalf of Washington to force companies to relocate production and manufacturing back in the United States. It wants to reshore manufacturing capabilities. It wants those supply chains to be at home. In 1990, the United States manufactured something like 40% of the world's semiconductors, and last year that was just 12%. The issue is, though, that whilst the president does release these edicts and these warnings, there is very little detail. We don't know how much the companies would have to invest in the United States to be able to escape those 100% tariffs. We don't know how many jobs they would have to create. There just isn't enough to know who would come under this new regime if it indeed does come into force.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Apple plans to boost investment by another $100 billion in the US amid pressure from the Trump administration. It adds to a previous $500 billion pledge over 4 years. The White House says the money would be used to encourage firms to make more Apple parts in the US. CEO Tim Cook presented President Trump with a glass statue during the formal announcement. Now, teen accessories retailer Claire's has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy for the second time since 2018. The store is supposedly struggling with a big debt load and changing consumer taste. Claire's, which was founded all the way back in 1974, operates thousands of stores across 17 countries. Turning to all the sports news now, and Canadian tennis star Victoria Mboko will face Naomi Osaka after defying all the odds in a match against former Wimbledon champion Elena Rybakina. Despite losing the first set, the 18-year-old came out on top with a stunning comeback at the final of the Canadian Open. And staying with tennis, the US Open is set to offer the largest prize money in tennis history with a whopping $90 million. It marks a 20% increase from last year's sum of $75 million. The men's and women's singles champions will earn $5 million each. A reminder of our top stories. Israel's Security Cabinet is meeting now, expected to approve a full Gaza takeover as protests erupt over the fate of hostages. Trump and Putin could meet within days, with a three-way Ukraine peace summit now on the table. Plus, sweeping tariffs take effect. Trump targets more than 90 countries and warns tech firms to bring production home or face a 100% import tax. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. The Real Deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
With each passing week, Saudi Arabia's economy is transforming in line with Vision 2030. At the same time, sustainability is a key pillar of that vision. Well, the country is reducing its dependency on oil revenue and diversifying rapidly. Well, by the year 2060, the kingdom aims to reach net zero emissions. So how are these goals compatible with the Saudi Arabian bold economic growth ambitions? Well, our next guest heads up the first voluntary carbon market company in the region. This Saudi company, VCM, was launched in October 2022 and is 80% owned by the PIF, 20% owned by the Saudi Tadawul Group holding company. Riham Al-Ghizi, CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Could I just start by asking you to tell us very simply, what has VCM achieved since its launch 3 years ago?
Okay, let me start by going at the history of the company. The company was incorporated in 2022, but the real announcement for it was in September 2021 by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he enacted Saudi Tadawul and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia to look into that project and launch it to be the first pioneering carbon market in our region. So that's the beginning of it. When we looked at the market over here, there was zero demand, zero supply, and zero knowledge about what is a carbon market, voluntary carbon markets. This was our starting point. Today, where we are having 30 corporations from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia subscribing into our market that covers 70% of the total emissions in the kingdom. We have launched back-to-back 3 massive auctions, the largest in the history of the market, and that tells you the size of it. And today we are announcing our agreement with ENWA, which is a landmark agreement. So these are steady steps that we have been going from one auction to the other to establish demand and see the size of the supply and as well building the ecosystem. It's not about agreements. It's not about auctions. It's about an ecosystem in the kingdom. Since our incorporation, there has been a lot of companies that has been set up in the kingdom to support the ecosystem. So all of this, the vibrance behind the market here in the kingdom and the region, this is something that we need to account for as well.
Thanks for that, Riham. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that deal that you just mentioned there, the deal you've signed with ENWA, which, of course, is the energy and water subsidiary of NEOM. Why is that such a significant deal?
Let me explain what is the significance of ENWA first. ENWA is, as you mentioned, the electric and water company or energy company of NEOM, which is the giga project of the kingdom. It has pledged to 100% renewable energy for the grid, for the whole of NEOM. And as well, the largest hydrogen plant, green hydrogen plant in the world will be in ENWA as well. So it's a massive company and with massive activities. And ENWA is so much committed to climate change and managing their emissions. That's why this agreement is a landmark one. It's huge in size because it's 30 million tons between now and 2030, but it also shows the commitment of NEOM to climate change and being green. And it shows our commitment to facilitate and intermediate in such agreements and pushing the kingdom further when it comes to carbon markets.
Okay, so that's probably added some momentum and some interest, has it, to the whole sector?
We've been not pioneering in the kingdom. I dare to say we've been pioneering in our region altogether. So this is a landmark agreement, is setting the tone for our region, and is showing the path for other companies as well.
Okay, I just want to take a step back at this stage, and I wondered if you could give us another real-world example. I noticed that Flynas has signed an agreement with you. Tell us, really for the benefit of people who don't even know what carbon credits are, how do they use in this agreement your services, the services of your company, voluntary carbon credits, to reach carbon neutrality? How does that work?
Well, Flynas participated with us in the launch of the exchange by transacting with us. And that is a huge thing I'm not talking about national air carriers in our region, but I'm talking about budget airlines as well, participating in that, which shows you the importance of that and the commitment. The airline industry is hard to abate sector because they burn energy, fuel, and that is very important for them to lower their emissions. There is the CORSIA scheme, which is a global agreement between the airline industry to reduce their emissions, use different alternative fuels. but that takes time. And hence, using carbon credit offset to lower the emissions of the airlines is very important. We have Saudi Airlines participating with us as well. We had Alpha Star, we had Flynas. So we had all sorts of companies in the airline industry in the kingdom. I would like to mention Saudi Airlines, that they were one of our anchor partners. We had 5 anchor partners. Saudi Airlines was pioneering with us in setting up the market and the ecosystem. So it shows how important it is. I don't know, do you offset your emissions when you fly?
Yes, sometimes I do.
Carbon markets is not only B2B, it's an individual commitment to climate. We depend on companies to offset our emissions, but we have also a commitment as well. And Flynas would offer that to their customers to offset their own emissions, which is something very important. And I'm asking all of the passengers to think about their own carbon footprint as well.
Okay, so that's a little bit about how it works. And of course, we are all, well, most people I think are familiar with the concept of offsetting their journey. You've mentioned a couple of different types of client, different profiles. So there's clearly no one typical profile, is there, of a VCM client?
Well, what we started with, and it's very important, Tom, when we looked at the ecosystem in the kingdom and the emission sectors in the kingdom, I started by saying we were at zero demand, zero supply here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We looked at the carbon-intensive sectors. We have cement companies participating with us. Cement is a carbon-intensive industry, as we all know. We have the oil and gas companies. We have Aramco as our biggest supporter as well. We have PIF purchasing as well. And one of the things that really made me proud is family offices, private businesses in the kingdom. You had Al Alayan group. And when we asked them why you don't have any commitment globally, they said we are committed to environment over here. We had Abdul Latif Jameel in mobility, and we had Al Zamel group. These are all privately owned companies, but they are committed to the environment, which is very progressive here in the kingdom. So we had family offices, we had private companies, we had companies owned by the PIF, we had Aramco, we had Saudi Airlines. You have a very vibrant economy over here in the kingdom, and accordingly, a lot of companies are committed to reduce their emissions, which is something we're very proud of here.
And you yourself are something of a bridge, aren't you, between the world of oil companies and this new focus of decarbonisation. This, I'm talking about your background in Aramco and, of course, BP, both of which have a heavy focus on oil. Just tell us, how does that help you? What does that help you bring to the table, do you think?
Well, my first exposure to carbon markets was with BP. With environmental products, because we worked a lot with the California market, which is a carbon market as well. This is the exposure. So the oil and gas is highly interactive with the carbon markets. To give you an example, last year Shell has offsetted 15 million tons annually. Aramco, to give another example, Aramco was the incubator of the idea to set up a carbon market in the kingdom. So the oil and gas industry is one of the biggest utilizers of the carbon markets, and hence there's a link between the two markets. Let me step back and explain why carbon markets are very important, if I can. Carbon markets are very important, voluntary carbon markets in specific, because not only they cover a wide range of projects from tech removals, which is direct air capture, big massive fan, absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, sequestering under the ground. This is a massive scale project and it costs billions of dollars, to the level of the farmers. So I would say conventional financing, climate financing, go to that big massive level of plants and whatnot. But carbon markets as well reaches communities. I've been going to Kenya and working with women in cook stoves. They burn wood, and it's very unhealthy for women. The amount of deaths that come from cook stoves, from cooking in open fire, was more in any given year is higher than the 3 years that we had COVID in. These projects are reached by the voluntary carbon markets. You reach small communities, you reach the farmers, you do the carbon offset at a big scale like carbon removals. This is why the carbon markets are very important, because the wide spectrum that they cover with that and this, and the big scale. And it's very touching to see communities impacted by that. The money that goes and the premium that goes to the farmers themselves to change their farming activities. So this is the importance of carbon market. Mm-hmm. Let me say another thing. The size of the market we're talking about right now is $2 billion. The size by 2030, we're talking about $35 billion. Is that enough? Absolutely. Absolutely not. We need more investments to go through that. We need more pioneering companies such as ours to go into that. And let me tell you why. According to the OECD, by 2030, if we were to reach the 2050, 1.5 degrees Celsius, by 2030, the world economy should spend $7.5 trillion on climate finance. Currently, in 2023, the spend was $1.5 trillion. Is that enough? No. We need to use every tool, be it carbon market, carbon tax, compliance market, every tool to accelerate. And carbon markets are very important because not only they cover large scales, but also communities. That's very difficult to penetrate into them. So this is the importance of carbon market for me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about something that's going to happen in the year 2030. Lots of things happening in 2030, of course, but one of them is a goal you've actually set yourselves, which is to offset enough carbon to be able to reforest an area the size of Germany. I mean, that is huge. How are you going to do that? How are you doing with regards to meeting that target as well?
This target is very proportional with the emissions that come from our region. We're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. And this is a fair share of our contribution to emissions, relevance to the world. What we're calling for is to scale the carbon market to be able to offset a fair share of our emissions globally through carbon markets, which reaches, as I said, different scale of projects. And it's a very important for us is not to only to pioneer here in the kingdom, but to go beyond the kingdom and lead in the region, which is why, for instance, we went to the Arab Federation of Exchanges last month in Tunis, and we launched a small size auction to make sure that we interconnect with different exchanges within our region and to increase the liquidity pool for our market. This is why, and it was very well received, not only from the different exchanges, from Tunis to Morocco to United Arab Emirates, it was very well received, but also from the Nigerians, from the African exchanges who came to us afterwards, and we were talking about connectivity, interconnection, having one order book, which increases the size of the market and increases the liquidity, is very important to us.
Now, you've touched on this already, but I'd just like to clarify for the benefit of our viewers, really. Why would a company choose to buy voluntary carbon credits instead of just reducing emissions? What's the motivation to participate in the VCM?
Well, I mean, companies have different... In our region, what we have seen, there are companies who are very advanced in their journey with decarbonization. And there are companies who are at the beginning of the journey, and we help both. What we have in the company, we have advisory services that help companies measure their emissions and have their decarbonization curves, and then use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool. What we look for is if we offset only 5% of any plant's emissions, that's a huge deal for us, and it's a huge deal for the other side, which is the projects that they are financing. Let us not forget that carbon credit offset as a tool, as a revenue for those projects that are uneconomic without carbon credit offset as a financing tool for them. So what we do is we talk to companies who are advanced, like the likes of Aramco. They know what they want. They know how to decarbonize their operations. They have their commitments to net zero by 2050. They have interim commitment by 2035. So they have different commitments to reduce their emissions. And they use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool to their decarbonization of their operations, be it electricity, be it energy efficiency, and on top of it, carbon credit offset. And there are those other companies that we are helping with our advisory services to see how they can reduce their emissions. Some people think that climate finance is extra burden. I see it as an opportunity. we have to have jobs that comes around climate finance, training and job openings that comes with carbon accounting. These are all job opportunities that is out there. So there's always economic opportunity. Energy efficiency, it's reducing your electricity bill, it's reducing your energy bill. So there's a lot of things that comes out of reducing your emissions that is very effective for companies. And this is something. And also, we need to understand that there are shareholders who push their companies to reduce their emissions. There is financing needs that credit ratings with the financing needs come from how much you are committed to climate and environment. So there's a lot of different forces that pushing the companies to go that direction as well.
Okay, and Riham, just briefly, carbon credits are Sharia-compliant assets, aren't they? Just talk us through that, because that's really significant, isn't it, in this particular region?
If I were to say something, if we talk about climate finance and Islamic finance and the intersection between them, I would claim that this is the might of Saudi Arabia, because we are the one who innovated that. When we started working, as I said at the beginning, when we looked at the different sectors in the kingdom and we looked at the banking sector, we said, what can we do with the banking sector over here? We can offset their electricity bills, but can we go a further step? If you look at the Islamic finance size here in the kingdom, we're talking about $500 billion a year. This is a huge size for carbon markets altogether. And what are the pillars of Islamic finance? They use commodities as a backing for the transactions. So they use gold, steel, and rice. We thought, why not using carbon credit offset as a commodity backing? And by that, we channel funds to the carbon market. So we started by the Islamic Development Bank, and we got fatwa. We supported them and we worked with them in getting a fatwa from the Sharia Council to make the carbon credit offset as a backing commodity for Islamic finance. We succeeded in that. And we're very proud of that because this is financial innovation. This is the first in the world, the first fatwa, and it was powered by us in terms of technical and whatnot. And it was approved for Murabaha. And afterwards, we took it to the SMB, we took it to SAP, and we are working on launching our services when it comes to that. I think next year, we're working on the blueprint and we would connect directly to the banks so that if someone go and have a mortgage from a bank, rather than having it backed by rice, having it backed by carbon credit offset, and this is an Islamic pillar, you benefit all people. You benefit the climate, you benefit the globe. And this is so much matching with the concept of Islamic finance.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, are you seeing at a global level perhaps less interest in decarbonising? When you think, for example, about what's happening in the United States, and you think about slogans like drill, baby, drill, I mean, does that mean less enthusiasm towards decarbonisation compared to, say, a year or 2 years ago?
I really like the question, Tom, and thank you for asking it. No, on the contrary, I see more companies committing. To give you an example, I'll talk about the carbon market and I'll talk about the oil and gas industry as well. For the carbon market, this May was the highest, 70% high retirement versus last year. Retirement is when you offset against your activities. So 70% increase year on year. That's a strong signal from the market, from the carbon market. If we look at the oil and gas industry, none of them have changed any of their commitments towards the climate. We still have Aramco active with us. We've seen all of the oil and gas industry, including in the US, still committed to climate, haven't changed in any of their commitments, and still active in the carbon market. So I would say for any company, I mean, geopolitics change, but the climate commitment is still there, valid, and you cannot change your strategy and planning by the change of different geopolitical changes, because it could swing the other way around as well. What are you going to do? So I'm still confident around ESG. I'm still confident about the climate. This is not a problem for companies. It's a problem for us as individuals. is a problem for the whole globe, is ecosystems, is farming, is animals, is everybody who's living on this planet. So nothing should change. We should go steadfast momentum on what we need to achieve, and we're way, way behind. So hopefully we'll continue the momentum.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Riham El-Ghizi, the CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate it. And having this opportunity was really good. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya news. I thought we'd go on to a bit of our experiences at youth tournaments.
Yeah.
The only memory I really have...
Go on.
Was it under 18s or under 21s?
Which one?
Was it in Spain?
It's under 18s.
It's under 18s. I just remember playing Spain.
Yeah.
Xavi.
Yeah, I remember.
I just remember him running the show, mate.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Didn't even know really who he was at that point either.
Did we win the game or draw? I can't remember.
I don't know if we draw or lost.
Yeah, we definitely didn't win. It was either draw or got better.
Yeah, I think we lost.
They were a lot better than us.
They were a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, we was. You played left wing that game, didn't you?
Yeah, I was a left winger at the beginning.
Left winger. Yeah.
And he went left back a few years later.
Yeah, do you know? Yeah, I remember.
What age group was that?
Under 18s.
Under 18s,
yeah.
Do you know what I remember? About under 18s tournaments and the structure, because I went to see the FA about 5 years ago, and they showed me how they work with all of the different age groups. Like 15s have got like loads of coaches. They've got a fitness coach, sports scientist, psychologist, multiple coaches. It's like a whole, it's really structured. And so they go there, they've got the tracksuits, and they go and play for England. They get loads of experiences all over Europe, sometimes South America. So they're exposed to all different problems. It's like an education. When I went to the under 15s, right, it was a separate entity. With it was England Schools FA, so just before you go into the FA, right? And honestly, mate, it was brilliant. We had a great time. We played at Wembley against Germany as a 15-year-old, like 60,000 people. It was like amazing, right? But we played the World Cup tournament in France, right? And I don't know what happened to the budget, but we ended up we was in a hostel, like, do you know what I mean? Like, honestly. So they dropped us off on a coach, like, what, backpackers, right? Like, they're like bunk beds, like it was like a cell, like they're like free, right? And then worse, right? And then you go, and it was like soup and rolls for lunch. And I remember like the
soup and rolls for lunch.
Yeah, like there was not a lot for like dry
was there
pasta.
any butter?
I can't remember. It was about 30 years ago. But like and my mum and dad they come and watched us play. Made a little bit of a holiday of it. They'd never been to France. I took the kids, drove down there, and
they were living better than you,
mate. They come to see us at the hotel. Mum's like, "Where they put you?" And another thing with the dignitaries, they were at another hotel,
is
like
it?
a 5-star around the corner.
Oh my gosh!
And so like you still think it's great as a kid because you're there to play football. We ended up, I think we got to the quarterfinals, and we lost to Holland. But that was my one and only experience of a tournament. Until I got to that one at 18. So I think these lads now are winning the 21s. I reckon if you ask them, how many tournaments have you played if they've been through the system? It'd be like 20, 30 tournaments. And everyone would have got better and they'd have had video. We were just like turning up. It was like proper, like, it was just different back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like a team, was it? I don't think.
No.
The only tournaments we used to have was probably club football, really, innit? Like, we used to go and have those like 7-a-sides, maybe 10-a-sides, 8-a-sides.
Yeah.
But that's the only experience that I probably had with the club when I was about 13, 14, going to play.
Where did you go?
I can't remember. I remember we went to Jersey.
Yeah.
We went to Jersey. That was good.
Yeah.
That was really good. Yeah, and the football was great too. But
Buffalo in Jersey.
Yeah, I was only like 15 at the time, and it was really eye opening for me being away with the lads, seeing how, and it was with the older lot as well. So just seeing how they functioned in that capacity, and it was a big learning curve for me.
Do you reckon it's harder now for a younger player to come through?
No.
For the amount of kids I feel like there's more, like the youth setup at clubs is a lot bigger than what it used to be.
Yeah.
So there's more players.
Define harder. What is it harder to get to become a footballer?
To get to pro.
Yeah.
I think it is for these young lads, and the reason I think it is not because they don't have all the tools. They have more information, good information, more exposure to the things that they need to become.
That makes it easier.
That makes it easier. But what makes it harder is the world's a smaller place. So you're competing with not just, there's European kids coming in, kids from all over the world coming in.
No,
honestly, I feel like a certain clubs take in more foreign players in, because I remember being stamped it was mostly just English.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's easier.
Really?
I think it's easier because you're exposed to more.
We
were winging it.
People though.
We were winging it. We didn't know our identity until we got into the first team.
Yeah.
Now these boys have seen loads of different players, an array of players, seeing them week in, week out, comes to their phone like that. And most of these boys are sponges. Girls, they're sponges. They'll see a player, I think, I want to play like that. That I can identify. We had to look maybe on the TV a match of the day to see a player, see how he scored. Or something. I just think you got more devices around you. Information to help you become a footballer. And it's up to you in yourself to be dedicated to that on learning. And we had to learn, and we had to trust our manager.
Yeah.
Our manager might get it wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of the time he probably got it wrong.
Yeah.
I remember there was a few times when we'd played, say, in a tournament, and we played an FA Cup, and we didn't see a team how they set up before a game. We just thought we kind of knew how they kind of played just because how we set up in training.
Yeah.
And say, if he does this, then do that. The manager saw all of that. We didn't get that information. We just had to be the players to go out and perform to the best of our ability and problem solve straight away.
Yeah.
We do a lot of problem solving. We done a lot of problem solving back then than they have to do now.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the game's gone the way it has. It's a little bit robotic because they know to avoid this situation, all they got to do is this. When we would make the mistake first and then learn from it, some of these boys come in. It's a bit like when Jermaine Jenis was on the show, on our show the other day, when he was saying that to learn something, he might have had to feel something first. So the first tackle, remember we used to have the first tackle. You don't get that now. These boys, most of them are protected nowadays. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't have to worry about that because the referee's got their back. We had to problem solve on the pitch and learn the hard way. And I think
the game's a lot different, isn't it?
The game's a lot different. So there's a lot of technology out there to help us.
I agree. There's more information. If you're susceptible to learning and you've got a good you can, like you said, be a sponge. There's more chance of you becoming better, but the competition's got higher because you might have been a lad that's been able to think outside the box, and the coach is telling you that this centre half's not quick, and you can do this, but you're running again. He is quick, and then you're thinking, then your process is right. He's quicker than me.
What do I do?
What do I do now? Maybe I'm gonna have to do this and just hold it up, playing and get in the box. Whereas you'd have to work that on the fly, so that makes you become better at learning, becomes a better player. But what I'm saying is, the kids that couldn't learn, couldn't take on information, they was always going to go. And I've coached a little bit, and one thing I look for, I think I heard Alex Ferguson say this. He said, "I would only tell a player 3 times." He said, "Because if they ain't listened after the 3rd time, you know what I mean. You've only got a finite amount of."
It should
energy.
Be once. It should be once.
It should be once. But sometimes, listen, we're all not perfect. Sometimes we make a mistake.
That's a great point there, Colin.
And I was like, do you know what? That's a good bit of advice because you've got all this information and wisdom you're trying to give,
and they're not taking it on, and you're getting frustrated.
But sometimes it's the teacher as well. Sometimes you're saying it, but it's not landing. Then you might have to go. Maybe why don't you do it like this? This might be this. What do you think about this? You ask. You know what it's like coaching. There's different ways.
You know as well. Like there's what probably, and this is why I say it was harder for us. Yeah. Now there's this thing where people are more educated on how to teach. So now they understand not one way is the right way for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I might be a learner that has to see it first. So I have to vision, or I might have to vision it first, or see it on camera. Then I can repeat it straight away.
Yeah.
And that's a thing. Then there might be someone that just needs to be told once. That's a thing. But you can't treat that person the same as the other person that needs to see it. And I think they used to do that and just cover the whole team with the same learning skill and learning capacity when someone actually needs a little bit more help.
Yeah.
But it'll be brilliant when he gets there. And I think that's where a lot of people have to see now there's different techniques and styles of playing the game and learning.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from the schools as well. So I always say to kids nowadays, whenever I'm talking to them, I say, listen, make sure you're tip-top in school.
Yeah.
Because it makes you better. Because now the way the game's gone, it's not about your personality. It's how much information you can take on board and quick.
Yeah.
So and how you treat people as well. So you just got to educate yourself at school, and it's giving you practice to take on information later on down the line when you're in the football pitch.
That's one. See, you could have told me that till I was blue in the face as a kid. And people say you need to listen to school. I remember people saying to me, "Oh yeah, you want to be a footballer, do you?" Yeah, but make sure you listen at school. And I'm going, "Yeah, of course I will. But I never did."
Like you're a maverick.
But I know. But like now,
Not everyone had your talent.
Now I love. Now I quite like learning. I listen to all mad stuff on. You know, I like information. But as a kid, I had no interest. I just wanted to play football.
I look back now and I think, how lucky was I that I actually made it? Because do you know what I'm saying? Because I weren't great in school. I weren't doing all these things that the other kids were brilliant at. Like I was just your average guy in school, just like jokes.
Yeah.
And I brought that, and I think that probably my attitude, because I was happy-go-Larry guy. I think the coaches
Happy-go-lucky.
Happy-go-Larry.
Larry.
You know, listen, I do it every week, innit? I just make up my own stuff. Happy-go-Larry. I thought that was a thing.
I've got to write that down.
Happy-go-Larry.
Happy-go-Larry.
Huh?
Happy-go-Larry.
I'm a happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, that's
lucky,
it.
Is that lucky? Right. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy, and I think that's probably and my talent as well. But you take a shine from your coaches, and they'll be, I want to push him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I want him to go on and do, because he'll appreciate it. Do you know what I mean? That probably helped me on my way, just my attitude towards learning. And it's a good thing, because when it's just like what you said, when you're trying to teach someone, it's just like, and this guy's not learning.
Yeah. It's parenting.
It's parenting. It's hard. It's hard. And you just say, only 3 times I can tell you.
Yeah. How do you learn, Bridgie? What's your
learning?
I just got told and I did it.
Don't lie. I told you to go to bed in Glastonbury.
Yeah, that's different. That wasn't playing football. As in football, I always feel like I took information on where if they told me something, I did it.
You're a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah.
But I remember my mum said to me, because it was YTS when you're trying to get your pro contracts, and near the end of my the YTS, I wasn't playing at all, so I started to get worried.
Really?
Yeah, and then
why? Why weren't you playing?
Because I just wasn't playing. And then they said to my mum, we've made a decision on him. He's the only one out of this group. If you tell him something, he just does it.
Really?
Whereas the others...
So the coach said that?
Yeah.
So you weren't playing, but...
No, I was playing, and then near the end they stopped playing me.
Because they already made the decision, though.
They'd already made the decision.
And they weren't sure about the others.
They said every time he just told him something, he just did it.
Yeah.
He took the information on well.
Good advice.
And do you think...
I found that easy in sport. I felt like if you told me something, I just do it. But educational-wise, I just...
But do you think as well, Bridgie, they were testing you to see how you'd react if you weren't picked?
No, I don't know, really. It was only my mum that come up to me and said after a while, just like, they've already spoke to us, said they made their mind up.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
a real... said, like, you listen
and just
do it. Yeah, of course I was.
Because you was obviously worried.
For me, that's sad times as well, because you spend 2 years with people and then you get let go. I found that sad. It's horrible seeing someone at the age of 18 getting told, no, sorry, this ain't for you. It's horrible.
That's what sport does.
Yeah,
you've had to do that. You've had to tell kids.
Well, not tell them, but you go in a room and you're with other coaches and the decision makers, and they want your opinion. And you really like this kid. You want him to make it. You think he's got all the attributes, but there's just something missing. And you got to say, you got to call it.
Yeah.
And look, one thing that comforts people like in our position now is that we can actually know that they're going to be okay, because there's so many scouts out there now. Like someone's going to take them, whether it be Colchester, whether it be somewhere. Like someone's going to take some of these kids. Do you know what I mean? Because they're going to give them a chance. And I think that's what was missing in our days. We didn't really get, once you got released, even if it was Chelsea. It'd be hard to get in somewhere else because they've already made those decisions on other people.
I'm sure there used to be at the end of when you got let go, there used to be like a thing you go to.
Exit trials.
And all the...
There is still one.
How long does that go on for? A day? 2 days?
3 days.
No.
3 days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 3 days.
It's so hard to get noticed, isn't it? Really, if you think
that's
about
a wild
it.
thing. You know, you go in there and you're like, you're playing football and you're peacocking and
you're
you're trying to
under
impress,
pressure,
but that's not football. Football, like you said, you might not see this.
It's exhibition, isn't it?
Yeah. I was completely the opposite.
You never listened.
I never listened. No, but you can see the
That's
way
why
I
we're
played
different
football.
players.
That's why I played football. I was like, I said, I'm going to go. I've wrote when I've done my book, isn't it? It's coming out in September. We'll talk about it later on. But that was one of the main things, like, because when you're writing your book and you're going through, you start you seeing patterns and understanding. Do you know what I mean? Why I played like I did was because of my environment and where I lived. And I was like, no matter who you was in charge, you could have been, and if you'd have told me something, my brain would be going, yeah. But in my head, I'm going, nah, I just feel that.
I don't feel comfortable with
I
that.
want to do it differently.
Yeah.
And then I just do what I want, sort of thing.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
it
that's
sort of,
why
and it sort of managed to work for me. Like, obviously, if they said something and I agreed with it, I'd do it.
Okay, so now, see that?
Yeah.
See your time under Mourinho.
Yeah.
Was that a scenario where that could have cropped up a little bit?
Well, it did crop up. It was cropping up regularly.
He wanted something, and then you go and do something that you felt at the time on the pitch, and then you'll not agree with that. Was that a scenario?
All the time. All the time it cropped up. And not just with Jose, with lots of managers. And I just got to, as you get more mature, I get to the point you're like, I want to win trophies. And then also you have to be humble and go, I was wrong on certain things. You have to be able to go, right, and accept that. I need to do more of this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So then you get the balance, you get older, you get more mature, and you start listening to the right people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
But no, that was interesting. I want to quickly bring it back to the tournament here, because there's a few players I want to talk about. England under-21s. We talked about Lee Carsey and Ashley Cole. As a fullback, Bridget, I'm going to ask you about Tino Livramento, because he was absolutely brilliant. Like, you looked at him and he played left back and he played right back. You wouldn't know he was. Could you have done that? Did you do that? Did you ever play right back?
I've never played right back. I played left mid. I played in the hole. Played centre mid.
Yeah.
Played centre forward.
Would it have been different?
I'm mad, innit? I played centre forward.
I reckon
I started up there. I went left wing, centre forward, in the hole, left back.
I can imagine this guy up there just tearing people up. You'll be like David James up front. Do you remember David James up front for Man City?
He was funny.
Stuart Pearce put him up there, isn't it?
Piercy.
I don't know.
What was he thinking? I'd like to see you up front as well.
We might get Stuart Pearce on here one day.
Yeah,
he's a great. Listen, and we can ask him that, because you remember that. I remember who was the centre forward. You weren't there at Man City with J-Mo, was you?
No.
Who was the centre forward? Was on the bench.
Is it John Macken?
John Macken. Great shout. It was him. Centre forward by trade. And there's 4 other players, and Piercy's looked round and gone, J-Mo.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, mate.
How did he actually do up there?
Mate, he come on and smashed someone. I remember that.
I remember that.
And
it wasn't in his box, it was in their box. But it was weird. Like, I was like, J-Mo up front. I'm surprised he didn't still have his goalkeeper gloves on.
I'd love to get Piercy on and ask him about that. So go on. But I want to ask you specifically, right, because about Tino Livramento.
I think it's brilliant that he's done it. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know how I would have done. I like to think I'd be all right, but I don't know. The fact that he's done it, you've got to take your hat off to it.
Is it just opposite way of thinking? or is it something
It's
different?
obviously a way of thinking, but it might be different in terms of, a fullback might be kind of just pass it out there.
Yeah.
Same
I
way.
would
Sorry,
still
same way of
pass it
thinking.
out there, but I might tuck inside and run inside a bit.
Yeah.
So it might be something
yeah.
else for the winger to think about.
Do you know what?
Make a little run inside. You just never know.
And you're playing him really because you're like, I'm trying to figure you out.
Yeah.
So it's right.
So imagine this, right? So, but think about it now. The way the game's changed, and people mainly play inverted, like wingers on the other side. So why not play fullbacks inverted, left back, right back, left back? Because if I'm coming up against you,
yeah, I'd rather you go that way.
Yeah,
I'd rather
well, Chelsea do that.
Yeah.
So the boy, well, he's not a right back at trade, but he was a playing right back, but he's a centre midfielder by trade.
Casado. Yeah, but that's
so he tucks in.
Yeah.
He tucks in from the right back and plays an extra midfielder.
Yeah,
doesn't he? Then on defending, he goes back into right back.
Yeah. So that's movement. But I'm thinking just actually how much I'd like to look into that. Actually, if you switch the fullbacks, right? If you've got a left sided centre half and a right sided centre half are really good on the ball. So when you build up, they split. The midfielder, this is getting a bit serious.
Yeah, go on.
So they split. The holding midfielder goes back in, so you get the three players with a build.
Yeah.
And then the fullbacks become like sort of high and wide. Like they would be if there was wingers where they're inverted, so they're dribblers like Livramento.
So they'll cut inside.
And then, so if you're going to dominate possession, that's a good thing to do. Then in the limited times when you haven't got possession, all they've got to do is drop back into like a 4 and defend against their opposition wing back, and their natural foot is coming into their natural foot.
That comes from your scouting. So if that's what you want to deploy, then you've got to make sure that you've got the right players that can do it.
Yeah, but Tino Livramento is the right player.
He's one of those players that can do it.
I watched him throughout the tournament, and I coached him a few times at Chelsea. He was coming through when I was there. Lovely lad, great ability. I remember doing a session with him on crossing, and it was like I was just trying to break down the 3 different crosses you would do because he had everything. Like he was big, powerful, great skill, great attitude. And I was like, well, once you get to the byline, you've only got 3 options. You've got the dink to the far post, which is your high tariff cross. Yeah. Like that's the hardest one, isn't it? Where you've got to stand it up, or you whip it across. If there's space in that, what's it? They call it? Corridor of uncertainty. Yeah. You just fizz it across
corridor
there.
of maximum opportunity.
Or you cut it back. So there's 3 things. So I was like, when you're practicing crosses, there's only 3 crosses you can do.
Yeah.
It's like A, B, or C.
Yeah.
And you just become better.
That whip into the space.
Yeah, so you just narrow it down to 3 options.
Yeah.
And then you just get the best at it.
Yeah.
Be the best at it.
And he done it on both sides, left back and right.
Yeah.
And he'd come on, and I look at him, and I'm
very good with both feet.
Very good with both feet. But I'm going to say,
was he at Chelsea?
He was at Chelsea, mate. Yeah. That's what I mean when we talk about the new model and we praise them and they did, blah, blah, blah. You still lost Tino Livramento.
Yeah.
Who's the other winger, the other lad? My mind's gone blank.
There's a Brighton boy. The Brighton boy, the right back.
Yeah, Lewis Hall. Sorry, Lewis Hall, another top player. Like so, I don't know how much money they've gone out. Are the ones coming in? Tino Livramento would get in Chelsea's team now. I think. He was absolutely brilliant, and if it weren't for Harvey Elliott getting player of the tournament, he could have been in the running.
Yeah. Are more players both-footed these days?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they get encouraged at an early age, don't they? To use both feet, rather than just use your good foot and make sure it's the best.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Paul Merson was the best at that.
What a player. Another thing you don't see. Remember the old-fashioned fullbacks? Think of the fullbacks you would have seen growing up at Southampton.
Francis Benali.
Like they would just stay in that little zone, good at one-on-ones, get the ball in that little clip. Into the fullback or in
clip all the time.
It was like these sort of there's none
regiment.
Of
it was regiment.
Yeah, mate.
No flair. No flair.
No flair at all.
No Rick.
I bet their houses were all neat.
Yeah,
and tidy.
everything's just normal.
Was there, the sugar and everything in the right place.
They're psychopaths, though.
Yeah. Fullbacks always mad.
Fullbacks are always crazy. Like there's something about.
I started off as a winger though,
but there's something in that,
Yeah.
Different positions are have different personalities.
Yeah.
Del Horno was crazy.
Del Horno was a nutter, wasn't he?
Oh my gosh. Mate, I've got a story about him, but I'm not going to say it.
He's actually
funny. Worse than me.
He's actually
I saw him walking home from central London after a night out
one
time, and he walked from Central, like Mayfair,
and
he'd left before us.
Yeah.
And he was in Chiswick. I had to stop. You want to lift? No, just thinking, Collie. He didn't really speak English.
Yeah.
So I said, do you want to lift? No, I'm okay.
Did you?
Where was he walking to?
Did you come to the Arctic Monkeys concert with
No, I didn't.
Del Horn?
No.
Me and Wright.
Sean. That was Sean. That was strange that Sean went.
Yeah.
Sean
me and Wrighty went to an Arctic Monkeys concert with Del Horno. You know, like, he was such a great lad. I was like, does Wrighty fancy it? I was like, yeah, me and my pals Wrighty and Shorty.
He doesn't speak a word of English.
He was like the geezer from 40 Towers, Manuel. Okay, see? He didn't know a word of English. And he was like, yeah, band. Play the... I'm like, that guy. Yeah. He's like, how long? 1 hour. I come. Right? He's come to this we went to watch the Arctic Monkeys. We've gone into the band. And he left. He must not have liked him. But I just see him at the bar. Chelsea fans got hold of him. He was at a bar with these Chelsea fans. Like, we better find him. Like, and he's chatting away. And I know he speaks about 5 words.
What's he talking about?
I don't know.
Chatting away. Yeah. He hasn't got a word of English in sight.
He was. That was a good night. Blast for the past that. But
he's a great guy.
All fullbacks are bonkers.
Yeah.
Another lad who I think deserves a lot of credit, and they all do, but we can't talk about all. Elliot Anderson, the midfielder from Nottingham Forest. What do you make of him, Coley?
Yeah, listen, I've seen bits of him. I've seen bits of him. I think he's listen, he's got potential, but is he gonna get into that zone where you think he's gonna be a regular for his club and country eventually? That's the hard part, transferring that what you've done at this tournament into first team regularly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was very impressed with him here, and it's built the stage for him. Nah, let's kick on again, innit? That's my ploy to all of these boys. This is my challenge. Let's kick on, because when you even look at somebody else like Harvey Elliott, who's gone from Fulham to to Liverpool, and he's actually done well there.
Yeah.
He's been an important part of like Klopp's team. He was anyway. Now, Harvey, I'd look at and think, what's next for him?
Yeah.
Can he go and play regular football, not just be a bit part player in a brilliant team?
There's rumours that he wanted out, wasn't there?
Well, he talked about he hasn't played enough football. Like, he's gone there. He's 22 now.
But remember, he had a massive injury.
Yeah.
And kudos to him. He had a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Kudos to him how he got back and got back into the team, playing, not obviously, albeit not like regularly starting games, but making an influence in the team with those top players that gone on to win the league as well. He's a really good, talented player. And he's a good kid as well, by the way. He's a bit leery, but it depends how you take it. I like him.
He's got personality on the pitch. Jurgen Klopp, when he left, he actually said, imagine that Jurgen, he said something like, one of the regrets he has at Liverpool was he didn't play this kid enough. Do you know what I mean? So he's in this situation, Bridgie, where he's one player of the tournament at the European Championships. He scored 5 goals from midfield. Like, imagine, I think the player of the tournament was previous, that some of the best players in the world have won that. And he looked like at home in himself. He looked like a leader. He scored some great goals. And he's got a decision to make. Like, he's not broke into the Liverpool team regularly. He's 22. Like, I'm just thinking,
does he go to Liverpool and chat to him before he makes the decision?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I think you can see it, and he was getting emotional after one of the games.
Yeah.
And when he done an interview for us on the telly, and what I took from that interview was that he was so happy that he's playing and being the man. I mean, I sort of saw it in his mind, like, he's made his mind. Even if Liverpool say, we want you to stay, unless he's saying, I need to start every single game, which they can't offer him because of how they're champions.
Get it, Coley.
He has to leave.
Yeah. I get it. You see my scenario at Chelsea.
Yeah.
When I was there, I got, obviously I wanted to leave because we'd just won the league. But I knew that I was going to be a bit part player for the next season again.
Yeah.
And I just wanted some more juice, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, because I'm seeing all my peers in the under 21s.
Yeah.
They're playing regularly in the first team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be overtaken. So I was at under 21s. I was starting games. I was like a starter. But it was really difficult because when you see your other players starting games in the Premier League and then you're not starting, you're thinking, I'm not kicking on here, I might get stagnant. He might look at the same thing and think, I'm just going to be a bit part player. I want to get into the England first team. And that's how I was feeling.
Yeah.
When Abramovich said that, go to Russia.
Yeah.
Go to Russia on loan, come back and I'll give you a new deal.
Yeah.
Although, like, it would have been good, like, for my future, money-wise.
Yeah.
I wanted to play football.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I wanted to go and be the main man somewhere, like, because I knew I was good enough. I'd had 2 loans that
he said to you to go to Russia. Yeah.
He said to go to Abramovich told me to go to Russia to his other team, then come back and they'll give me a new deal.
Do you know what?
To be fair, I think if Roman told me, I probably would have gone.
Yeah, but I had ambitions. Like, it's either you want to do that and be a bit part player all your life, or be an ambitious person. I think if I'd have done that, I wouldn't have been sitting here with you lot. Right now.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I wouldn't have had a Carlton Cole flag in Glastonbury.
No, that's true. That's true.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I wouldn't have done a load of stuff.
Do you know what we would have? Do you know what we would have, though? Because I would have chipped in with Roman with this. I'd have paid a few quid because I'd have just paid to see you out in that cold in Russia. Imagine the pictures warming up.
At least he goes snowboarding then.
Oh, mate, that would have been... Yeah, I would have learned how to ski and snowboard and all that.
Cold in Russia. You just see...
Nah, mate, that wasn't me. It just wasn't me, innit? It wasn't me.
No, you
but that's why I understand why Harvey Elliott is probably looking at thinking, do you know what? I've had it with the champions. I get it. Now I want to go and make my own name.
Yeah.
And he deserves that, man.
Yeah,
well.
just quickly before we move on, because we're
running out of
blazing
time.
through this. Where would you like to see him, Coley? Where do you think he's... Remember, he's...
I wouldn't mind him back at Fulham.
Yeah?
Imagine, because he started
I think there would be bigger clubs.
I think there would be bigger clubs for him now.
I first saw him playing...
that tournament.
I first saw him playing under-16s.
Yeah.
At Fulham.
Yeah.
Years back. And he actually wasn't that impressive.
Really?
No, because I think he found it so... You know when you're above that level, you just... Not walk around, but you're just not trying hard. And I think he was under 15s, but he was playing up.
Yeah.
And he knew he was the boy. But I was expecting a little bit more.
Yeah.
But when I look at him now, and then I saw him make that transition into first team, I was like, this guy's unbelievable. What a player. So now I know what the fuss was about, and he's proving everybody right now.
Yeah, top player. Well, I can see him. If I'm him,
I don't know where I can see him.
Napoli, Inter Milan.
Abroad?
Atletico Madrid. He needs to go abroad because he's one of them. He's too good to drop down into mid-range Premier League.
Imagine that we had them options back in the day. Like, when we left the country... England was over for you.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I remember saying... that's why it was one of the reasons I didn't want to go Russia, because I knew that if you leave the country, you've got no aspirations of playing for your national team. Now, it's a common thing. Everyone's loving it. Like, I'd love to be in this era.
Yeah, I'd like to. I would have...
Imagine going to get some sun in Italy.
I did my year in France and I absolutely loved it. If I'd had my time again, I'd probably go earlier.
These are options for these kids now.
Brilliant. We quickly have a talk about the transfer windows. Big news going round. Paul Pogba and Eric Dyer going to Monaco. What do you make of
Eric Dyer?
Yeah. First of all, Eric Dyer, fair play to him. He's gone to Bayern Munich and done a job.
Yeah.
Go and play for Monaco. What a beautiful place. And
not a bad place in it, is it?
Yeah. How would you...
Just won the league with Bayern.
Bayern Munich.
So now
we lost the semi-final, didn't we?
Lost them,
Yeah. Yes, but as a place, Monaco.
Oh yeah, it's lovely.
And a club, what a place for him. He's in his 30s now.
Place. I've been in Monaco once.
Have you?
Oh my God,
I love it there.
I love it there too. I went for the Formula E.
Formula E?
Yeah, when it was F1's usually there, but Formula E is electric.
Okay.
I'm on the electric thing at the moment.
Yeah.
Saving the world and all that. And so obviously I got invited down, and it's just a beautiful place, isn't it? Imagine plying your trade over there. It's lovely, isn't it?
Pogba's the interesting one for me. 2 years out of the game. The drugs ban.
Yeah. He was crying the other day.
Was he?
Yeah, I watched the interview. I felt so bad because you can see. Imagine how many people just calling him a drug cheat every day.
Yeah, I know.
And then and no one would take the gamble on him to sign him. We all know he's a terrific player.
Yeah,
when he's going,
I know. Do you know what?
And it's quite weird that no one wanted to take the plunge on him, like more of the bigger teams, I would say. But the way he was so grateful to the club, Monaco, for taking the chance with him.
Take the lad.
Crying.
Yeah, let's take all the stuff you hear about Pogba and the clothes and everything. First of all, he's a World Cup winner, and multiple titles in Juventus, and he's been a top player. I thought he got the back. Look at all the great players that have gone to Man United, and it's been like it's been terrible for them. He had moments at United where you looked at him, what a player. We don't know what's happened with the drugs. I from my world, I feel for these kids because we've talked about this off air. Like, I don't think I've never seen any performance enhancing in drugs. Nothing. Because
I think it's just crazy you'd even do it to jeopardise it.
Think about the logic for people, right? How stupid can these lads be? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? You've got a 7-year contract. You know how hard it is to become a footballer wherever you are in the world. You've secured your life, your family's life, and you're doing something you love. Would you take something from somebody on purpose?
No, not a chance.
No, so I always look at these and I always think you never know. There has to be something in place which is like a test because it needs to be a deterrent for people not to do it because. But
it's like the other day, Coley. My son is up at Hull City. Yeah, he was suffering from the flu,
right?
Chest infection.
Yeah.
Whilst off.
Yeah.
And he was going back in the next week.
Yeah.
To start training, pre-season training.
Yeah.
Now imagine, I'm there saying, got some antibiotics in the in the fridge. Have that. Yeah. And then I'm forgetting that he's a footballer.
Yeah.
So imagine I'm his dad, and he's saying to me, "Dad, I need to understand. I need to ask my doctor."
You have to.
But if he's feeling that bad, imagine someone throws something at you and said, "This is going to make you feel way better."
You always got to check with club doctor. Always.
But we didn't actually get schooled like that back in the day.
I don't know. I always used to check.
Did you?
Used to.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. And I don't know. I might have taken some performance enhancing drugs. I don't know.
What statement that is?
No, but because we didn't get educated properly back then.
Yeah.
Like now, it's all
you
there
weren't listening,
for you.
were you? You weren't listening.
See, Bridgie listens.
I listen. See.
Well, yeah. That's why I say. What did I say at the start? I don't know how I made it. I winged it all the way. Like it's just. I just happened to be sitting here next to you. But I'm just saying that's like. But these boys now, they have all the education, and they shouldn't be getting into that type of trouble. They should know that by previous mistakes, that can't happen. You've got to check what you're taking.
Before we wrap up, we'll finish on Pogba because it's great to see him back, and you don't want anyone not playing because you'll finish your career at some point and you can't play anymore, and it's horrible. So we're glad to see him back. I bumped into him at Formula One thing the other day, and I thought he looked a bit, and I actually went up to him and said, I was like, "You're right, how are you?" And I said, "Your son player you are," because I genuinely think he's a top
brilliant player.
And he was like, "Yeah." And he looked really appreciative of it, and but genuinely, I'm glad to see him back. And I'm glad that we got back
as well.
I'm glad we got back from Glastonbury. That's good. Bridgie's just saying. Well, there's another big thing. We just quickly go into it. Ronaldo. New signing.
Big Ronnie.
Benjamin Button. Benjamin Button.
Hey,
Big Ronnie.
How is he still going
this guy,
this?
He's something else.
Mate, he's like you in Glastonbury.
He wouldn't have been hopping in like me. He would have been running.
To the lights go off.
He would have been doing that 5K in the morning that people are doing. I was walking back and people running back doing 5K.
People doing that?
5Ks?
Yeah, 5K runs and stuff.
Mate, that's
bizarre.
Yeah, bizarre. But we're going it. Listen, fair play to him. He's a genius, a legend. 488k a day, new deal. 15%.
Wait. Can you go back to that? 488,000
pounds a day, new deal. He's 40. He signed a 2-year with a 1-year option.
Wow.
And 15% ownership of the club. Like he's really embraced this project in Saudi, isn't he? He's like over there, and he's like, he could be forgiven.
He's a perfect choice to help it grow.
Yeah.
And get other people over.
He seems very enthusiastic about it as well.
Yeah.
Remember that time we saw him? Obviously, we've just got to look at Ronaldo and say he's a mentality monster.
Yeah.
Like He's been at the peak of his game for so long. He's still up there with one of the best in the world. You've got to say that.
Yeah.
And he's still so relentless with his dedication to the sport and building the sport across the world. Now, he's gone to Saudi. Forget about the money. It's not about the money, because he would have had money anyway.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about that. He cares about the branding. So his own brand aligned with a country now. It's not Pepsi.
Yeah.
It's not Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
It's not McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's a whole country.
Yeah.
So like, you got to look at what he's doing and just say this is groundbreaking. It's like when Pele went to America to try and grow the game over there. Do you know what I mean? This is the same thing that Ronaldo's doing.
That's a good shout, Cole. That's exactly what it is. And like he's an example to kids, not just in football, in anything. And if you want something in life, how to dedicate yourself and keep going. So good luck to him.
Good luck to him.
Yeah, we might get him on the pod one day.
Oh, we'd love to have him on the pod.
Come on.
Come on, Ronnie. You know you want to.
Glasgow.
Imagine Ronnie in Glasgow.
Do you know what? I'd love to see it. Bouncing into the tent.
Mate, he'll just be on the other stage.
He won't be in the tent, mate. He'll be in a Winnebago.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it lends
he's got to go on the tent. He has to go on the tent.
It lends you a few quid for your wheels from Quick Fit as well, so you'll be all right.
He'll buy Quick Fit for
me.
Mate.
Right, that's all for today. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to The Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Thank you for joining us for this special edition of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. After almost 2 years of war, the Israel-Hamas conflict appears to have reached a dangerous inflection point. Israel is threatening a broader military offensive, one that could include the full occupation of the Gaza Strip. On this special episode, we're bringing you an exclusive one-on-one interview with senior Hamas official Bassem Naim, who is joining us from Doha. Mr. Naim, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Please. Thank you very much, Rose.
Before we get into the politics, let's talk about the people. The Palestinian Health Ministry has reported almost 200 malnutrition-related deaths, and UN figures show about 1,500 Palestinians have been killed seeking food aid since late May. Can you give us your assessment of the current situation in the Gaza Strip?
Thank you very much again. I think there are no words to describe the horrific situation on the ground, especially when it comes to the humanitarian situation, to the people on the ground. We are in direct contact with our families, brothers and sisters and relatives, and we are aware about how disastrous the situation it is and how horrific it is and how much they are scaring of what is coming. But here I have to correct something. We cannot simply talk about 200 Palestinians, mainly children, died because of malnutrition. they have died because of starvation. They were starved to death. Otherwise, I was the Minister of Health for years, and I am a doctor, a physician professionally, and I am sure all these men and women and children who died because of this are salvageable, and they can survive if there were enough food and medicine available in the Gaza Strip. Today, we have passed a lot of things we have talked about in the first months of this aggression against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. No one today is talking about electricity, or no one is talking about water, no one is talking about education, no one is talking about health. Today, in the last 3 months, after the fully tight blockade after March 2nd, we are only talking about some food, about flour and maybe sugar or something like that. I think this is reflecting how serious, how difficult, how dangerous the situation on the ground. This famine, this genocide is committed by Israel in front of the eyes and heard by the ears of the whole people around the globe, by all countries. And no one is taking a serious action to pressure Israel to stop this genocide.
I want to ask you if we can call on your medical expertise for a moment. How will people recover then from this current situation in a medical sense? Has the damage already been done? Can it be reversed? What are the long-term impacts? We talk day by day, the figures, but this is going to have a long scale and a long-term impact on their lives, is it not?
100% true, based on medical knowledge and science. A lot of people now still alive in Gaza, if they pass through this horrific situation and survive, they will endure, they will continue suffering of a lot of chronic illnesses, chronic problems like memory, like apprehension, like wasting of muscles, I am sure, deficiency of immune system, and so on and so on. I am sure because some of the elements like magnesium and others, which is built on a long-term process, when you start to lose it because of a long-term starvation, it is not easy to repair the damage. Especially a lot of these elements are needed for the brain, for the muscles, for the function of the heart. And I'm sure if these people, thousands and thousands of people, if they pass through this horrific situation and survive, they will continue to suffer of a lot of chronic problems.
Israel, for its part, says it is doing its best to facilitate the delivery of aid through the newly formed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. There have been reports, though, that dozens of Palestinians are killed daily at these humanitarian foundation aid distribution sites. Can you give us an account of what is actually taking place at these sites? How does the distribution work, and why are we seeing so much collateral damage?
Thank you very much. Again, I have to correct something. You are not talking about collateral damage. You are talking about a designed famine. You are talking about engineering of death traps. You are talking about a designed and planned preparations and creation of inhuman, unbearable conditions in the Gaza Strip as part or as a step on the long-term plan how to expel Gazans forcefully or between brackets voluntarily out of the Gaza Strip. This is not a collateral damage. You cannot talk about collateral damage when hundreds of thousands of people seeking some food, and on a daily basis, we have witnessed now for the last 3 months between 50 and 100 people killed on a daily basis. Look.
Are you alleging that Israel is corralling people into these distribution sites with the aim of killing them?
I will try to explain something for yourself and for the audience. First of all, we have only 4 distribution points, which is under the total control of the IOF, the Israeli army, the Israeli forces, run by the so-called GHF, which is an American, maybe I think private company. These 4 points have to substitute as Mr. Lazzarini, the General Commissioner of UNRWA, yesterday has tried to explain. There are in Gaza only for the UNRWA more than 400 distribution points for food and aid and other needs, and this is only for UNRWA. Added to this, what's for the ICRC or Medical Without Borders and other sites, and this was before the war. I mean, at the time, not all Gazans were in need for help or for aid. Look, these 4 points, which is near the southern border of the Gaza Strip in Rafah, you have to move around 8 to 12 kilometers walking to reach in a something like a tunnel surrounded by metallic borders, around 8 to 10 kilometers to reach these points. People waiting from dawn time for hours to hear the soldiers or the directors or the managers of these points to say, yes, you can now go ahead. Hundreds of thousands at this moment go into the area and try to get some food. It is expected that there will be chaos, there will be some kind of confrontation or quarrels between the people, but at the moment, the people come near the officers or the GHF officers, managers, or the IDF tanks, they start immediately to shoot. Therefore, how can you imagine that someone who is starving for days and days, or who want to get some food for his children, and you bring him or confine him into a small area, hundreds of thousands of people, what do you expect? There is no choice for the people other than to seek some food, even they are threatened to be killed. Therefore, this is one example. I hope you can read a lot of reports, including one which was written by the USAID, which is an American governmental body, which was clearly talking about how disastrous the management of these areas, how it is catastrophic to bring thousands and thousands of people in these areas. And by the way, they have denied any relationship of Hamas to what's happening there in these distribution points.
Israel has accused Hamas members of stealing aid that the civilian population desperately needs. What's your response to those allegations?
Maybe the time is not enough, but I can send you at least 5, 6, 7 reports, including the US aid report and UNRWA reports and other human rights bodies reports, which has clearly indicated 2 things. All the people who were killed by Israeli soldiers, and Hamas has nothing to do and has no relation to what's happening there. Part of these groups are gangs like the group of Yasser Abu Shabab, which is armed by the Israelis near these distribution points. And by the way, this is not only during this time. Even before the last ceasefire agreement, they were armed. They were controlling the streets on the way the trucks taking from the crossing in Rafah into the Gaza city or in the Middle Zone. And every now and then, I heard from one of our managers that they were bringing 50 trucks into Gaza. 46 of them were looted by these gangs, who have or carrying Kalashnikovs under the control and the sight of the Israeli army. I think, again, it is beyond denial that all what's happening there is engineered by the Israelis, again, to create unbearable conditions, inhuman conditions, and also to create the worst in any one of us who is starved for days and days, who see his children are dying because of starvation, to fight for some food.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the goal of this plan.
Turning to reports now that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing for the full occupation of Gaza, do you really think Israel will occupy the Strip? And how would you respond to such a move?
First of all, I have to say we are taking all these threats very, very seriously. Yes, but, and here a big but and underlined many times, I have to say Gaza Strip since 1967 is occupied. It was never independent or free. Israel is controlling the ground, the sea, and the air. Second, Israel was, along the last 22 months, they have entered the Gaza Strip. They have attacked each inch inside the Gaza Strip. They have raised a lot of goals during their business everywhere in the Gaza Strip, from the south to the west, to the north, and from the west to the east. Raised their goals from the beginning to retrieve the captured Israeli soldiers, to dismantle or to crush the resistance, and to forceful evacuation as much as they can of Palestinians, and maybe if they can succeed, to annex Gaza Strip or part of it for new settlements. I think they were everywhere in the Gaza Strip. I imagine they might do it. They can enter Gaza Strip again and again. They have done it many times. But what is expected? More killing of people, more destroying of the rest of the houses are still standing, more starvation, more famine. And here I have to say something. At the time, all people around the globe, individuals, institutions, UN, even governments, even allies of Israel are calling for a ceasefire and end of this war and end of this famine and genocide. Israel, unfortunately backed up by the Americans, is the only party which is talking and acting in the direction of escalation.
If the Israeli war cabinet or security cabinet comes out in support of Netanyahu's plan, what would be your message to them? What would be Hamas's response? And could we expect inflamed violence from Hamas's allies in the region?
First of all, this is a confrontation between the Palestinians who are defending their own land, their own independence, self-sovereignty, and the occupation, which is the Israeli occupation. If anyone from the region or outside the region is want to support the Palestinian, it is welcome, but this is his decision. We are not deciding on behalf of others. But what I can say to the cabinet or to anyone who is supporting, like the Americans, such escalations and new aggressions against our people, first of all, you will fail again and again and again. You have tried all along 22 months to achieve these goals, to retrieve the soldiers via force and to crush the resistance and to forceful evacuation of Palestinians, and you have failed and you will fail. And this is exactly what 550 senior officers of the security apparatus in Israel have said. We are at dawn of a strategic defeat. You will fail. Second, we have said it many times, we are still in the field of negotiations. We have replied to the offer mediated or brought to us or presented to us by the mediators based on an Israeli offer We are waiting at this time for the response of the Israelis to the offer handed over through the mediators to the Israelis. I think
so there is still a proposal on the table.
You are not seeking any ceasefire agreement.
So there is still a proposal on the table. Is that what we can take from your answer there?
Yes, sure. We have replied to the proposal which was presented to us from the mediator, and they have told us that this is based on the Israeli vision or demands, and we have replied to it. We have received a very positive response from the mediators, and I can say here, they have talked to the Israeli delegation in Doha, and they have said this is very positive, very constructive. We can go ahead, we can build on this. Unfortunately, after a few hours, when they return back to Tel Aviv for consultation, we have started to hear from Witkoff and then Trump and then Netanyahu office that this is not acceptable, and we are planning to escalate again. I think we have a proposal on the table. We are looking for a reply to this table and then to go for negotiation if it is available again.
Can you give us some specifics? What does that proposal entail, and what do you believe are the sticking points?
Look, this is a framework. Based on this framework, we have to negotiate some detailed points. But this framework is talking mainly about 4 points. First of all, 60 days ceasefire agreement. During these 60 days, Hamas is going to release 10 living captured Israeli soldiers and 18 or half of the bodies inside Gaza. The American president is guaranteeing the ceasefire for 60 days. This is the first one. The second one, the aid into Gaza, we have asked clearly to go back to the negotiated agreement of January and the humanitarian annex or agreement that enough aid, at least 500 to 600 trucks, to go into Gaza to freely secure, to initiate the process of rehabilitation of hospitals, schools, and so on and so on. And this has to be under the supervision and the control of the UN and any other international bodies which was working already inside the Gaza Strip. We cannot accept a criminal body or like the GHF or this way of distributing aid to continue because of how it is dangerous and how it is humiliating for our people. The third point is the exchange deal of the prisoners, how many Palestinian prisoners are going to be released in return for the released Israeli soldiers, and this is one of the points which has to be discussed in details. And lastly, the last point was the withdrawal maps. I think, based on what we heard from the mediators, the last proposal from Hamas was not far away from the proposal they have received from the Israelis, maybe some small points here and there to be discussed in details if we return back to negotiations. These are the main 4 points that have been written in the proposal. And lastly, there is a paragraph or a sentence which is talking about a guarantee from the mediators plus the Americans that this ceasefire time, 60 days, will be used for negotiating the permanent ceasefire, the full withdrawal of the Israeli forces. And if these 60 days are not enough to reach the agreement, it has to be extended for another 60 days or 50 days or more to reach a final permanent ceasefire.
So the US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said that the most recent round of ceasefire talks in Qatar were cut short because he says that Hamas showed a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire. That seems quite opposed to what you've been telling us there. So is it that the US Special Envoy is lying? Have they viewed things differently to you, or did Israel just simply change their mind?
First of all, what I say, I am talking based on confidential details and information I am aware of. Therefore, I am not talking something only for the media. Second, we have received a clear, positive response from the mediators when they have handed over this proposal or this reply to the Israeli delegation, and they have said it is very constructive, it is positive, we can proceed forward, we can build on this a new ceasefire deal. Again, unfortunately, Witkoff, this is not the first time, by the way. Witkoff, this is maybe the third or fourth time where he undermined a serious chance to reach a ceasefire agreement. If you can remember, and your audience, when we have handed over the American-Israeli soldier, Alexander Aidan, where he said publicly, this will open the door for a new ceasefire agreement. This will enable, or we are going to pressure Israel to allow more aid to come into Gaza and so on and so on. Mm-hmm. He also repeated the same thing in another,
So can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by Witkoff undermining on multiple occasions the negotiations?
Unfortunately, we have hope that this new American administration, based on what they have announced at the beginning, that they are planning to de-escalate all these war zones in Gaza, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Ukraine, and everywhere. But unfortunately, in our case, we have seen it repeatedly that they are backing up the position of this fascist Israeli government in all forms. Even sometimes if the cost or the price is to undermine a serious chance to reach a ceasefire. Look, for example, now we have here, firstly, from Witkoff and then from Trump, that that the negotiations collapsed, that we withdraw from the negotiations, and we are aware how to deal with Hamas, and we have our own plan. And later we have started to hear from the Israelis the same language in the same context. Unfortunately, we have seen a strategic context in the American foreign policy when it comes to Israel and the conflict here on the ground, where they are again backing up these ideological, psychopathic ministers. For example, you have seen yesterday the Speaker of the House of Senate, he didn't visit the Knesset, he visited the biggest settlement in Israel, Ariel, and he stated to the press, this is the promised land to the chosen people, and we are waiting for the Messiah to come to rebuild Israel. We have here Mike Huckabee, the minister, the ambassador of America, the United States ambassador in Jerusalem, who said, this is Judea and Samaria, this is not anymore West Bank, this is not occupied, this is part of Israel. Okay. Israel is small land, and they have all the right to widen it. I mean, this ideological language, these statements, I think this is beyond any horizon of creating a chance for a political solution. This is converting the conflict into a religious conflict where no space for coexistence or peace or settlement or prosperity. If they believe that this is their holy land, and we believe the same thing, you cannot negotiate. You cannot achieve any kind of compromise. So therefore, I think the only party which can stop this genocide and still backing it up is the American administration.
So do you think in that case, Steve Witkoff and the American negotiators have compromised their role as mediators?
I believe at no point they were honest, just mediators. They were always backing up the Israeli position regardless of how dangerous it is. I think in different occasions, we were near to reach a ceasefire deal, but it has been spoiled by one of those two parties, either the Israelis or the Americans. We are still eager to reach an end of this war, to achieve a negotiated ceasefire, if it is a temporary ceasefire for 60 days, to pave the way for a permanent ceasefire and the full withdrawal of the Israeli forces from Gaza Strip, and to end this catastrophic, horrific, inhuman conditions, to allow aid to come in. And here I have to emphasize, unfortunately, when the Americans supporting the Israelis by negotiating the issue of humanitarian conditions and negotiating the issue of GHF, or insisting on having GHF on the ground. By the way, this is not part of any negotiation, because the occupying power, in this case Israel, is responsible for the people under their occupation, and for their life, and for their health, and for their education. This should not be part of any negotiation. This is international humanitarian law, unless we are living in the law of jungle. This is the only understanding.
The Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, has said that from now on, the US and Israel are now no longer interested in negotiating piecemeal, partial hostage deals. So a 60-day ceasefire, he says, is no longer what they are working towards. So from your side of the negotiating table, has Hamas squandered its window of opportunity to negotiate an end to this war?
By the way, this proposal was our proposal 3 months ago, and they have rejected this proposal. 3 months ago, we have officially presented a proposal to the mediators, to the Americans, and even to other countries to negotiate one final deal. All prisoners, all captured Israelis on our side to be handed over, and in return, we get our prisoners, and we end the war. We reach a permanent ceasefire, and we have open borders, open crossing, to allow Gazans to launch their life again, to rebuild their life again, and to launch the process of rebuilding Gaza Strip. This was our offer, but they have rejected this, and Netanyahu insisted on a partial deal.
If we move on to looking at a pathway, perhaps, to a two-state solution, as we have been hearing calls for from the international community, what's your assessment of the Saudi Arabia-France-led push to establish that pathway for a two-state solution that we saw being held at the UN headquarters in New York recently?
We have publicly stated our position. First of all, we are welcoming any efforts from any party which support the Palestinian struggle to achieve their national goals of an independent state, self-sovereignty, right of return, based on international law. Second, it was never, not only this time, but always, it was never the problem on the Palestinian side. We have signed Oslo Agreement, we have accepted a lot of other proposals to reach this goal. It was always the Israeli side. Netanyahu, 1996, in the first meeting with President Chairman Arafat, he said it clearly. I am against two-state solution, and I am going to undermine it. And this is exactly what he have done all the time he was in government. And recently, we have seen it many times that the Israelis, they have rejected the conference. They have passed the first reading of annexation of the West Bank, and they have publicly talked about even annexation of the Gaza Strip. I think it was always on the other side. From our side, Hamas, we have said, yes, we, as long as all Palestinians together, all factions can accept as a common ground an independent self-sovereign state on 67 borders. We can accept this. We will be part of this, and we will facilitate and help to achieve this goal.
Mm-hmm. Actually, well, that takes me to my next question, because all 22 members of the Arab League has jointly called on Hamas to disarm, release the hostages and leave Gaza for the sake of the civilian population and to allow a pathway to a two-state solution. What do you say to them?
No. I think I have to correct something. Some Arabic countries, they have signed the final statement of this conference, but not all Arabic countries, the 22, have signed or accepted the final statement or the final press
They did
release.
speak with a collective voice to say that they backed it. Whether or not they've officially signed it yet,
No. There are some countries who will stand against part or some of the paragraphs in this. Second, I think if we go into details, we have studied this press statement in details. The press conference or the press statement is including a lot of contradictions. In some areas, they are talking about international law, and in other areas, they are talking about accepting the Israeli narrative. And because during the whole 2 days of this conference, there was an elephant in the room, which was Israel and America, and everyone was trying to satisfy them by articulating some sentences to satisfy Israel to accept the results, and Israel had at the end rejected the results. For example,
so are you saying that there are some countries who don't want Hamas to disarm?
Let me continue. If you talk about disarming Hamas or rejection of the resistance, I think it is clear in international law that any people under occupation have all the right to resist the occupation by all means, including armed resistance, until they get rid of the occupation. France itself, they didn't get rid of the Nazi occupation. They didn't fight against the Vichy government, which was an ally of the Nazi, simply by such conferences or by press releases. They had General de Gaulle, he fought and he lost a lot of hundreds of thousands of French people in order to get rid of the Nazis and to form a new, or to found a new France. And this happened everywhere, in Vietnam and Algeria. International law is giving us all the right to defend ourselves, to resist the occupation until we get rid of the occupation. And we have said it clearly. If we have our own state, an independent, self-sovereign state, we are ready to hand over all these weapons to the new state, and we are ready to integrate our fighters into the new Palestinian National Army. But before that, no one can ask the resistance, it is Hamas or not Hamas, to skip resisting or to lay down arms. But here I have to say, where all these cities, where all these countries to ask Israel not to disarm itself, where they have nuclear weapons and biological weapons and chemical weapons, and they have dropped hundreds of thousands of tons on the Gazans. Have they courage enough to ask Israel only to disarm the settlers in the Gaza, in the West Bank, who are killing on a daily basis our people, who are confiscating our land, who are cutting our trees, who are destroying our wells? No one is asking them to disarm these terrorists in the Palestinian territories. I think here it was only the goal how to satisfy Israel, how to undermine the legitimate right of Palestinians to resist the occupation, how to undermine the legitimate Palestinian struggle to achieve their big national goals of independence and freedom like any other people around the world.
So to clarify, Hamas would disarm today if Israel and the international community agreed to recognize a Palestinian state?
Yes and no, because recognition.
Well, what's the condition then? Because what's your condition?
Yes, I will continue. Now, already before this conference, 143 countries are already recognizing Israel. But what does this mean on the ground? Zero. Israel is continuing its plan to annex the rest of the Palestinian territories, to undermine the Palestinian existence, to forceful evacuation and ethnically cleansing Palestinians from the West Bank, where there is no Hamas and no October 7th, and from the Gaza Strip. The condition is to create a state. When Israel was recognized as a full member state in the United Nations in 1949, it was bound to two conditions: the creation of a Palestinian state and to guarantee the right of return. If this is fulfilled and we see an independent self-sovereign state in Palestine, yes, we are ready to hand over all these weapons to the state and to integrate our fighters into the Palestinian National Army.
So, but yes or no, if Israel recognized a state in exchange for Hamas disarming, would Hamas disarm?
Why should I answer hypothetical questions? Israel is denying the right of Palestinians to exist. This is the main question. You are asking the victim.
But I guess because there needs to be compromise, there needs to be a negotiation, and that's
yes. No. First of all, they have to create the state. As they have created the state of Israel, and they have supported it for 76 years to oppress the Palestinians, they have all the moral and political and legal duty to create the state or to help the Palestinians to have their own state. I think it was clear from most of the Arabic countries that this will be left to the new state to recognize any state around the world, not only Israel or any country. This is the choice of the people of Palestine, how to deal with the 200 countries around the world, which to recognize or which not to recognize. Why you are not asking me to recognize Monaco, or why not to recognize
because there's no conflict in Monaco at the moment, with all due respect.
By the way, it is not a conflict. It is an occupation. This description, a conflict, as if there are two equal parties and we have to negotiate something. No, there is an occupation and we have to get rid of this occupation according to international law, and it is clear. There are no two parties. There's no conflict.
If we go along that line, then that this isn't two equal states. It's not a conflict because it's not equal on both sides. You have a stronger Israel that is occupying and suppressing, in your words, the Palestinian state. If Israel is holding all the cards, what cards does Hamas have left to play in the negotiation? If Israel is the stronger party, does Hamas then not need to come with more willingness to negotiate to the mediating table?
If you talk about today negotiations for a ceasefire, I think we have a lot to have on the table, and I think without these cards in our hands on the table, Israel would not, and the Americans would not support them to come to the table to negotiate with Hamas. I think the Israeli delegation, which stayed in Doha for 2 weeks, it was not because Hamas have nothing to offer. This is first. But if you talk about generally about this occupation, about this oppression, this is the story of all people around the world during history. In Vietnam, in Algeria, in South Africa, in France, everywhere, the oppressor is always bloody, aggressive, psychopathic, and people usually are weaker, but they have the resilience, they have the steadfastness, the commitment. Look, during the confrontation between Israel and Iran, in 12 days, more than 750,000 Israelis left Israel to Cyprus. This is only to Cyprus, not to other countries. But during 22 months, during this aggression against Gaza, they were not able to push Palestinians to leave Gaza Strip, despite of destruction, despite of killing, despite of famine. I think this is the strength of resilience, of steadfastness, of righteousness. I think at the end, our capability to continue is much, much stronger, bigger, and longer than theirs.
We're almost out of time. I just have two final questions for you. We spoke a little bit earlier about the long-term impact of what is happening in Gaza is going to have on the people, not just the younger generation, for all the civilians there. If you bear that in mind, some of the things that you yourself mentioned earlier in our interview, does your organisation feel partially responsible then for what has taken place and what will continue to take place for the Palestinian people in Gaza?
Look, I as a father of children or a brother of people who are still living there, I have always to feel responsible. I have always to carry this responsibility on my shoulder and to seek and to find any ways to get rid of this horrific situation, to end this massacre, to end this famine. But if you ask on the strategic level, no, because the obligation of people under occupation is to defend themselves. We were besieged for more than 17 years. We were denied travel, we were denied food, we were denied medicine, not only for the last 22 months, but also for the whole 17 years. Where is the responsibility of Palestinians in the West Bank who are killed on a daily basis? You can remember that 1,000 checkpoints besieging each village and each city in the West Bank. I think the responsibility at all times, at all levels, is the occupation and the international community, in particular the United States, who are supporting this genocide and this famine.
How has what is happening now rectified any of those past wrongs?
I didn't get your question in
how is what is happening now, though, rectifying any of those past wrongs? How is it making it any better, any more justified? The war that is ongoing now, it can't make up for those past atrocities.
From the first week of this aggression, we have offered to the mediators, to the Americans, to a lot of countries here in the region, to China, to Russia, a three-phases approach. The first phase one is to end this aggression and to reach a ceasefire, the withdrawal of the Israeli forces and the rebuilding of Gaza Strip. The second one is to rebuild or to reform the Palestinian government, to have a Palestinian unity government that runs Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and at all levels, in all directions. And I think this is feasible, and it was negotiated through the Egyptians with the PA, and it is on the table. The third option is to go for a political solution to end this occupation, to get rid of this occupation based on international law. I think when we ask for this, is not something which is not rational. It is very rational and very fair and very just.
You speak of strategies there, so let me wrap up with this. Knowing what you know now, seeing what you see now unfolding, if Hamas could turn back the clock, would the organisation carry out the October 7 attacks again, or accept it as a mistake or a miscalculation?
Unfortunately, this question I have faced it many times. You are mixing two things together. First of all, the right of people to defend themselves, to get rid of the prison, to knock the door of the prison, to defend their existence in their own land, in their houses, and the crimes committed by a criminal which has nothing to do with this. I think famine has nothing to do with October 7th. This is a war crime, a crime against humanity according to international law.
Let me maybe rephrase it by saying, do you think...
has the duty to respond to all the needs of people. This has nothing to do with October 7th. The same thing.
If I could reframe it this way for you, Mr. Naim, do you think the Palestinian cause is stronger or weaker? Are the Palestinian people better off or worse off after October 7?
I believe it is stronger, and without October 7th, that the people all over the world have finally understood and have seen by their own eyes the reality we have passed through along 75 years, this famine and genocide since the Nakba. Second, they have reached the conclusion that without reaching a political solution for this between brackets conflict, they would not gather in New York to find a solution. They were, before October 7th, they were planning to overcome or to bypass the Palestinian question and to go for the so-called Abraham Accords, the normalization, the integration of Israel in the region on behalf of the Americans. And I think this is much far away behind our backs today because of the sacrifices of Palestinians after October 7th.
We will leave it there. We're out of time, but we absolutely appreciate having you on Counterpoints. Bassem Naim, senior Hamas official, thank you very much for your honest and your frank contribution to our discussion. Thank you. And to you at home, thank you for joining us for this special one-on-one interview here on Counterpoints. You can, of course, catch us on Al Arabiya English on YouTube to see all our debates and special interviews. And as always, follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss an episode. Thanks for your company.
Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had 1 egg or 2 eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that 1/2 of Israelis, 47%, 1/2 of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanio is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert, party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must-visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Budapest. Many would consider Budapest a favorite city in Europe. It boasts of great architecture comparable to none, and lets us in on its sophisticated scene that's impossible for any other city to imitate. Here are some things you'll appreciate about Budapest. A visit to the city's thermal baths is a must. Try soaking in the Széchenyi baths, although of course there are countless other baths to choose from. A cruise via the Danube River is another thing you must do in Budapest. Nighttime is the best time to try this. There are special cruises being offered as ways to maximize your scenic trip along the river. For one, you can have a buffet-style dinner cruise while on board. Definitely a feast for the eyes, but may become an educational tour for you too. One of the greatest bridges in the world is Budapest's Chain Bridge. It's the best place in the city for romantic evening strolls. It has a well-known story behind it too. The architect who had created it was greatly proud of his work that he challenged anyone to find fault in the bridge. It was soon discovered that the lions that stand guard at the opposite ends are missing their tongues, and his genius work remains forever. Budapest is also known for its great undergrounds. The labyrinth of Buda Castle is one of the 7 wonders of the underground world. The place has also got many stories to tell, having closed down in 2011, but has already reopened. There are also many cave systems along Budapest to tour for both a learning and travel experience. There are also wine cellars in the city, which are part of the vast labyrinth system winding beneath Buda Castle. The cellars vary, but are all suitable for wine tasting. It's an experience to learn more about their wine culture. For both learning and travel experience. For shopping, there's the Central Market Hall. Here you'll find the typical Hungarian products. You'll find everything there, from the world-famous sausages, paprika, to their wines. Fresh vegetables are also among the great buys in the market. You'll also find great souvenirs to buy there, such as wares and traditional Hungarian embroidery. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Netanyahu plans a full occupation of Gaza but says he does not want to govern the Strip. Trump and Putin could meet within days with a three-way Ukraine peace summit now on the table. And sweeping tariffs take effect. The US president targets more than 90 countries and warns tech firms to bring production home or face a 100% import tax. Now, Israel's Security Cabinet has met to vote on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's controversial plan for a full takeover of Gaza. Despite criticism from some ministers, reports suggest Netanyahu is likely to secure majority support for the operation. Families of those held captive are staging protests near the Gaza border, calling the talks a death cabinet meeting. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster in Surrey and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who does join us from London. Great to have you both on the show. Isabel, let's start with you. So earlier today, Netanyahu was speaking to Fox News and he told them he planned to take full control over Gaza. However, he said Israel wants a security parameter. How exactly, Isabel, will this work in theory?
Well, there are huge questions about all of this. And of course, it raises serious alarm bells. Why are we not talking about ending the situation in Gaza? Why is the discussion suddenly about expanding it? And of course, from the perspective of those living in the Gaza Strip, there will be concern. 88% already controlled by the Israelis. What on earth is going to happen if and when some sort of security perimeter is put in place? Now, he's done this interview, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's done an interview with Fox News. Interesting that the Americans hear first about his thoughts before his own people, but that's another matter. And he has spoken to them and has said that he's not interested in occupying, he's not interested in governing. This is a temporary move. This would be in his words, controlled by Arab forces. But there are legitimate questions about how indeed that would work. Now, expanding in the way that has been largely trailed today has sort of raised concerns about those Israeli hostages that are in places like Gaza City and that have so far been untouched by the Israelis. And this evening, Hamas has come out and said that basically this is a death warrant for those remaining hostages signed by the War Cabinet if this is approved tonight.
Yes, indeed. We have had a statement from Hamas, as you did say, Isabel, accusing the Israeli Prime Minister of sacrificing hostages for personal interest. But Freddie, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has said the Israeli military must carry out any government decisions. We do know, and we have discussed in the past, these tensions between the IDF chief and Benjamin Netanyahu himself. Could we see possibly soldiers refusing to take part in a full occupation of Gaza?
Well, it's probably a bit too soon to predict soldiers refusing to take part, but there certainly are tensions within Israel about what the correct strategy is. And these are being reflected by a lot of opposition towards Netanyahu domestically. And I think this is, as we've discussed before, I think this is sort of the bubbling story of this crisis, is that Netanyahu does have a political crisis hanging over him. He has these corruption charges hanging over him and so on. And he's managed to buy himself a lot of time during this war. But I do think there is a growing opposition to Israel's strategy in Gaza. And I think that Netanyahu is going to face the possibility of regime change, will be putting it too strongly perhaps, but something similar in the coming weeks if he cannot pull together his already very difficult coalition.
Yes, exactly. And Isabel, I don't know if we can pick up on that point from Freddie about regime change in Israel. And obviously, this war has gone on for much longer than was predicted by many of the Israeli people. And I wonder right now, is Freddie right? Is a possible regime change something that we could foresee happening?
Well, I think a lot of people would like to see that. Personally, I think it's unlikely. Yes, we've seen consistent survey results coming out of Israel that people living there actually want an end to this war. They want to see the hostages as a priority, which this move tonight, if it is agreed by his Security Council, will not be prioritising. But I think that's the key. It's likely to get a majority of support. And at the moment, he still carries that support. And he's very much got the backing of the United States. So to me, he seems safe at the moment. I don't think that's right. I think that, whilst we've been talking in the last few moments, we've seen repeated pictures of children starving. And I think that, he bears huge responsibility for that. And that's not my own words. That's from eyewitness testimony of surgeons who've been in there in recent weeks and have witnessed unspeakable things. That's the words of the World Health Organization, the United Nations, Médecins Sans Frontières as well, expressing their concerns about starvation, malnutrition, famine in the region. And of course, that's why the International Criminal Court have an arrest warrant out for him, because he stands accused of using starvation as a weapon of war and for mass murder. So, will there be regime change? I don't think so, but perhaps there should be.
And Freddie, I was just wondering there, when we think of support for Israel on the international stage, as Isabel said, the US has always fully backed Israel, but we've seen international pressure from lots of different countries, the UK, France and Canada saying they're willing to recognise a Palestinian state. What do we think the outcome from the US will be? Will they stick to the fact that Israel, as Trump says, can do what they wish when it comes to full occupation?
I think it's highly unlikely that Donald Trump will turn on Israel. I think it's possible that the Trump administration will get fed up with Netanyahu. And there are definite indications from Washington that the Trump administration are irritated with Netanyahu taking them for a ride on certain things, particularly after the Iran strikes, where the Trump administration thought we've done something that Israel, that Netanyahu was pressing them to do. And then he starts behaving in quite a rogue way as far as the Americans are concerned. So I think America's not going to turn against Israel. I think America might not even support a two-state solution, or might not even regard a two-state solution as viable. But what they might do is say, Netanyahu, it's out of control.
Stay right there. Thank you for your thoughts on that as we move on to another story now. And Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin could meet within days to discuss ending the war in Ukraine, according to the Kremlin. It comes as Trump's ceasefire deadline for Russia nears, with sweeping sanctions looming if the talks do fail. Trump has floated the idea of a three-way summit with Zelensky and with Putin, which Ukraine says it does support. Putin has named the United Arab Emirates as a possible host for the meeting. And when asked directly about the potential meeting, including where it might take place and whether Zelensky would attend, Putin had just this to say.
Your aide, Yuri Ushakov, said the meeting was likely to be held next week. But where? Could you at least hint at this place?
We have a lot of friends that are ready to help us organize such an event. Here is one of our friends, the President of the United Arab Emirates. I think we will decide later, but this could be one of the suitable venues.
And what about Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky? Will you hold the meeting with him?
I have been repeatedly saying that I, in general, have nothing against it. This is possible, but before that, certain conditions should be created. And unfortunately, we are still far from creating such conditions.
So there we are, Freddie, just hearing from the Russian president. And we have been waiting for a leaders' summit for months now, pretty much since Donald Trump did come back into power. It could even include Zelensky. Is this a sign that the end of the war could possibly be in sight, or a ceasefire?
There's a long way to go, but I don't think we should be too sceptical or dismissive about this just because it's Donald Trump and there's the usual craziness. I mean, again, Trump has applied leverage over Putin, particularly with his tariffs on India, but also by rearming Ukraine. He has put pressure on the Russians to come to the table, and the Russians have come to the table. Everybody likes to say that Putin is always playing Trump. I think that's debatable. I think they're both playing each other all the time. But what we could see in the next few days is a meeting between Trump and Putin, possibly in the UAE, we'll see. And then after that, a trilateral meeting between Zelensky, Putin and Trump. And if he manages to get those two leaders in a room together, I think we do have to start saying he is capable of achieving things that nobody else thinks he's capable, that people doubt him of being able to achieve.
Freddie and Isabel, I ask you this. Don't you think that when it comes to Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, it's all about the optics and it's all about the show? And we do know that Russia hasn't actually, as far as we know, given any concessions. And now, all of a sudden, Vladimir Putin is back on the world stage with the world's most powerful man.
Yeah, I think there is a debate to be had about who has come out on top from this big turnaround, but turnaround it is, because just a couple of days ago, there was Russia looking at this deadline looming tomorrow, at seeing further sanctions being placed on them. And suddenly, Putin has eyed an advantage there and come out and announced and told the world that he's going to be attending an international summit. Suddenly he's welcomed back into the international forum. Now, he's been a pariah for years. Nobody has wanted to meet with him, barely phone calls. So, what a transformation here. But also in terms of what, Trump has achieved and could achieve, I think there's a lot of ifs still, respectfully, in what Freddie has said there. Fantastic if the three of them can sit down, Trump, Zelensky and Putin. But, Putin already making it clear that there are a lot of conditions that haven't yet been met before that can happen from Russia's perspective. And, also from Trump's point of view, let's not forget that he made promises during the election campaign that he would fix the whole thing within 24 hours. Well, we're on day 198 and we're still in a war situation, and Ukraine is still fighting for its life. So, both of them can pat themselves on the back, but I think there's still a long way to go, unfortunately.
Well, actually, earlier I spoke to John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. I asked him if this meeting paves the way for a ceasefire. Take a listen to what he said.
There's no question that what drives President Trump is performance. He goes back to his television days with NBC, with The Apprentice. For him, this is the optics. There are, on the Ukrainian side and some in the European Union will be saying, hey, this is a reward for President Putin. President Trump will be looking at it saying this is a reward for President Trump. And if something comes out of it, great. But the mere fact that we're having dialogue, he will shift back and say, under the Biden administration, they weren't even talking. And now at least we're sitting across from one another and talking.
So, Freddie, do you think that John's right there? We should give peace a chance, and Donald Trump has got dialogue going, and the Nobel Peace Prize could possibly be his?
Well, I always think give peace a chance. And I think even if it's coming from a figure like Donald Trump, who is obviously chaotic, confusing, and so on, I think the president that's trying to pursue peace is better than what Joe Biden was doing, which was such a muddle. It was initially he was reluctant to support Ukraine, and then the US found itself sort of being drawn into this conflict in a very complicated way. And the Western position at the moment, while nobody wants to say it, is that this war will just carry on indefinitely, with thousands and thousands of people dying every month. And that's not a moral position. And so I think, while obviously nobody wants to see Vladimir Putin being rewarded for invading a sovereign country, apart from Vladimir Putin, of course, the overall picture is that you can either want this war to carry on, which is terrible and it's killing people and it's destroying a country, or you can try and end it. And I prefer the Trump position of trying to end it.
And Isabel, if we just go back to the fact that Trump did put a deadline on Russia and also threatened sanctions, and that is actually tomorrow, the deadline, and all of a sudden we've seen all this movement. Do you think it was Steve Witkoff's visit? Did you think it was the threat of secondary sanctions? How have we got to this point? It was a pretty dramatic turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's to be debated, but I don't think, I'm sure Witkoff would love to pat himself on the back and say this is all down to his incredible diplomacy. But this is a guy who plays golf with Trump. He's a billionaire. He's a real estate magnate. He's not a diplomat. And he's been to Moscow 4 times already this year. And, there have been lots of false dawns. So let's not give him too much credit. Nevertheless, of course, with Freddie, I always want to give peace a chance. I really hope and would like to see for the Russian soldiers as well, many of them victims, but for the Ukrainians, of course, primarily, to see an end to this needless bloodshed. But I just find what really sticks in my throat and really makes me feel a bit sick, to be perfectly blunt, is that here we are talking about Putin possibly having a bilateral, possibly a trilateral, and being given the red carpet treatment, when just a few weeks ago we saw the war hero Zelensky being humiliated and bullied on the world stage in the White House. How is it that there are such terrible double standards? How does Putin do this? And I think at the end of the day, you have to say he is the master manipulator here. And I think that, it is something that we should all remember, is how Trump treated Zelensky and whether or not actually Ukraine could stand to be in a vulnerable position with the two of them meeting without somebody from Ukraine being represented.
Yes, indeed. Or actually from someone from Europe too. Lots of questions about that upcoming summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. We still don't have a date yet, but possibly next week. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now to another story. And it's Tariff Day in America as Donald Trump's sweeping import taxes take effect on over 90 countries. The US president says billions are now flowing into the US, touting tariffs as a tool to bring jobs and manufacturing home. India, Taiwan and Switzerland have all been hit with new levies, while tech firms like Apple face pressure to shift production stateside. Trump is also threatening a 100% tariff on foreign-made chips unless companies commit to building them in the US. Earlier, I asked economist Susanna Streeter how the markets were reacting to the news.
Street seems to be shrugging off the impact of these tariffs. But remember, a lot of the valuations that are really supporting the Wall Street gains that we've seen. But in the background, we do have these concerns bubbling along, particularly, in so-called Main Street, real America, about the fact that these tariffs are going to lead to higher prices for American consumers. There are expectations that the US economy is slowing, the labour market data show that the jobs market is weakening. So I do think actually that there could be even more volatility ahead as the bigger implications of Trump's tariff wars become clear.
Isabel, let's start with you. So South Asia seems to have been hit particularly hard by these tariffs. Is this because of their affiliation to China?
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, China has very much protected itself, not least after the first term of Donald Trump. The last time he was in the White House, they've done a lot to try and protect and shelter their economy, but also in the wake of COVID-19, when they were absolutely smashed by, nobody buying or selling for a long time. So they use a lot of these third countries. It's called transshipping. The Americans, the Washington administration, describe it as China plus one country. So we're talking about Cambodia, Vietnam. There are other countries on that list, Malaysia, Indonesia, and they actually stand to be the worst affected. I think actually China will be quite well insulated from this latest round, but they, whilst these countries have benefited hugely from this process that China have been using their cheaper labour, and they've been trying to take advantage of that, they will be hit by these tariffs, and it is causing concerns and worries for the market. Businesses like certainty. They don't like to see, anxiety on the markets. And, there is a lot of chaos surrounding this Liberation Day round two.
And Freddie, we saw India being targeted earlier this week, but it's come with a caveat regarding Russian oil, hasn't it?
Well, yes. So if you want to know where the leverage has come from to get Putin to the negotiating table, it's in those tariffs on India. And I think what's going on, and it's very difficult to read because Trump is always playing two games. He's playing the economic game with tariffs, which is he believes that they bring in masses of revenue. At midnight last night, he tweeted, tariffs are now active, billions of dollars are flooding into the USA. And at the same time, he's playing geopolitics with tariffs. And I think that's really the more subtle game, which is he is trying to use the threat of tariffs to achieve what he wants for America on the world stage. It's very worth noting that the BRIC countries, we always talk about the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Apart from China, they were all, China and Russia, which are both waiting on a decision on the tariffs. They were all targeted with this latest upping of the tariffs. So is he trying to use his tariff agenda to break up the BRICS, which are the great power rival to America? I think he probably is. There's great risk that it could backfire.
And Freddie, when you talk about BRICS there, I think about soft power when it comes to America. And we also saw US aid being cut to certain countries across Africa and across the world with Donald Trump's cost-cutting measures within the government. And I don't know if you think this, but could China possibly take over soft power when it comes to the BRICS countries?
Well, I think probably not, because most countries that deal with China at some point realise that it's not a benevolent superpower. However, I do think if America keeps acting in an increasingly mercantilist, aggressive way on trade, it is possible that some American soft power will be diminished, because Russia and India are talking to each other at the moment, and they are saying, what are we going to do about this crazy man, Donald Trump? Let's work together to try and negotiate these tariffs that he's imposing against us. So it is possible that Trump's very unpredictable style, while it is capable of achieving spectacular results, like even possibly peace in Ukraine, we'll see about that, it is having a long-term effect, which is that the rivals to American power are coming together because they increasingly see America as an unreliable partner.
And Isabel, the UK was one of the first countries to strike a deal when it came to the tariffs with America. The EU have also got a deal in principle. They must be so relieved today, right, that they haven't been hit with a punishingly higher tariff.
Yes, but I think that relief will be short-lived, because we've seen with Trump, sometimes he takes these stances, he falls out spectacularly with countries, and then he makes up with them. You never quite know where you stand with him. Can you fully trust him? Now, yes, it's great that we're on, I think, 10% is the talk of tariffs for us and for the EU. But will that stand? Will we maintain that relationship? Fingers crossed, because goodness knows we could really do without a huge levy being put on any of our goods going into the United States. But we're certainly in a better position than, for example, our great allies in Canada, who have now had a week of 35%. And, you know, Mark Carney there saying, I can talk about this when I can make sense of it, which is to say, you know, no time soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your thoughts on the tariffs that are coming into play. Now, let's move on to another story. The first group of migrants have been detained under the UK's new deportation deal with France. The so-called one-in, one-out plan was announced by leaders Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron last month. Earlier today, the British Home Secretary did not confirm how many migrants were being held in removal centres, but reiterated that anyone who arrives illegally will be immediately detained and returned. Freddie, let's start with you here. Now, what are your thoughts on this new one-in, one-out scheme? Will it work, and will it stop the boats? Will it deter people?
Well, my rather perverse thought on this is that we've all spent the last few years in Britain listening to governments come up with plans as to how they're going to stop the boats crisis. And all these plans sound great and never happen. The advantage that this one-in, one-out plan has is that it sounded terrible from the beginning. And so expectations are very low as to its success. And it looks as though there are actions being taken, and that's what Labour desperately wants to achieve, is to prove that they are getting tough on the border, they're doing what the British public want. But, you know, people in Westminster are calling it the 20 in, 1 out policy. And I think that seems to be more likely. We'll see small, very theatrical removals of people who are not supposed to be here. But we're going to continue to see those numbers ticking up, because those numbers keep ticking up of illegal arrivals in the country.
And Isabel, as of last month, more than 25,000 people have crossed the channel in small boats this year alone. Like Freddie says, it's ticking up 49% higher than last year. Do you think people see the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, just as a soft touch?
Well, I presume, you know, there's discussion around this because he was a lefty lawyer, you know, the chief prosecutor for the CPS, and, you know, they're the reason that we're having these problems, aren't they? That's what the argument is. No, I don't think so at all. I think, to be perfectly honest, if there is going to be a deterrent, it is taking your life in your hands when you cross the channel. And if you're prepared to put your child in there, and we've seen children drown tragically trying to get to the United Kingdom, then will you care what the deterrent is and the legal position? I don't think so. You know, that's the ultimate deterrent. And if people aren't put off by losing their lives, then whether it's Rishi Sunak sending you to Rwanda, you know, Boris Johnson's plan, Rishi Sunak saw it through, or nearly did, or whether it's Keir Starmer's one in, one out, you know, I just don't think that they'll work as a deterrent personally. But I do think that this is the challenge of our age. I think, you know, there are wider reasons why we're seeing this increase in people trying to move around the globe. It's not just into the United Kingdom. Of course, France gets a huge proportion of their own illegal migrants trying to stay in the country. These are just the ones that don't want to stay there. And let's not forget that under Keir Starmer's premiership, actually, we've seen net migration halve, which is not insignificant because it was at an all-time high. You know, illegal migration is actually a tiny proportion of that. So, you know, it's worth keeping it in perspective. I think the challenge is significant. I don't think he's got it under control by any means. But I don't think at the moment, genuinely, that people see him as a soft touch. I think if they were worried, they'd be worried about taking their life in their hands.
And Freddie, right now, as Isabel said, we are going to be seeing this new scheme come into play. But what does it look like? Deportation centres, it's one in, one out. But how exactly is it going to work? Because I feel like the finer details of this is what the Conservatives are really criticising back in the UK.
Well, of course, the Conservatives are on dodgy ground themselves because they didn't fix this problem at all. I think the actual mechanics of how the one-in, one-out deal works are mysterious. And actually, when you dig into it, you realise that it's not one in, one out. It is, we will remove one person, but we will then take someone who's a legitimate claimant. And it's because Labour don't want to look inhumane by turning away legitimate claimants. But the problem is that's not going to stop the boats. Labour's initial plan was to smash the gangs, which means smash the migrant gangs. And it is perhaps true that France and Britain are working closer together on smashing migrant gangs in North Africa, that the people are behind this sort of flow of people. But, I mean, I don't think this plan adds up to much. And I think most of the British public agree. And I think even Labour ministers don't seem to support it very much.
No, but I do think that there is an important point that I haven't seen much, newspaper coverage or commentary about today, and that is that in this one-in, one-out scheme, the idea is that anyone that's crossed illegally will be immediately sent back to France, and then from France, under this agreement, we will receive an approved asylum seeker. Now, I've done countless interviews over the years discussing this issue, and I've always asked whoever's been in power, hang on a minute, what are the safe and legal routes for those genuine asylum seekers, those people in the Sudan, which have strong links to the United Kingdom, trying to flee oppression, whatever else it might be? You know, we have a long and proud history of offering refuge to people when they're fleeing from war, and we should continue to do that. And I think that this is a part of this particular scheme which actually is to be praised, because there's been for too long not enough emphasis put on supporting those people who are fighting for their lives. But whether or not, that will be recognised, I think that's to be discussed and remains to be seen.
Yes, indeed. And we will actually be talking about this a lot more in the future, I'm sure. And finally, Isabel and Freddie have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. This is always the favourite part of the show. Isabel, now you've got a story about a teenage millionaire.
I do, yes. This is 15-year-old Alex Butler, who came up with an incredible game to play when he was just 7 years old. Now, let me tell you, I have a 7-year-old daughter, and I've been looking at her today thinking, are we underachieving here? The idea he came up with is called Burrito versus Taco. He sold 1.5 million copies of this game, and he sold the game itself to Play Monster for, wait for it, $1.1 million. Apparently, he's been quoted as saying he's not very attached to the game. He just wants to buy a Lamborghini, which sounds, typically sort of youthful approach and relaxed approach to it all. But there's also been lots of chat about his parents, actually, the serial entrepreneurs themselves, whether or not, I hate to say it, they perhaps were profiteering over his playing when he was young. Apparently they were very much the masterminds behind marketing, crowdfunding this game, pitching it to people. But you know what? The guys who have bought this at Play Monster, the CEO came out and said what he loved about this game was the creativity involved. And the idea is you kind of build your own taco and you kind of have different levels of whether or not it's healthy, and you get scores from whether or not it's sort of you compete against each other, and apparently it's very appealing between the generations. So he's done something right. I'm just kicking myself that we didn't think of it in our household. I'm clearly not enough of a tiger mum.
And I don't know about you, Freddie, but you are a parent. I don't know what is the word for a tiger dad. I know there's a tiger mom. I'm not sure what the phrase is for a father. Have your kids come up with anything like this or inspired to become millionaires?
I don't know what the opposite of a tiger dad is, but I think that's me. I'm not. It's not that I'm not hard on them. I give them a very hard time for not being entrepreneurial, and I would love them to come up with schemes, but I don't help them in any way. I let them come up with their own ideas. Actually, one of my children is quite entrepreneurial, so I'm hoping that he's going to come up with some genius scheme that will mean my wife and I can retire in comfort. But at the moment, there's no sign of it.
Well, the next Elon Musk might be on the cards coming from your house, Freddie. But, Freddie, let's talk about the UK Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch. And she's made a really rather odd remark about her faith in God. Tell us a little bit more about this puzzling story.
Well, it is puzzling. I mean, so Kemi Badenoch has been in charge of the Tory party now for about a year. It's not gone well. I think it's fair to say it's not gone well. She came in with great expectations. She was supposed to be this cultural warrior and so on. And the Tories have slid terribly in the polls. The Conservative Party have dipped in the polls. And she is trying to do lots of interviews to show that she is an interesting human being, that she's a charismatic leader and so on. And in one of these interviews yesterday with the BBC, she said that she stopped believing in God because of Joseph Fritzl, who is a terrible sexual criminal from Belgium. Am I right in saying Belgium? Belgium, yes. And that she was praying to God and saying to God, you know, why are my prayers being answered but not those of Joseph Fritzl? Which suggests a sort of childish level of understanding about evil, I think. Has it never occurred to her that evil things happened before? This was in her mid-20s.
And Isabel...
and I think it also just shows that she's quite a peculiar person, that she thinks that's an interesting story.
Do you find that story interesting at all, Isabel? Would that inspire you to follow Kemi Badenoch as a political figurehead?
I don't think I'm necessarily her target audience. I've met and interviewed her as well on a number of occasions, and she is quite odd. But the trouble with her is she's really inherited a poison chalice. You know, whoever was going to take over as leader of the Conservative Party needed to be able to withstand the pressure that is being put on the traditional right-wing party of this country from Nigel Farage. But as we've discussed earlier in the programme, we are living in the era of these huge personality politicians, whether it's Trump, like him or loathe him, whether it's Putin. She just doesn't cut it. She's an odd character. She was also in the headlines today talking about having put her hand up and exposed somebody in her class when she was at school in Nigeria as a cheat. And she was really quite gleeful and delighted with herself about this and couldn't understand why she wasn't praised for this. Then this poor 14-year-old boy went on to be expelled. So she exposed herself as being hugely lacking in empathy and just strange in who she thinks that appeals to. Yes, nobody likes a cheat, but isn't that just a bit extreme? This is just a school exam. It wasn't even A-levels. So she's a bit of an oddball. I think we're just going to watch the Conservative Party here in the UK probably eat itself in the next little while, which, you know, I think is sad to see, but I just don't think she's got the vision. That being said, I think, you know, Fritzl, by the way, I think Freddie was Austrian. I say this because I am a little bit Belgian and I take huge offence at the heritage there.
Sorry, Isabel.
But no, Joseph Fritzl, I mean, you're totally right. Who gets to their late 20s and hasn't ever contemplated evil before as a doubt as to whether or not there's a God? What was it about the particular evil that Joseph Fritzl committed? I don't know. It's just very strange, kind of funny, but also kind of tragic as well.
Yes, and he's still in an Austrian jail, and he's now a fairly old man. We looked that up, didn't we, Freddie? 1935 he was born in. But, Freddie, I did want to ask you, you've met your fair share of political leaders and figures from around the world, and if Kemi Badenoch wants to make herself a little bit more likeable and, as Isabel said, you know, not to be eaten alive in the polls, what advice would you give to her?
Oh, I thought you were about to say I've met my fair share of serial killers.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you have.
I've met, not to my knowledge, but I've met some leaders. I think I don't have any good advice compared to her. I just think she's not quite up to the job, and I think she was promoted, and there was a lot of excitement about her. But I think any fair analyst would say she's failing, and probably it's not the right job for her.
Fair point. Thank you so much to today's guests, broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster in Surrey and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who, of course, joins us from London. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The United States presidency, a role steeped in history, tradition, and since 1951, a firm two-term limit. But with President Donald Trump once again hinting at the idea of a third term, a question many thought was long settled is back in the headlines. Can he actually do that? I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Congratulations, Mr. President. We're going to beat this coronavirus, or whatever you want to call it. Congratulations.
Let's start at the beginning with George Washington. After serving 2 terms as president, Washington voluntarily stepped down in 1797. It wasn't required by law, but it set a powerful precedent that U.S. presidents shouldn't hold on to power indefinitely. That unwritten rule held strong for over 150 years. Presidents like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe all followed Washington's example. In fact, it became so ingrained in American political culture that no one even seriously tested it until the 1940s. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt. Elected during the Great Depression and leading the nation through World War II, FDR was elected 4 times, the only U.S. president to ever do so. His extended presidency raised concerns about the concentration of power in a democracy. And so after his death in 1945, Congress acted. The result was the 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951. It states no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. That sounds pretty clear, right? 2 terms maximum. Despite that, Trump does have a habit of dropping hints about a 3rd term.
So many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
In 2018, he praised China's President Xi Jinping for making himself president for life.
And Xi is a great gentleman. He's now president for life. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday.
Was the comment on giving that a shot one day a joke? Maybe, but he's kept the idea alive. By 2020, he floated the idea of postponing the presidential election, raising eyebrows nationwide. And more recently, in interviews, he said he's not joking about wanting a 3rd term.
I'd love that. His 3rd term. Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that.
This has fueled speculation, not just in the media, but among constitutional scholars and political observers alike. So how could this happen? One theory says Trump's running mate, say J.D. Vance, wins in 2028, with Trump as his vice president, then steps down, allowing Trump to return. But legal scholars point to the 12th Amendment, which bars a twice-elected president from being elected as vice president. Could Congress repeal the 22nd Amendment? Technically, yes, but it's a long shot. Amending the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of the states. That's a steep hill to climb. Over the years, other presidents have hinted at a 3rd term. Ronald Reagan, popular in his day, reportedly joked about it. Bill Clinton once said he thought he could win a 3rd term if it were allowed, but none seriously pursued it. So is Trump actually planning a 3rd term? Or is this just classic Trump keeping the media and his supporters on edge? Some believe he's testing the waters, gauging public reaction. Others say it's all part of his brand, provoking controversy and staying in the headlines. For now, the Constitution is clear. But could Trump try to change it? Maybe. but history and the law suggest he could be up against an uphill battle. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Michal Prendergast. And today, we have a special debate on Netanyahu's threat to reoccupy Gaza amid a worsening humanitarian crisis. And joining me on this is Cenk Unger, host of The Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley Botek, who describes himself as America's rabbi. Let's dive in. Thanks so much for your time, gentlemen. I'd like to start with you, Rabbi. Is Israel using starvation as a weapon of war, or is Hamas blocking aid as Israel claims?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on, and it's nice to debate my adversary and maybe one day friend, Cenk. I would ask Cenk at the beginning of this debate, let's try to have a somewhat civilized debate. In the last debate that we did, he called me a Nazi, bulging sinews from his neck, and let's just try to keep this a little bit civil. I'm not a Nazi, and if that's the way this is going to go, I will fight you, but it's the detriment to the audience. So let me address the question. Israel is not only not using starvation as a tactic of war. Israel is the first country in history to actually provide food, water, and all the necessities to its enemy. Remember that the Palestinian people, who are innocent, but they still elected Hamas as their representative. Since then, they've been suppressed by Hamas. Israel has delivered 2 million tons of food. That is the equivalent of what the Allies delivered in the Berlin airlift under President Truman between 1947 and 1951, when Stalin cut off all land routes into West Berlin. It is being hijacked by Hamas. There are videos of Hamas shooting the people who gathered at the distribution points. Hamas is taking 80% of the food for their fighters. 2 million tons of food. Where the hell did it go? Then you have the other issue, that the United Nations is refusing to allow the IDF to escort them and protect them militarily. The UN hates Israel. We know that so many of the employees of the UN were actually on the Hamas payroll. They were actually terrorists who participated in the October 7th massacres. And they're insisting that only the blue police of Hamas, which are the terrorists, escort them in. So you have all this food rotting. There was a Wall Street Journal, a firsthand report of a reporter who said there's crushed carrots, there's crushed peas, all these baby formulas that are sitting and baking in the sun, as the UN says to the IDF, you cannot distribute it. Now, why is that? Because the more of our innocent Palestinian brothers die in Gaza, the more people like Cenk can falsely accuse me. How disgusting is that? Of being a Nazi. I'm in Budapest right now, where 600,000 Jews were killed by the Nazis. And you know what, Cenk? You owe me a frickin' apology. And if you were human in the slightest, you would finally deliver it. Because the name of your show is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. It's like my calling my show the Gestapo or the SS. That's disgusting, and you should be ashamed. And one more thing. The New York Times now admits that they lied on their front page. They put a picture of an emaciated, starving Palestinian child 1 week ago on Wednesday on their front page. Later, they were forced to admit the child had muscular dystrophy. He was born with a muscle disorder. That's why he's emaciated. There was a picture of his brother right next to him, which the UN cropped out. He is completely normal. There's a picture of his mother holding her. She is completely normal. There is no starvation in Gaza except for the starvation of Hamas stealing the food. Finally, we know there is starvation in Gaza of Jews who are truly emaciated and were forced by Hamas to dig their own graves in Gaza. Cenk, has his show named after a group that killed 3 million people in the true genocide. Cenk, you're an embarrassment. Change the damn name of your show. Thank you very much.
Allow Cenk to respond now.
Yeah. All right. So these days, Israel is split into two. So there's some folks who are truly horrified to find out that this was not about self-defense, that this was about the occupation of Gaza, to murder as many Palestinians as possible, move them out, ethnically cleanse them, starve them, and take Gaza. So the people who discovered that, including, by the way, hundreds of military officials in the IDF, and the former head of Shin Bet and 2 former Israeli prime ministers are all speaking out and saying, oh, my God, we didn't know that Netanyahu and these monsters running the Israeli government were going to do this. And now the Israeli government has admitted they are going for a, quote, full conquest of Gaza. So we were right all along. It was never about self-defense. It was always about slaughtering the Palestinians and taking their land, which unfortunately is the history of Israel. So, of course, everything that Rabbi Shmuley said is a lie, because if an Israeli supporter of this current Israeli government is talking, they're lying. So he says, oh, my God, there's no problem of food in Gaza. Well, 196 people have starved. 193, and 96 of them are children. So we're supposed to ignore our eyes and ears. We're supposed to ignore those pictures. And so this is what they always do with the one case, right? In the beginning of the war, there was a bomb that landed on a hospital, and Israel was like, I can't believe it. How could anybody say that we would ever hit a hospital? It is it's a mistaken reporting, and it's all anti-Semitic and blah, 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 and blood label, and we're the victims. And then they destroyed almost every hospital in Gaza. So they say, oh, there's one kid who already had a pre-existing condition, so it was okay to starve him to death. Well, how about the other 95 kids? How about the other 192 people that starved to death? So they keep telling us lies, thinking that we're going to believe it when we could all see it. I mean, it's actually a super stupid strategy. It makes the rest of the world hate them even more. 61,000 dead now at a bare minimum in Palestine. Over 30,000 women and children, now approaching 40,000, a stadium full of murdered innocent civilians. Israel has now killed 50 times this number of civilians as Hamas. That makes them 50 times the terrorists. If you think they didn't intend it, American doctors come back and say, there's 5-year-olds, there's children. I mean, not 1 or 2, a lot of them with sniper shots to the head, to the chest. They definitely intended. Now, what's amazing and interesting, and that's why, look, I don't want hatred to spread, because that doesn't solve anything, okay? I want there to be peace, but Israel's government is saying, no, we don't want peace. So their absurd offer in the ceasefire talks was, give us back all the hostages, we'll give you a couple of weeks break, then we'll go back to starving and bombing you, and we're going to conquer Gaza. Well, that's not a peace offer. That's a slap in the face. Okay, hold on. You spoke for about half an hour. Let me finish.
No. You're into monologues.
No. What?
You're never into response.
All right. That's all the Israelis have. Interruptions.
You spoke.
Okay.
Now.
You're just lying, as always. They said it's a conquest.
Stop.
So, Rabbi Shmuley, you know that they said it's a conquest, right?
I do not hold an Israeli passport. I'm an American. Now, let me go back. Now, notice that Cenk did not.
I said Israeli supporters.
Note that you said Israeli. We can go back and tape. You lie all the time, but it's on frickin' tape and it'll air tonight. Now listen to me. Number one.
I don't really care. You support the Nazis of the current Israeli regime. So what do I care which particular Nazi you support?
I want everyone to notice. Number one, Cenk did not respond to the fact that his show is named after the Young Turks, who every historian on earth agrees.
He's trying to distract you because he's supporting a genocide.
3 million people.
He supports starving children to death.
After a true genocide, and he won't even change the name, which is an abomination.
Rabbi Shmuley, you know your beloved Israel is murdering children right now. Does it not cost you any conscience? Don't you feel guilty at all?
I am going to respond with fact, because Cenk is an utter ignoramus. I'm going to respond. He says that Israel decided to attack Gaza because it wanted land. Cenk, there was something called October 7th. Israel withdrew from Gaza 20 years ago.
They're taking the land, aren't they, Rabbi?
Don't interrupt me.
They're taking the land, just like I said they would.
It is the 20th anniversary of Israel's withdrawal. Today, exactly. Today. I'll tell you something else. And Israel withdrew. By the way, in your ignorance, you don't even know that Netanyahu at the time was savaged by his political base for voting for the withdrawal from Gaza. The Israeli army sent its soldiers in to destroy Jewish houses, to remove Jewish. You are just such an ignoramus. It's embarrassing. Go back and look at the videotapes on CNN.
Rabbi,
MSNBC,
nobody believes you. You can yell and scream all you want. We have eyes and ears.
The point is, you are ignorant of history in a way that it's shocking that anyone puts you on the air. Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Exactly today this is the 20th anniversary today, August 6th. I'll tell you something else, which this is the anniversary of. Today is and Netanyahu voted for that withdrawal. Israel did not want any of the land in Gaza. They voluntarily withdrew. They were then savage.
Israel didn't want any land. They just happened to steal all of it.
They were then savagely attacked with women having their breasts cut off and terrorists playing baseball with them.
Israel has done 50 times worse.
You want dead Jews. That's what you pray for day
No,
and
I
night.
don't.
You want
Absolutely
Jews to
not.
die. You
That's
are
total
a hater
lie.
of Jews like I have
It's
never
liar
seen
by
in
a
my life.
genocide-supporting freak.
You are an anti-Semite to your core. You're
no
not
one
a Muslim,
cares
you're
what
an
you say.
Islamist.
No one cares about your insults. You're going to call me an anti-Semite. Ooh.
No
one cares, you genocidal freak.
You're an ignoramus. Now, stop. I'm a freak. Listen to your disgusting put-downs.
You're supporting the murder and starvation of children, and you don't think you're a freak?
Now, let me tell you. Now, listen to what Cenk is saying. Cenk is saying that Israel killed 60 times the people of those who were attacked on October 7th. So for him, by the way, that's a lie, because even if we accept the Hamas ministry numbers of 60,000, they don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Even according to Hamas, Israel has a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio. That compares to the British in the Second World War of 1 to 5. The British killed 5 civilians for everyone. The Americans
none of this is true.
The Americans killed 4 Japanese for every civilians for every one fighter. And guess what, Cenk? Today is August 6th, 2025. It's the exact 80th anniversary of Harry Truman dropping an atomic bomb on a place called Hiroshima. That killed 150,000 in one instant. You know how many died in Pearl Harbor? 2,300. So you must say that Truman, based on him having killed 50 times the number, was a Nazi as well. So just say it. Harry Truman was a Nazi. If you at least say that now, that Truman, FDR, and Churchill were Nazis, I will at least say, honestly, that you're at least true to your word, you're consistent. Say it. Truman, Churchill, FDR, and Nazis.
Can I ever talk?
You won't say it.
Can I ever talk?
You won't say it.
Okay, so let's know for the record that...
Allow Cenk to respond.
80% of the time.
80 years
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
150,000 people today. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. By the way, this is a classic debating trick of Israeli supporters. Filibuster, talk over the other guests, try to drive them crazy, say nothing but lies.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
See, here he is doing it again.
You call me a freak and a Nazi, etc.
You see that?
Ad hominem.
I told you.
You have no vocabulary.
He's proving me right as we speak.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
And I'm not going to take
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
I'm not going to call Jews Nazis anymore, you anti-Semite. Yes.
Allow Cenk to respond. Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
Rabbi, I laugh in your face at your stupid insults. Nobody cares anymore when you use that stupid trick of calling people anti-Semites because they're anti-genocide, because they're anti the murder of Palestinian children. Okay, so here's the reality. Right now, Israel has murdered 1,400 people trying to seek food. Totally defenseless, innocent Palestinians trying to prevent the starvation of their children. And Israel has slaughtered 1,400 of them. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, an American Special Forces operative who went there, confirms he couldn't believe it. They're just murdering children right in front of everyone that did absolutely nothing wrong. And their main defenses are, well, it might be a genocide, but it's not a Holocaust. We could have killed them all. We're so nice. We didn't murder all the Palestinians. We haven't murdered all their children yet. We're so nice. And look, we didn't drop a nuclear bomb like Truman did. So and that incinerated babies and grandmothers, etc. We could, but we haven't. Actually, that's not entirely true. The number of bombs that they've dropped in Gaza is the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs. And
Really?
the
It's the
idea that
equivalent
they're
of
not
6?
intending to murder, here we go again.
He's this guy,
Here we
he
go
just
again.
makes things up.
So there's no point in
is the
debating
megatonnage?
Israeli supporters because they're genocidal maniacs who never stop talking and who never stop lying.
What is
Okay,
the
gentlemen, I want to
megatonnage of a
move on to
single
the next
nuclear
question.
bomb? Wait, one second. What is the megatonnage of a single nuclear bomb? Do you even know? You don't know. What is the megatonnage?
You know
of the bomb
who explained that,
Fat
Rabbi?
boy and
I can answer it.
Fat boy, little boy dropped on Hiroshima. What was the megatonnage? Go ahead. You don't know, do you? You're such an ignoramus. You just make things up.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I know the megatonnage.
You asked me a question and you won't let me answer it.
So
all he does is talk, yap, lie. Israel loves genocide and he loves the murder of innocent Palestinian children. That's why he's yapping away like a monster.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, I have to move on to the next question. I'm going to direct this at Cenk.
He said that
Hang on, Rabbi, please.
Killed 14 places. I need to know. Name one place.
This is why I don't talk. This is why I don't do interviews with Rabbi Shmuley. He never shuts up.
In Gaza. Name one place in Gaza that Israel killed the 280 people. Name just one location. Go ahead. Name the city.
So
Name the place in Gaza.
the top Holocaust.
Was it Jabalia? Was it Gaza City?
Can I say?
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
Say the name. Go ahead. Say the name.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian in America, who's an American Israeli citizen, dual citizen, who was a former IDF soldier. This guy's never going to. There's no point in this.
What is the name?
Rabbi, please. Rabbi, please.
Okay.
He
the top Holocaust historian.
That's all. That was my point. He doesn't
Will
know.
you shut up?
He cannot name a single place. He cannot name a single place.
I want to move on to the next question. Please.
Ignoramus. Nothing is based on fact.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question, and I want to direct it at Cenk.
He doesn't know the cities. You are an ignoramus. You don't know history.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question. I'm moving on now. Rabbi, I'm moving on to the next question.
Just cut his mic. He's pointless. In fact, you should get him off.
Okay, Cenk. I'm going to direct this at you.
Baboon, just yell and scream. I love killing Palestinian children.
Both of you, please. I'm moving on to the next question. I'm directing it at Cenk. We've seen a lot of horrendous footage of people being shot, attempted to get food in Gaza. How can Israel defend this?
Well, it's obviously indefensible. That's why a lot of great Jews and Israelis across the world are now speaking out. What I was trying to say before the baboon interrupted me was that the top Holocaust historian in the country.
You're calling Jews monkeys and apes? Disgusting. How vile are you?
You murder Muslims for fun. You don't get to talk about racism. You murder Palestinian children for land. You're a disgusting genocidal pig. So you don't get to talk about racism and anti-Semitism. Oh, poor little victim. And by the way, I got 5 seconds in before the baboon interrupted.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to answer. Please.
You call me a baboon? You're just an embarrassment.
Soon he'll be throwing feces onto the screen.
You're an embarrassment.
Okay.
You're just an embarrassment.
Please continue, Cenk. Please, Rabbi, and you'll get your time to respond. Rabbi.
This is unacceptable. You will not call Jews monkeys and apes. You are a disgusting, vile Jew hater to your core. I've never met anyone like you.
I don't care what you think. You're a genocidal freak.
Jews are apes. Disgusting.
What does the Nazi think of my language? I'm so concerned. What does the murderer of children think of my language? Oh, the problem is my language. The problem isn't that you're murdering Palestinian children.
I got it. Go ahead. You said Jews are apes.
No, they're not.
Keep on going,
I'm just defending Jews. I was just defending Jews when you interrupted like a baboon. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about you who can't shut up and throw your verbal diarrhea at us 24/7.
You are a rancid hater who is so...
Yeah. Everybody hates the Jews. That's your excuse for murdering Muslims.
You don't know anything. That's what bothers me. What bothers me is that you don't know history. Genocidal.
Hey, brother, there's no point to this conversation.
Killed 3 million
there's no point to this conversation.
Your show is
the idiot won't shut up.
Who killed 3 million?
This is the only thing Israelis have. Just talking over people because they're such grotesque liars and murderers.
Okay, please, Rabbi, I'd like to ask you a question. Rabbi.
No, I didn't get to answer.
Baboon
won't let me look. He even looks like one.
Rabbi Shmuley, please allow Cenk. Please allow Cenk to finish.
What we're listening to. I will never use an ad hominem attack against how he looks ever, because I have dignity. I'm a human being. This man.
Please allow him to finish.
You'll never use an ad hominem attack. All the Israelis have is ad hominem attacks.
No wonder. By the way,
oh, hey, watch us starve children to death. You called me something. You said I'm starving children. Anti-Semite. That's all this baboon has.
Now you know. Now you know why he has no issue with Mengele experimenting on Jews, because for him, Jews are apes.
I hate the
experimented on laboratories.
I would have fought like hell to save Jews from the Holocaust. If you were a German, you would have cheerleaded and said, "No, they're lying about Hitler." That's what you would have said if you were a German, because that's what you're saying now in defending the genocide and murder of Palestinian children.
Credibility. I'm not going to take your insults, your ad hominem ignorance.
Then get the hell off there. Then shut up and leave.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi. Allow Cenk. Allow Cenk to finish.
Okay, so my prediction is he will never allow me to finish. Okay, as I was saying, there are wonderful Jews and Israelis who now realize, oh my God, we thought this was about self-defense. In fact, the former head of Shin Bet had a great quote. He said, at first, this war was a just war, a defensive war. But when we achieved all military objectives, this war ceased to be a just war. That's Ami Ayalon, former director of Shin Bet. Okay. So two former prime ministers of Israel said it's obviously a genocide. One former prime minister said that they're building a concentration camp in the south. And that is what they're doing. And they're going to put all the Palestinians there, and everything that I've ever said that they were going to do, they did do. And why? Because I actually read Israeli press, and they're very clear in the Israeli press. They've said that they were going to take Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu brought a map of Greater Israel to the UN to rub it in everybody's face. We're going to steal this land, and now they're openly admitting it. They're calling it a conquest, and they're going to occupy all of Gaza. And they're going to starve they are starving the Palestinians, and then when they come to get food, they kill 1,400 of them, which, by the way, just starving people in line to get food unarmed, Israel has murdered more of them than Hamas killed Israelis on October 7th. So they keep complaining about October 7th, which is justifiable. October 7th was terrible. Then they go and do 50 October 7ths, and that's a stone-cold fact backed up by every human rights group and every news organization. The only people who disagree is the Israeli government. Everything that the Israeli government puts out has been proven to be a obvious, verifiable lie, including now, again, former and current Israeli military, political, spy agencies, every kind of person in Israel with a conscience is saying, guys, we didn't sign up to do a genocide. And a lot of the top rabbi in America said it. The top Holocaust historian said it. He's the one that said it's the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs.
Am I going to be allowed to
and he
speak
said we
all?
can't have this on our conscience. Here we go, as I told you.
Am I going to be allowed to speak at all?
Yes, of course.
Now, or can I speak without? He spoke for like 3 minutes.
You know what, Rabbi? You're kind of funny.
Can we ask him?
I mean, he's like a comic, right?
Can he stop?
He interrupts and talks 80% of the time. Then he goes,
am I going to be allowed to speak
at all?
Okay, now,
go ahead, defend murdering children.
I think you got a fair crack of the whip there, Cenk. Allow the rabbi to respond.
Okay. Number one, Cenk just invents and he knows nothing. As you see, he's looking away at a screen, even for the name Ami Ayalon. He probably has ChatGPT open. I've seen him do this before. Ami Ayalon never said that there's Ami Ayalon. See, he won't stop. Ami Ayalon never said there's a genocide. You are a liar. I'm telling you to your face. I want you to show me.
I didn't say that. I read his quote.
Yes, you did. Number two, of course there's political dissent in Israel. Don't interrupt me. There's of course there's political dissent in Israel. That's the beauty of Israel. No one in Hamas or Gaza will say anything about Hamas and how they are stealing the food.
They're all dead.
Beginning to say it, but they get right. They were killed by Hamas. That is correct. Hamas mows them down.
No, Hamas is all dead.
And they're saying now number three. There are Americans till today who question whether on the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, today's the exact day, whether we should have done it or not. That's political debate. That's what's happening in Israel. Israel did not achieve its military objectives because its military objectives was to finally stop Hamas from being able to kill the Palestinians, their own people, steal all their money. The heads of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh died with $8 billion. Yasser Arafat died with $5 billion. Yasser Arafat's daughter lives in Paris, is worth $5 billion according to Forbes magazine. All of the money that was given triple what was given during the Marshall Plan to Europeans was given to the Gazans. It was all stolen by Hamas. That's why they were starving before October 7th. The Palestinians of Gaza have lived under the greatest brutality, and Hamas is worse for the Palestinians than they are for the Jews. That's why Hamas took the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas's people, and threw them off of rooftops so they couldn't compete in the 2006 elections. And by the way, when Cenk says Israel killed 1,200 people at distribution points, really, why would Israel bring them food and kill them? They were killed by Hamas, and that's why 1,400. And that's why when I ask him, name just one place where they were killed, he can't. And then when he says Ami Ayalon, he has to look to his notes. He doesn't know anything.
Well, I'm giving you the answer, but you don't want to hear it. The World War II was one of the worst, like probably the single worst atrocity in human history. The Holocaust was despicable, and the fact that now Israel is doing something similar breaks my heart. And it breaks the hearts of all good Jews across the world, and they've been screaming in pain and agony over it. Holocaust survivors are sick with what Israel's doing.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Hang on. Gentlemen, please. I want to move on to the next question. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. Right, okay.
I'll do one more question, but this guy doesn't, this is not a productive interview. He never
of course, please. And I mean, for both of you, stop, especially you, Rabbi. Please, Rabbi.
To be experimented on by Mengele is not helpful. I agree.
Please, Rabbi.
You should be so ashamed. Disgusting.
It's going well so far. We're going to continue. Please. I have a question for you, Rabbi. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
You are a Hamas.
Please, gentlemen. I've got the next question.
No, I got to say one quick thing. This idiot keeps saying I'm pro-Hamas when I've said I'm anti-Hamas a billion times. A billion times. Hamas is all dead. All that's left is the murder of innocent Palestinians by baboons like this.
55 Israeli baboons again, calling Jews monkeys and apes.
I'm not calling Jews baboons. I'm calling you a baboon. I just told you all the wonderful Jews in the world fighting against baboons like you.
Any Jew that is self-hating is not a baboon, but a Jew who actually fights back and doesn't want to be gassed to you as a freaking monkey.
You think the top Holocaust historian and the top rabbi in America are self-hating? You think two former Israeli prime ministers are self-hating?
What do you mean? You said the most famous
rabbi. I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen, please.
You said the most famous rabbi in America. I'm the most famous rabbi in America, thank God, according to ChatGPT. But let's say that's not true. You said the most famous rabbi in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs leads the largest Jewish denomination in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs is the head of the Reform, very woke, ultra-left Reform Judaism. That's who you were quoting? Why did you say
the number one denomination, the largest denomination in America.
Orthodoxy
He's now smearing other Jews.
By far, okay?
I'm moving on to the next question now, gentlemen. Rabbi, please. Stop. Both of you stop. I'm moving on to the next question.
Disgusting.
Right, I'm moving on to the next question. Cenk, is a two-state solution impossible now?
So actually, I don't think it is. I mean, look, obviously, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the current Israeli government have no interest in a two-state solution. They literally voted to never allow the Palestinians to have a state. They literally are saying that they are going to conquer and occupy Gaza and take it for Israel. So we've seen this over and over again. But I think that there is a way to do a two-state solution. Obviously, it requires the American government to stand up for Americans and for decency and not for Israel. So we can get into how AIPAC and the Israeli lobby completely control American government. But my guess is my rabbi will start screaming and hollering as usual. But look, I have a really important message for the people of the Middle East. If your leaders pressure America and Israel to get to a two-state solution and finally get a true independent and free state for the Palestinians, you should build statues of them and honor them, because it would be a great achievement of theirs.
There's been a lot of reports that Benjamin Netanyahu intends to reoccupy Gaza. I'm going to direct this towards Rabbi Shmuley. Has this been his plan all along?
Okay. Netanyahu voted for the removal, the disengagement of all Israeli forces and all Israeli residents, including my wife's first cousins from Gush Katif. He was condemned by his base at the time. That was 2005. Today is the exact 20th anniversary that Israel did it. I cannot believe that Cenk doesn't know that. It's astonishing. Just Google it, Cenk.
Of course I know that.
Voted,
it was a stupid Israeli trick.
For that. Okay, Netanyahu voted. Yeah, it was a stupid Israeli trick for 20 years. They played a game. This is the kind of imbecility that we're hearing from this man who doesn't know history. Now, Netanyahu
How much more land are you going to steal?
It was done by a right-wing government under Ariel Sharon, someone I knew personally. He destroyed his reputation doing it.
You're going to steal Gaza, aren't you?
Now, let me respond. I believe that the people of Gaza should have a vote as to what they want their future to be. That's why I hate Hamas. Cenk is pro-Hamas, wants Hamas to stay in power and keep 55 Jews who are being emaciated, starved to death, and digging their own graves. He wants them to stay in power. I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. They have not had a vote. They have not. This is so childish. He had childhood bully tactics. They have not had a vote since 2006. This is what I'm saying. What Shmuley Bater thinks, what anti-Semite Cenk Uygur thinks, does not make a difference. It's what the people of Gaza think.
I laugh in your face, genocide-supporting freak.
They should be given a vote. Now, President Trump said that he wants to make Gaza into an American protectorate. If the people of Gaza vote for that, I think they'd be very lucky. That would be my first choice. Make it into an American protectorate and let it be controlled not by Israel, not by the United States, and let the people of Gaza have the protection of the United States, the way Puerto Rico does, the way Guam does, the way American Virgin Islands. That would be amazing. That would be my first choice, but it's still up to them. Number two, why is no Arab government allowed? Arab countries are 661 times the state of Israel. They have not taken in one Palestinian refugee. Israel took in 800,000 Jewish refugees when they were persecuted after the creation of the state from Iraq, from Egypt, from Tunisia, from Iran, where my father was born. They took in 800,000. Not one Arab government has taken in one Palestinian because they don't want the Palestinians, because they think the Palestinians have been radicalized as Islamists. Now, I want Cenk to now commit to what I'm saying. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Do they want to go to other countries? Do they want to come to, do they want an American protectorate? Do they want their own state? Give them a vote. But don't allow Hamas to shoot them in the streets, shoot them at collection points for food in order to control them as they've done for 20 years. The 1,400
Okay, allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. Allow Cenk to respond.
Hamas, and it's been shown in every video. They were killed not by Israel, and that's why he cannot name one location for the IDF. He can't name a single location. Name it now, Cenk. Give me one location.
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. I'm going to put the same question to Cenk. Has it been Netanyahu's plan all along to annex Gaza?
Yeah, if you notice, he threw out a lot of verbal distractions and squirrels there. Oh, well, let's go back 20 years. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back to this or that, because he didn't want to answer your question, because Netanyahu has said it. They're going to occupy all of Gaza. They call it Judea and Samaria. They're calling it a full conquest. This is, let's be honest, a nation that was formed through land theft. Then in 1967, attacked all of its neighbors and stole more land. And they did a peace deal with Egypt. Here we go, the interruptions.
Please, Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
He doesn't know history.
Allow Cenk to finish.
1967, Gamal Abdel
There's no point in this.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish. Please, Rabbi, you'll have your turn after this. Allow Cenk to finish. Allow Cenk to finish. You'll have your time to respond after this. Please, go on, Cenk.
So after they attacked all their Arab neighbors in 1967, and you could all look it up, it's a fact, they then stole the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, West Bank, Gaza Strip. They brutally occupied those areas for 58 years. They claim their democracy while they keep 5.5 million Palestinians as hostages and prisoners. They don't have any rights. And then they did this comical trick of, oh, we left Gaza. Oh, if anyone objects to anything we're doing, we'll just murder, this 61,000 of you. We'll put you in a concentration camp. We'll level the whole place. But you guys have independence. Does it look like Gaza has independence? So this guy keeps telling you to believe things that are so obviously not true. So, but now, since he can't defend what the Israeli government is saying, he's making up these things, these fanciful things about a vote for the Palestinians in Gaza. Are you kidding me? I would love a vote. I would love a vote. And guess what they would vote for? They would vote for an independent state. And guess what would happen next? Israel would murder them and take their land, which is what they're doing right now.
Would they vote for Hamas?
They have no freedom.
Israel
is not a democracy. Israel does nothing but propaganda.
Gaza.
Here we go again.
Hamas to control Gaza. You're pro-Hamas.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm against Hamas?
No. Those are words. You want Israel.
What else am I supposed to do?
Netanyahu never said he's going to occupy occupies Gaza. He said he's going to occupy Gaza until he dismantles Hamas. That's what he said. Israel does not want Gaza.
And then what, he's going to leave?
Gaza.
Are you really this much of a liar that you would say that they're going to leave after they occupy all of Gaza?
Let me respond.
Israel never leaves. Israel's a bully, imperial, colonial, genocidal government. The current government of Israel is a bunch of terrorists.
Won't let me speak is, I'm now going to speak.
I won't let you speak. This is pointless.
Cenk just said that Israel stole land. There was a 1936 Peel Report Commission where the British divided the land. The Palestinians rejected. There was a
British gave Palestinian land. One colonial gave another colonial power Palestinian land. I don't give a goddamn what the British thought of how the Palestinian land should be stolen and taken by the Israelis.
They rejected
Israel's
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got another question. I want to move on. I want to ask the rabbi a question now.
Deal with history. Then in 1967, Gamal Abdel Nasser declared war on Israel. He closed the Straits of Iran. He kicked out all of the UN peacekeepers.
After Israel destroyed his entire air force.
No, it was before. Your ignorance is abysmal. He closed the Straits of Iran, then Israel attacked his air force. I cannot believe what you don't know. It's just shocking. Read a Wikipedia page. Now,
or little Israel just happened to take all the land.
I cannot believe
little Israel just happened to attack all their Arab neighbors in self-defense.
You know. Just read a Wikipedia page before you debate me next time.
No one believes it's self-defense.
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi.
Then
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi. Please, rabbi.
90% of the West Bank under Bill Clinton, who called Yasser Arafat, you said, you made me a failure, Yasser Arafat. You don't want peace. You want the destruction of Israel. This has happened over.
I have a question for you, Rabbi. I have a question for you, please.
Yes.
What does victory look like for Israel?
Total destruction of Hamas to the last fighter, because they are genocidal Nazis who in their covenant say that they're going to kill every Jew on earth, including President
Trump's
daughter,
are doing to the Palestinians.
Ivanka, okay, that's the first.
You're actually
Total
doing
destruction of Hamas. Total destruction of Hamas. Number two, a free vote among the Palestinian people once they're not afraid of Hamas because they've been mowed down, shot, killed, murdered, slaughtered, and all their money stolen by Hamas over the past 20 years. Number three, a peace treaty between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And I want to, again, this is Arabiya. God bless you, Mohammed bin Salman, most courageous man in the Arab world, who took on the Wahhabis, took on fundamentalist Muslim Brotherhood, people like Cenk. People like Cenk want to destroy the Islamic world. And people like MBS are fighting people like him, and I'm grateful.
Why would I be for Muslim Brotherhood?
You are an Islamist.
I'm an atheist.
You are a Muslim brother. Everything you say is just the talking points of the Muslim Brotherhood. You're an anti-Semite who calls Jews baboons. And
what does victory look like? And what does victory look like? Please continue.
This guy's just an inveterate, useless liar. Everything he said is a lie. So what's the point?
Victory means the toppling. Victory means the toppling of the government in Tehran, so that the people of Iran can have a free vote, not the Shah and not the Ayatollah Khamenei.
They want Iran too.
Iranian.
There's no end to their greed.
Iranian proxies of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they are all the problem destroying the Middle East. Every Arab country knows
Yemen. Now they want Yemen too.
That's why you have the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords is about where you are right now in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, God willing, knowing that Iran is their common enemy and making peace with Israel. That is victory. Victory is destruction of Hamas, free votes for the people of Gaza, free votes for all of our Arab brothers and sisters, and the vision of people like Mohammed bin Salman to see a countries based on a beautiful religion called Islam, which is peace-loving. I love Islam. I love my Muslim brothers and sisters, and I despise Islamists like Cenk.
Should be super proud of your leaders if they manage to do that. But if they leave the Palestinians to die at the hands of the Israelis, and they, quote unquote, make peace with the Israelis where the Palestinians get nothing but endless slaughter, then your leaders have betrayed you. And they've decided to work with Israel and help their genocide. If they do that, you should be livid at that betrayal of Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians. So I hope that the Arab leaders do the right thing and push as hard as possible, not for Hamas, no one wants Hamas, but for the Palestinian people, a true independent Palestinian state. If that doesn't happen, of course you shouldn't make a deal with Israel. If you do a deal with Israel without helping the Palestinians and letting them die and starve there, then you've betrayed all Arabs and Muslims And any leader that does that should be hated and despised. Again, though, if they get them a state, build statues of them, honor them, and respect them.
On to the rabbi.
May I respond?
Is a two-state solution possible, Rabbi?
Okay. Let me just be clear. A two-state solution, a Palestinian state, was offered to our Palestinian brothers and sisters in 1936 by the Peel Commission.
Is it possible now? Is it possible now?
I'm telling you. There's 80 years of history where Israel has offered the Palestinians a state, and they have rejected it every time and resorted to violence. And Gaza is the greatest example, because Gaza was essentially a Palestinian state. Israel withdrew completely. There wasn't one IDF soldier there. And what did they do? They didn't build commerce. They didn't build universities. They took all the international aid, hundreds of billions of dollars, and used it just to buy rockets and build a tunnel network
had universities.
Than the New York subway.
Destroyed them.
Be quiet, please. The New York subway system, larger than just in order to kill Israelis. A Palestinian state, which is like Canada and Mexico, you could coexist with Israel, but there's no chance of there building a Palestinian state that is like Canada and Mexico. Right now, what we have are Palestinians who are like Cenk. They called Israel, what he just said, that I'm a monkey. They called Jews baboons, monkeys. How can you have a state with people who actually dehumanize you? I'm sitting in a city right now in Budapest with 550,000 Jews.
You guys dehumanize and murder the Palestinians.
Shut your mouth, please. Shut your
and
mouth,
this guy's
please.
justifying taking their land.
Shut your mouth, please. 550,000 Jews were murdered here in Budapest. And it was because of people like Cenk, who's serving on this.
No, it was because of people like you. It was exactly because of people like you who dehumanize Palestinians and say killing their babies is no big deal. You sound exactly like the people who murdered those Jews in the Holocaust.
I have heard blacks called baboons in my lifetime. I've heard Jews called baboons. I've just never heard it on a respectable show.
I don't actually think I've ever heard anybody called a baboon other than you.
The fact that he has called me a baboon is.
And moving to the question, Rabbi, is a two-state solution possible?
Wait. The reason why they could experiment on Jews was because of the kind of things that this Joseph Goebbels propagandist says about Jews. Cenk is
saying the Palestinians cannot govern themselves, that they're subhuman. And ironically quoting Mengele. You sound like Mengele. Call the Palestinians subhuman one more time.
Not only am I not going to say they're not subhuman, they are my equal before God in every way. I would never call you a baboon.
That's why you murdered their children?
Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite. You are a Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite who wants Jews experimented on.
You want. No one cares. Everybody on the planet Earth knows you're a liar.
Right now.
Just very briefly, Rabbi, we're just out of time.
Right now, there cannot be a two-state solution so long as people like Cenk Uyghur, anti-Semitic to the core.
They're going to take the land.
You hear Cenk. You hear that he doesn't know anything about history. He hates Jews to the core. He's a medieval anti-Semite. He believes that
I
Jews
defended Jews. You're the one who attacked them.
And we hear
you're the anti-Semite.
Jews who want to surrender. You love dead Jews.
Okay, gentlemen, we're just out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there.
With a conscience, you're an anti-Semite.
A state like Cenk Uyghur, whose show is named after the people who perpetrated the Armenian genocide.
He admitted they're going to take Gaza.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
They're a bunch of thieves.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
The Palestinians and take their land. That's Israel 101.
Cenk Uyghur, the host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. God bless you.
That's all we have time for on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New York, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. The most exciting in the world, New York, New York. Filled with restaurants, bars, museums, shopping destinations, and iconic sites, New York is indeed a welcoming city. A year-round destination with 4 seasons, New York is magical in the winter, with marvelous snowfalls and cloudless skies. In the spring and autumn, the city is at its best, with a crispness to the air and clear blue skies. The city is indeed filled with popular tourist spots. The most popular site is the Central Park, which transforms into a beautiful golden red in October. The Grand Central Terminal is known for its stunning historical feats. From its near destruction and restoration, the beauty of this famous Beaux Arts building is certainly a must-see. The Empire State Building, with its classic Art Deco architecture, is indeed a New York City icon. Its 102-story building is one of the most visited in the world. Visit the 86th floor outside Observatory for views of up to 80 miles or 130 kilometers that are definitely worth the photos. The Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, the world's largest performing arts center, is also home to 12 resident arts organizations, including the New York Philharmonic, Metropolitan Opera, the New York City Opera, and the New York City Ballet. Not to be missed are the world-class museums, the American Museum of Natural History, the Museum of Modern Art, and of course, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The Times Square is yet another tourist spot to visit. In the middle of the bustling hive of activity, Times Square is known for its huge electronic billboards and many destinations for fun and activities. And finally, the reason why New York is called the city that never sleeps. The place offers endless nightlife options to choose from that makes it almost impossible to have time for sleep. There are after-dark nightclubs, bars, theaters, live music, and comedy performances to explore every day, be it the weekend or a night after work. New York is also known as the restaurant capital of the world, with more than 18,000 eateries to choose from. Just imagine how difficult deciding where to eat will be. The most expensive but worthy dining hangouts can be found in Midtown Manhattan, where reservations at restaurants are actually the standard. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. I'm disappointed in President Putin is how the US leader described his mood during his trip to Scotland, where he added that he was reducing the deadline for the Russian president to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. 10 to 12 days is the window Donald Trump offered, replacing the original 50-day deadline due to be reached in early September. The consequences of the Kremlin failing to do so would be massive secondary tariffs on Moscow's trade partners. Well, this turnaround in attitude towards Russia comes 5 months after the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, was very publicly berated during a meeting with Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House, when it seemed to many that Vladimir Putin was the favored party in the conflict that's now into its fourth year. Well, to pick apart some of the changing issues in the war, I spoke with veteran journalist Christian Karl, a columnist with Foreign Policy magazine who closely follows the conflict. Christian, thanks for making the time to discuss this issue, especially as it's quite topical. Donald Trump has now changed the deadline for Vladimir Putin to come up with a solution, a ceasefire. He said 10 to 12 days. Originally, it was going to be in September. What do you realistically expect to happen in 10 to 12 days?
I'm not sure I know what I expect to happen because Donald Trump is such a moving target. You know, he never really comes down decisively on the side of a particular option, or at least quite often does not come down on the side of a particular option. So I'm hoping that at the end of 10 to 12 days, we will see a very decisive statement imposing sanctions on Russia, but more importantly, secondary sanctions on China and India and the countries that have been buying Russian oil and gas since the start of the war, because that's what we really need. Sanctions against Russia are not very important. The United States does not have a lot of bilateral trade with the Russian Federation. It's just not a big target. The big target is those third countries which have been continuing to buy Russian energy. They're the ones we really need to crack down on.
Basically, when it comes down to Donald Trump changing his mind on and off, this doesn't mean that it's a fixed target anyway, does it?
I don't think it does. I mean, consider the fact he started off with a 50-day target. A lot of us were very skeptical. A lot of commentators, I think, were very skeptical about that. I certainly was. We've seen again and again and again that his deadlines and ultimatums are actually sort of sliding targets. You know, there's this phrase going around Washington that Trump is maybe, you know, always chickens out. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but he's certainly very fluid about the goals that he sets. I think he's always trying to leave himself space to declare victory, right? He likes to set up complicated situations, and then when there's some progress in his favor, he can make a big statement. He's very, very good at proclaiming his own successes. He's a real master at that. So I think what he often does is he sets up a complicated time frame or a complicated target or a target he knows is unrealistically high, and then when he achieves part of it, he claims a great victory. And he may very well do that in this case, too. But the main thing, again, is that we see serious sanctions against the people who have been supporting the Russian economy by buying its energy.
Do you think, Christian, that Vladimir Putin will take Donald Trump's pressure, his deadlines seriously?
I actually don't think that Vladimir Putin is taking Trump's deadline seriously. For one thing, he knows that the direct threat of tariffs on the Russian economy is not going to hurt him very much. He's not concerned about that. For another, I think he doesn't believe that it's going to be possible to crack down on this secondary market and the trading of Russian energy resources by people who are essentially evading sanctions. I don't think he believes that China and India will stop buying Russian energy and that Trump will punish them for it. He knows perfectly well that Trump has other agendas in play. Trump has a great relationship with Narendra Modi and wants to preserve his good relations with India. He has an entirely separate agenda of things that he wants to accomplish with China. So I think I'm really not holding my breath to see Trump impose these draconian sanctions on countries that are buying Russian oil and gas. I just don't believe it. I would be very happy to be proven wrong, because that would be a huge help to Ukraine to crack down on this trade in Russian energy. But I just don't believe it's happening. And another reason why I don't believe it's happening is because there's a very, very tough and expansive package of sanctions now moving its way through the Senate, sponsored by some very powerful senators, that would impose huge sanctions on these countries, third countries that are buying Russian oil. And Trump has not said a single word about whether he approves of that legislation or doesn't. We suspect that he isn't keen to sign off on that legislation because he doesn't want to give any of his power away to Congress. He's been very consistent in trying to prevent Congress from usurping what he sees as his powers to sanction countries or impose tariffs. But those sanctions that are currently making their way through the Senate are really quite draconian, and with the full power of the Congress behind them, they might actually get implemented and do something. But just leaving it all up to Trump, I think, is not really a very safe bet.
Now, critics might say he tends to think in a very linear way,
yes,
whereas the relationships are far more of a web. So, if he's going to punish China and India for buying Russian oil, it tangles up all the other relationships. There's the tariffs issue, there's the, apart from trade, there's the politics, the diplomacy. So is it possible to get anything done in a linear way in such a multi-connected world?
Well, I think that's a great point, Riz. I think the answer is no. Also, one reason why I'm also very skeptical about precisely that thing is that he doesn't seem to have a clear strategy. He seems very situational. It's sort of, a month ago, Putin was doing exactly the same stuff, but Trump didn't seem, or 2 months ago, 5 months ago, Putin was doing exactly the same things he's doing now. If anything, he's intensified his attacks on Ukraine, but he was essentially doing the same things then that he's doing now. Trump was fine with it. So now he's decided he's skeptical about Putin. And to be honest, I don't really understand why, because Putin's the same guy. He's pursuing the same strategy. He's never shown for a second that he wants to end the war. That's the bottom line. Putin started this war. Ukraine didn't start it. Putin started it. Very personally, Putin, yes, and Russia. So why would Putin stop it? I haven't heard the strategic calculation from Trump. He just seemed to assume that Putin wanted to have a ceasefire to stop the war. Why? Why would he do that? It's his war. He started it. The only way he'll stop it is if somebody puts really, really hard pressure on him and makes him squeak. If you don't do that, nothing's going to happen. He doesn't want to end the war.
I'm going to get back to this in a second, but let me kind of march back through some of the history that certainly the critics bring up, and that is that Russia was promised NATO would not take even an inch step, going east. So those who support Vladimir Putin say, well, look, and Russia say that basically Russia's been cheated, if you like, by the Western allies in their expansion into the former Soviet territory, and that this is the justification to a large degree. How do you, when you hear those kind of comments, how do you regard that? That there is some justification on the part of Putin, perhaps?
Well, first of all, we don't have to litigate the whole thing now, but the idea that the West promised it would not expand NATO and then broke its promise is a little complicated. One principle that NATO has always made very clear is that countries can apply to join, right? That's their free choice. And the people who ran NATO and the president of the various presidents of the United States never said Poland or the Czech Republic can never apply to join NATO. They never said that. The idea that the West made a promise it wouldn't expand NATO is, I think, actually not quite right. There were specific promises made about not stationing Soviet troops in East Germany after the unification of Germany that were then kind of taken by some of the Russians in a more general way. But let's assume that Russia feels threatened by NATO. If Russia feels threatened by NATO, why, for example, then is Russia trying to simply take over all of Ukraine, destroy Ukrainian cultural institutions, bomb Ukrainian publishing houses and libraries, bomb Ukrainian churches with, precision-guided weapons in many cases? Why is it also staging a war on Ukrainian culture? And why does Putin persistently deny the existence of Ukraine as a nation?
So what you're saying is that the action of Russia against Ukraine is not commensurate with the idea of this broken promise.
Yeah. They seem to have a whole raft of other things they want to do in Ukraine, including denouncing, the whole country's leadership, which is led by a Jewish person, President Zelensky, as neo-Nazi, right? There seems to be a whole range of other cultural objectives here, which have to do with the fact that Putin is a Russian imperialist, and he's never been able to imagine a Russia without Ukraine, or at least a big chunk of Ukraine in it, right?
Isn't that the mistake a lot of people make, saying he wants to bring back the Soviet Union when it's actually more about the whole idea of being a czar?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's more about an imperial Russia. Someone once said that Russia without Ukraine is not really an empire, right? And I think that's probably true. Ukraine is a democracy. It has a lot of problems. It could hardly be otherwise. It left the Soviet Union 35 years ago. But it is a democracy. Zelensky is a genuinely elected leader, which you can't say about Putin. So what you have right there on Russia's border is a big, strong, relatively wealthy and powerful country with a very vibrant democracy. When people don't like something in Ukraine, they take to the streets, they demonstrate, they demand better of their leaders. They don't just shut up and put up with it.
They even elected a comedian.
Which is pretty brilliant, right, actually. I see Zelensky as kind of a Ronald Reagan figure, somebody who started off at show business and understood some of those skills transfer very well to politics. I mean, you could say that about Trump as well. But one thing that's very clear is that Putin does not see Ukraine as an independent nation. He doesn't see Ukraine as a nation that deserves to have its own destiny. He sees it as a vassal state, a state that belongs to him, essentially. And one of the reasons why it's such a huge threat to him is precisely because it's a democracy. You can't have a big, strong country with a bunch of Russian-speaking people in it acting like citizens of a democracy right on the border with Russia. That's the last thing Putin wants, right?
Like a viral spread into Russia.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get back to Ukraine because I know you were there last year. But let's get back to this issue between, the relationship between Trump and Putin for a minute. And I interjected just to get some historical perspective. But what do you think the actual relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is like?
Well, that's a great question. I haven't been in the room. In some of their meetings, they even excluded note takers and, the famous meeting in Helsinki where it was just Putin and Trump and their interpreters in the room. So, it's a little hard to say. I mean, they purposely tried to obfuscate that a little bit. But I think one thing that's very clear is that Trump does admire Putin's style of leadership. I don't know that there was, that Putin has compromising material on Trump from, old Soviet days or post-Soviet days. I don't know. And to be honest, it's kind of irrelevant. We see what we see, which is a very clear pattern since Trump came to the presidency in 2016 of flattery and adulation of Putin, right? Most famously, again, in that meeting in Helsinki, where Trump disavowed his own intelligence agencies, the assessment of his own intelligence agencies, and said, I trust this guy more than I trust the people in my own government. That's I'm still trying to get over that moment, right? That was one of the most extraordinary moments in recent American history. People seem to have mostly forgotten it. So it isn't about whether Putin's got something on him. That's simplistic. We've seen a very clear pattern of Trump admiring Putin. I think it's simply because he admires Putin's style. He admires the style of leadership. He wants to be a leader like that. I think that's a pretty modest hypothesis. I mean, everything fits that pattern.
Well, another extraordinary moment, Christian, was when Volodymyr Zelensky turns up at the White House and suddenly gets a real earful from both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. What went through your head when you saw what was going on there?
Well, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I saw that meeting.
Were you expecting anything like that?
I was really not expecting anything like that. The degree of contempt, open contempt that Vance and Trump were displaying towards Zelensky was quite astonishing. You could see it in Zelensky's face. He wandered into an ambush and didn't realize that's what was happening. He thought he was being received as a fellow head of state, which under normal conditions should be a pretty basic assumption. And he wandered into an ambush, and he was completely, I think he was also flabbergasted. It was really a shameful moment for the United States and for American diplomacy. Ukrainians certainly have not forgotten it, right?
It rallied the Europeans against Russia a bit more, though, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. I think you're quite right about that. It was a huge wake-up call for the Europeans, and I think they have not forgotten it either. They've tried to put a good face on things. I think they've done a good job of trying to work with Trump. As we've seen from some recent reporting, they've been working flat out behind the scenes to repair that break between Trump and Zelensky, and they seem to have had a lot of success. It's been really quite a remarkable turnaround since then, but I don't entirely trust it, and I don't think the Ukrainians do either. Trump has said Putin's been doing some bad things lately. I don't like them. He's been sending missiles into Ukrainian cities. Well, where was he for the previous 3 years? It's like the rest of the war didn't happen. When the Russians have been perpetrating atrocities in Ukraine for almost 4 years now. I mean, it's going on. It's going to be 4 years pretty soon. So somehow that didn't elicit Trump's sympathy or indignation. It's kind of extraordinary. So one wonders how much substance there is to this recent shift, as many are calling it. I'm inclined to be a little skeptical. I still think that everything Trump has done shows that his instinctive sympathies go to authoritarian leaders. And Putin is somehow the embodiment of the values that he really wants to emulate. There is also the issue, if I may, Riz,
Please.
if I may,
Yeah.
of Trump apparently has this idea that he can woo the Russians, bring them over to our side, and create a common front against the Chinese. Some people call this the reverse Nixon. Nixon famously forged an alliance with Mao Zedong and Communist China to marginalize the Soviet Union. But I don't think you can do a reverse Nixon. I don't think Trump is the man to pull it off. I don't think it can be done. Russia and China are joined at the hip now, right? They are so close on so many levels, strategically, economically, mentally. They both decry the decadent West. You can't just, what is Trump going to offer them? Again, we have almost no trade with the Chinese. We might build up our trade a little bit, but we're the greatest energy exporter in the world. Russia is one of the other great energy exporters in the world. How do we synergize that? Actually, we're innate competitors economically. So I just don't see how that works.
So if Donald Trump admires Vladimir Putin and kind of likes the idea of emulating such a strong leader, is there any room for right or wrong with what's going on? Or is it just ego-driven?
What do you mean?
Well, if Donald Trump is big concern, or I guess the issue that he favors is that this is a strong leader, he likes that, he wants to emulate that kind of leadership. The issue of all the deaths, all the destruction and stuff seems to kind of then be pushed to one side.
I think it is pushed to one side. I think Trump has shown very clearly he's a power politician. He doesn't have a very strong record on defense of human rights. He doesn't seem very concerned about those things unless there are other reasons to be concerned about them. Putin has been violating the human rights of Russians for going on 25 years now. He's launched this absolutely superfluous, gratuitous war in Ukraine, completely a war of choice. It was not forced upon him by anyone. And again, as I said earlier, Trump never seems to have been particularly disturbed by that. Trump doesn't, feels threatened by China. He wants to contain China. But during his first term in office, he was strikingly silent about Chinese human rights violations. He could have used that as a very powerful cudgel against the Chinese, and they did pass some good, human rights legislation addressing the problem of minorities in China during his first term, but he barely said a word about it. He doesn't really seem fundamentally concerned about human rights. I don't think he trusts rhetoric about human rights. He, again, is a power politician. He believes in realpolitik. He believes in strong leaders. I think when you really pin him down on it, he'll say, oh, all that talk of human rights is kind of fluffy nonsense. Yeah, I don't want to see people killed in Ukraine. I don't want to see babies starving in Gaza. But,
All this time, as you say, nearly 4 years, the level of death and destruction has been pretty severe. Eyes shifted off Ukraine, Russia because of Gaza becoming so desperate. And the news cycle is fickle, as you know.
Yeah.
But the level of destruction is pretty great. Now, you're a Russian speaker, fluent Russian speaker. You were in Ukraine last year.
Yeah.
Around what, September, October?
September and October, yeah, 8 weeks.
What did you see there, Christian?
What I saw was very inspiring. I saw a nation of citizens, right? Not subjects, not people obeying a king or a dictator, a nation of citizens, people taking initiative, fighting for their own rights as citizens of a sovereign state. What you see here, you see a huge level of volunteerism, you see a huge level of civic activism, and above all, this incredible creativity, right, that people have shown in pursuing this war. When the Russians invaded, the Ukrainian military was caught off guard. You might remember that we gave lots of warnings, and Zelensky didn't necessarily take them that seriously. And so the Russians made a lot of progress in the initial hours of the invasion. And then what happened? Citizens grabbed guns and went out to the streets to defend their country. That is actually what happened. So, I went in October to Kharkiv, which is a city about 40 miles from Russia, and I met members of this brigade that's defending the city. And the people who are in that brigade are, PR executives, a poet, famous Ukrainian poet, lawyers, IT specialists who are part of this unit. They were not soldiers before the start of the invasion, and now they're fighting for their country. And they're devising all kinds of extraordinary creative strategies and gadgets and techniques to thwart what the Russians are doing. It's very inspiring. It's heartbreaking, too, of course, because the level of destruction is insane. But it is inspiring.
Were you expecting the level of resilience from Ukrainians and the fact they've been able to hold out so long?
I think it's one thing when you hear about it and you see the news. It's another thing when you see it in front of you, right? Just the spirit is incredible, right? Like people, they don't want to give up what they have. They've put a lot of work into this country since 1991, and they really don't want to give up their achievements, a lot of very hard-won achievements. Building up democratic institutions. And as I said, it's still very much a work in progress. But that's what people think they're defending, okay? They're defending these achievements that they have largely won through their own hard work and pluck.
What were the stories, while you were there, what were the stories that surprised you, Christian?
That's a great question. I don't know. I found so much that was surprising. I was giving lectures at the Kiev School of Economics, which is a fantastic big shout out to the Kiev School of Economics. It's a fantastic, relatively young educational institution and enjoys a lot of support from the EU and various donors. You go in, you might think you were in Finland or something. It's this beautiful modern building. And, I was giving lectures on various topics. Then every now and then we'd have an air raid siren. And then the whole class would go downstairs to the air raid shelter, and I would continue my lecture. It's that kind of, they weren't going to let the war stop their education. That would be a defeat. And it's that kind of resilience. I think that's a wonderful word that you picked up there that is very characteristic.
What level of destruction did you witness, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of society? Because sometimes we hear about, people still go out, they meet in coffee shops, that life goes on. Again, it depends on where and, where in the country and what's being attacked. But that again, resilience must take a bit of a hammering.
Look, I think it's an entire country. You can be deceived because, yes, those cafes are open and those restaurants are open and they're full and people are going out. But it is quite deceptive. There was a poll taken not too long ago. I can't remember the exact number, but basically it was something like 75% of Ukrainians said they had a loved one or a friend who had been killed in the war. So it's basically an entire society suffering from some degree of post-traumatic stress disorder. They cover it up pretty well. They're determined to go on fighting. But there's a reason why, millions and millions and millions of people have left. They're afraid, right? Kharkiv was a city, you don't wander around. Kiev is not a bombed out city, right? It's not like the East End during the Blitz. You can wander around Kiev for hours and never see destruction, never, forget the fact, never remember the fact that you're in a country at war. But if you go to Kharkiv, there are whole areas that have been blasted into rubble. When I was there a few weeks earlier, a young artist, the people very well known in the local community, have been just walking through a public park with a friend, and a shell came down and blew them to smithereens. And you experience that very directly in a place like Kharkiv. It's still a beautiful city. It's still surviving. Again, there are some restaurants open and people are going about their normal lives, but there you really feel it. And by the way, talk about resilience. I was driving through Kiev one day with my friend, and we passed through an intersection right in the middle of Kiev, and he said, by the way, in the opening days of the war, the Russians hit this intersection with a ballistic missile. It went right in there, and there was a gigantic crater, I think he said 10 or 15 feet deep. And, absolutely devastating attack. And by the next morning, they had filled up the hole. They just were determined not to let this dominate their lives. They were going to fill in the hole. And I think that's a pretty good metaphor of the whole situation. I mean, there is no possible reason why Ukraine should still exist. Putin has thrown everything he has at that country. If you had told me in January 2022 that, Ukraine was still going to be around 4 months after Putin launched an all-out invasion, I would have laughed at you. And here they are.
Well, almost 4 years in, what sort of impact do you think this will have on the generations, the younger generations, when it comes to how they will regard Russia, the ones who are non-Russian Ukrainians or of Russian origin? How do you think this is going to play out in the long term when it comes to the relationship between Ukrainians and Russians?
Well, look, Ukrainians were already, all the polls showed, very pro-European and pro-Western before this phase of the war started. I mean, we have to remember the war really started in 2014, so it's been going on a long time. So I think that pro-Western orientation will only increase. The ties between Ukraine and Western Europe will only increase because of the millions of Ukrainians who have migrated to every country in Europe and are living there now. That's merely going to strengthen this bond. And I think we've seen in the course of the past 3.5 years how disgusted the majority of Ukrainians have become by what the Russians are doing.
What about the Russian Ukrainians? Well, I mean those of Russian origin.
Well, there are Russian-speaking.
Okay.
Russian-speaking, I think, is a good word.
But is it okay?
Sure.
I mean, ethnically, because of the way the Soviet Union mixed up people.
Yes.
I presume quite a few who were ethnically Russian in the sense of from that.
Sure.
They would have been mixed.
Yeah, that's a very mixed picture. Some of them sided with Putin. Felt they were being, that they were being infringed upon somehow by the Ukrainian government. Okay, I get it. So there are some people from Eastern Ukraine who have sided with Russia, unquestionably. there are a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are completely on Zelensky's side. Kiev, before this invasion, was a Russian-speaking city, largely. There are parts of Ukraine where they speak Ukrainian, have always spoken, majority has already spoken Ukrainian, always spoken Ukrainian. But Kiev was very much a Russian-speaking city. And when I took trips with taxi drivers, we would speak Russian. Nobody had any problem with that. But, you know, this sense of disgust is very palpable. And even in Kiev now, you hear people making an effort to speak Ukrainian and not to use Russian as a reaction. And, you know, until even after 2014, you could still, opinion polls showed when, you know, when Russia first invaded Ukraine, 2014, and seized Crimea, you know, opinion polls were still, up until that point, opinion polls, 2013, were still showing that most Ukrainians had a fairly favorable view of Russians. Okay? Ukrainians were not anti-Russian. What made them anti-Russian? Not some weird Western conspiracy. It was the actions of Russia. You know, Russia has a great history of alienating people who are well disposed towards it. I mean, ask, you know, the Iranians or the Syrians. You know, having Russia as a friend sometimes is a bit worse than having Russia as an enemy.
Well, that's why I wonder, perhaps, as time goes on, whether Ukraine and Russia would ever be able to have a normal relationship anymore.
Yes.
You think they would?
That's a great question. When I asked my Ukrainian friends about it, some of them drew a comparison between Israel and Germany. Said right now it's unthinkable. Perhaps down the line, you know, many years from now, especially if Putin's no longer in power and there's a different regime in place in Russia, then you might be able to talk about it, just as Israel and democratic Germany now have a fairly good relationship. You know, the German, and how did that happen? The Germans accepted their collective responsibility for the crimes of the Holocaust. They recognized their crimes. They paid reparations to the Israelis, which were very helpful in the early establishment of the Israeli state. And they have good relations now.
Do you think that...
And that, you know, that could one day happen between Ukraine and a more democratically oriented Russia.
Do you think Russia, without Vladimir Putin at the helm, if something was to happen to him, would continue this campaign? Or is this purely Vladimir Putin's campaign?
I wonder, you know, that's a question I've debated a lot with my Ukrainian friends. To what extent do the Russian people support this war? And I suspect that a majority of Russians probably support what Putin is doing. And a lot of that is the product of propaganda and, you know, very, very toxic Russian imperialist traditions. But if you take away the dictatorship in Russia and you expose people to broader information, I think some things might change down the road. You know, I was a bureau chief in Tokyo and Moscow, and I also lived in Berlin, okay? So if you've lived in Berlin and Tokyo for a long time, you're constantly being made aware of how fluid cultures can be. You know, people in the 1930s were convinced that Germans and Japanese were absolutely unreformable militarists. It was deep in their genes. There was no way they could ever be persuaded to abandon militarism. It was just part of who Germans and Japanese were. Well, look at them now. I lived in Japan. It is a nation of pacifists. It really is. They're not very keen on the military. So cultures change. And I actually believe that Russia can change as well. But right now, I'm afraid change looks pretty far off and illusory.
When it comes to the future generations then, what do you think would be the unifying factor?
Well, that's a good question.
Because right now you have language.
Yeah, the Ukrainian language is, you know, has a lot of commonalities with Russian. It is a distinct language. It's not a dialect of Russian by any stretch of the imagination. It is a distinct language. And they have built up their own literary traditions, very, very rich cultural traditions. But there is a lot of shared history, right? The shared history of the Soviet Union, and going back way before that to the Russian Empire. So I often, even when I'm in modern Ukraine, I sometimes notice things that I remember from the old Soviet Union, habits of speech, or just the way that people do certain things, the way they keep their gardens. There's a certain degree of shared cultural memory, which helps to explain why Ukrainians used to have a very pro-Russian viewpoint, right? They have a lot in common. And I don't think actually it would take that much to revive that commonality, that sense of shared history, if Russia, this is a big if, can recognize its collective responsibility for this horrible crime they've committed against the Ukrainians and show some remorse. The Russians do not have a great history of showing remorse for their conquests. Maybe that's one reason why Trump likes them. They have zero sense of DEI. They are not woke in the slightest. They just conquer you and then they expect you to be happy about it. So I wonder if they will ever get to the point where, like the Japanese, like the Germans, they will be in a position to accept responsibility for what they've done and reflect on it and draw some positive lessons from it.
Both sides have had large numbers of casualties. We've seen a lot of damage on both sides, human and, basically societal infrastructure and so on. The Ukrainians are always saying, and the ones I've interviewed have always said, oh, we are defending our country. We're defending our country. In the case of the Russian soldiers, not a lot of information is put out. It's not in Russia's interest, of course. But what do you think is the toll it's taking on the Russian people, losing their sons and daughters to this conflict?
I actually think that toll is immense. We don't know for sure, again, as I wanted to emphasize before, we don't really know the state of public opinion in Russia. It's very important to say that. I sometimes see people citing poll numbers, from polls taken inside Vladimir Putin's Russia. That's a joke. You cannot call up people on the phone and ask their opinions in a police state. For the same reason I wouldn't trust public opinion polls in Iran or China. Not to mention the blanketing effect of state propaganda. So it's a little hard to know what's going on in people's heads. But there's been an enormous loss of life. The British Defense Ministry estimates that Russian casualties, dead and wounded, now amount to well over 1 million. That's not an insignificant number of people. That has to have some effect. Russia is now on a wartime footing. A lot of the economy has shifted to war production. That, I think, has some positive effects for people, employment and, higher salaries. But it's terrible for the rest of the economy, and people are really starting to feel that through inflation and job shortages. And then finally, after the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan, we saw a lot of those veterans come home and turn into organized criminals. And there was this immense wave of criminality through the Soviet Union and then post-Soviet Russia that was largely fueled by those returnees from the Afghan war. The Afghan war was pretty insignificant compared to this war. The number of brutalized Russian veterans coming home, traumatized and, suffering from substance abuse and barely coping, that's going to have a gigantic ripple effect throughout Russian society. I'm not optimistic about that part.
Especially as it's been drawn out so long now, the conflict, into its fourth year, well into its fourth year. What about the dependency Russia has on North Korean troops, for example?
Yes.
Was that necessary, considering the size of the Russian population?
Well, it is quite interesting, isn't it, Riz? Why would such a big country as Russia feel compelled to accept troops from a relatively small ally like
What do you think
Korea?
was the reason?
I think the reason is simply that Kim Jong-un was asking them for the chance to send his troops into combat. He wanted his troops to have combat experience. And Putin saw an opportunity to get more men in the field, and so he complied. But I think that does tell you something about the Russian manpower situation. We call the Russian style of warfare in Ukraine, the meat wave, the use of cannon fodder, just throwing people at the objective and not caring at all how many get mowed down. Very traditional Russian attitude towards warfighting. But this is not the Napoleonic Wars, right? We're not in World War I, where, by the way, Russian defeat on the battlefield led to revolution. I think Russian citizens actually have different expectations nowadays. They don't just want to send their kids off to be slaughtered for no particular reason. So even though you'll see a lot of, Russians celebrating this war on TV in Russia, I'm inclined to think that at home it's a different story.
It seemed after the first, well, certainly the first year, where it was a lot of human-on-human interaction and conflict, things shifted to drones.
Yes.
And I think, if you consider modern warfare, it was the first time drones really became a major factor, it seems, in such a conflict. What was your assessment of how that drone warfare progressed?
Well, drone warfare has advanced by leaps and bounds in this war. And one of the reasons for that is that Ukraine has showed an incredible ability to adapt and innovate. And that is because their response to battlefield challenges has been very, very creative and largely unbureaucratic. A lot of the power to develop new equipment has been outsourced to people right on the front lines, not to the defense ministry, but to people who are actually in the action. I call it flat war. This is a very unhierarchical war, very unbureaucratic. So that has fueled this breakneck innovation. I think a lot of things I realize people don't know is that Ukraine was one of the heartlands of the Soviet defense industry during the Soviet Union. The best rocket engineers, aeronautics designers, a lot of them were Ukrainians. So there's this cliche of sort of Ukrainians as, rustic boobs. Not at all true. And that, legacy of engineering and technical knowledge passed over into post-Soviet Ukraine. And we're now seeing how widely that was, distributed among the technological elite and how flexibly they've applied it. But the problem is that Russia is adapting too, and in some cases very successfully. And of course, the latest iteration is the fiber optic drone, which is connected to the operator by a thin filament, which defeats electronic warfare, jamming and things like that. Yeah. And Ukraine is having a hard time catching up on that one. So for the first time, it really feels like the Russians are starting to get a little bit of an edge in the drone war.
If the kind of destruction that's occurring carries on, there's not going to be much of Ukraine for Russia to occupy or run, it would seem.
Well, I think that's a great point. You remember the idiotic American expression during the Vietnam War, you had to destroy the village to save it, right? And Russia has now basically destroyed eastern Ukraine in order to save it for Russia. There are not a lot of people still living in some of those places that Russia has annexed. People loyal to the government in Kiev have, of course, fled. A lot of other people have moved away, just tried not to live there. I mean, you see the footage of these places, it looks like footage from World War I, in Verdun or something. It's grim. I mean, there are parts of Ukraine that will take, decades to rebuild, but a lot of the worst damage is on the Russian side of the line.
I was going to say, I mean, for Russia also to recover, it's going to take a lot of money, it's going to take a lot of effort, and again, the ultimate outcome is how are these two countries going to interact?
Yeah. I was in Chechnya, by the way, in 2000, Riz, and after the end of the Second Chechen War, and I saw the capital of Chechnya, Grozny, which looked like something out of World War II. It looked like it had been bombed by multiple air raids, hit by multiple air raids in World War II. Absolutely devastated. And Putin decided the way to bring Chechnya back into Russia was by simply picking a Chechen dictator whose son is now still in power and pouring in billions and billions and billions of dollars that they could basically use as they want it. So they rebuilt it into this amazing city. But that took decades, hundreds of billions of dollars, and for an area the size of Vermont. Eastern Ukraine, that's going to be a whole different ballpark. I mean, it's a bit of a poison pill, I think, actually. Fine, take your 4 eastern districts of Ukraine. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
You've destroyed all the industrial capacity. You chased away most of the human resources. Now you get to have it.
But the trouble is also guerrilla tactics would come into play and the resistance would build.
Yeah, well, and that is happening now. It's a great observation, Riz, because, in a lot of those places under Russian occupation, there's a really vibrant resistance movement going on, sabotage, assassinations. It's not at all quiet and docile there.
So Vladimir Putin is building his relationship with other countries in order to kind of bolster his position, and especially growing it with North Korea, it seems as well.
Yeah.
What's going to be the relationship growth between those two countries as a result of this? And what does North Korea get out of it?
Well, that's a great question. So last year, Putin went to North Korea. He was received with great fanfare. And after that, Russia and North Korea signed a friendship treaty that aligned them even more closely than they had been aligned before, which is actually pretty close. So what do the two sides get out of it? Russia gets North Korean troops. Most importantly, perhaps, it gets artillery shells, because North Korea makes a lot of those and has a lot of those in its weapons depots. You can't have too many of those, okay? So those are two really important things, soldiers and shells. What does North Korea get out of it? North Korea gets a closer relationship with the Russians. They are probably getting Russian energy, which is absolutely vital for them. And they are getting combat experience. That is something that Kim is very, very interested in. To be sure, a lot of their troops have simply been getting mowed down on the battlefield, but the ones who don't have gone back to North Korea, and they've imparted lessons to other soldiers there. And I think that's the one thing that Kim thought his armed forces were really lacking. They have not had an active foe in many, many years. Now they're getting amazing, up-to-date combat experience on a 2025 battlefield. And any veteran will tell you, you can train all day, you can come up with the most brilliant weapons. Combat experience is everything. There's nothing like the experience of actually fighting in a war against an enemy.
Now, information out of Russia is not that easily gleaned.
Yes.
And it's hard to know what real support Vladimir Putin has. Now, I know you said you suspect it's quite a lot. What's going on with President Zelensky? Now there seems to be some backlash, at least.
Yes, well, there have been a lot of criticisms of President Zelensky by pro-democracy activists in Ukraine. I remember talking to some of them back in 2023. They were worried about certain things that were happening. And now I think those concerns have really come out into the open because Zelensky, pushed through this law in Parliament that was designed to eliminate the independence of anti-corruption watchdogs. And the thing is that those anti-corruption institutions are not just random things. They are the very centerpiece of Ukraine's evolution as a democracy. Ukrainians have put enormous amount and effort and blood and tears into building up this anti-corruption infrastructure with very active support, I might add, from the Americans and the Europeans, because corruption was seen as one of the biggest problems in Ukraine. Again, a legacy of the old Soviet Union. And passing the legislation for those institutions and embedding them in the Ukrainian government was a huge triumph for pro-democracy forces. And by trying to clamp down on them and subordinate them to the government, Zelensky seems to have committed a pretty major error because people took to the streets. That's what Ukrainians do when they don't like something that you're doing. And they don't treat Zelensky like some kind of idol who's above criticism. It's not how they think. It's just not, and he's clearly made a big mistake, and now he's promised to reverse it. I'm curious to see if he will actually follow through on that.
Has the recent change, where now Donald Trump is pointing the finger at Vladimir Putin, for example, really improved Volodymyr Zelensky's position? Or is he simply on the sidelines watching?
No, I think it's improved his position to a large extent. If nothing else, it has boosted his position with the Europeans. And again, we Americans talk about ourselves a lot. We love to talk about the United States. But Europe is a pretty big force in all of this. They have actually supplied more financial aid to Ukraine than the United States has, which is perfectly reasonable because they're right next door. It's really their problem. And now they're really picking up speed on the military aspect as well. So, I don't think many Americans realize just how active the Europeans have become. So I think that Trump's shift has enabled the Europeans to embrace Zelensky even more strongly, and also, very importantly, to criticize him when he needs to be criticized, as they have done in the wake of this stupid move to curb the anti-corruption agencies. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The other important thing, Riz, of course, is that now within Europe, there are a number of different, especially in terms of security, there are different speeds as far as, defense policy. And interestingly enough, it's the Nordics, the Scandinavian countries, the Poles, the Brits who are outside of Europe but in NATO, who have been especially tough on Russia and especially passionate in their defense of Ukraine. Some of the other European countries, a little less so, other countries in the middle. But you've got this sort of multi-speed NATO, as it were. And that, I think, actually is a good thing because it enables the countries that are really determined to support Ukraine to be able to do it.
It seems that NATO's backing of Ukraine to this degree probably wasn't what Vladimir Putin would have expected.
Well, exactly right, Riz. He clearly did not expect it. When he invaded Ukraine in 2014, the West basically yawned, and imposed a couple of small sanctions, but he got away with it. Let's be frank. The West rolled over. So I think he was expecting that to happen this time too. Whatever the West threw at him, he could take it. And lo and behold, he has, by doing this, revitalized Western defense. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. I don't think that would have ever happened without this invasion. And now we've got a whole different ballgame as far as NATO is concerned. And, Trump is to be praised, in my view, for getting tough with the Europeans and making them spend more on defense. But I think we've now reached a point where they don't need to be persuaded. A lot of them are doing it themselves.
What do you think, Christian, is the worst case scenario for Ukraine going forward?
That's a good question. I think the worst case scenario is the United States completely abandoning any sort of commitment to Ukraine. To see more of these right-wing extremist parties come to power in Europe, which would then dilute European support for Ukraine. Ukraine desperately needs support from the West to keep going. I don't think they'd just give up without it, but of course the fight becomes much, much harder. So I think, the Ukrainians will keep fighting no matter what. I remember a taxi driver telling me that if they took Kiev, people were going to go back to what they were doing in the late 40s and early 50s when there were anti-Soviet guerrillas in the woods fighting Soviet troops still long after the Second World War ended. So I don't think anybody would be giving up. But, of course, the fight becomes much harder without foreign support.
So then what's the worst case scenario for Russia?
I think the worst case scenario is that a strong and revitalized NATO pushes ahead really decisively with support for Ukraine, seizes all of the assets, the Russian financial assets that have been frozen, mostly in Europe. It's about $300 billion. It's quite a nice chunk of change, and that would finance a lot of weapons for Ukraine. I think that would be very difficult for the Russians. And I think a major economic downturn would be a huge problem for Putin. He's managed to get by so far with some very clever management from some of his technocrats. But I think, a collapse in the oil price would pretty much do him in. So, and then, collapse of the Putin regime itself, I think, is probably the worst case scenario for the Russian regime. It might be a good case scenario for the Russian people.
Well, you have the advantage, Christian, of being able to go to places like Russia and Ukraine, speak directly to people, so it's not through interpretation. When are you heading back to that region? Do you know?
I don't know. I hope to be going back to Ukraine sometime in the not too distant future, but that's very unclear. I just came back from Georgia, which is, another place that used to be part of the Soviet Union. And there's an authoritarian government, very pro-Russian authoritarian government. This very aggressively asserting control after decades of democracy. And so that's a very ominous sign of how things are going in parts of the former Soviet Union.
Are you optimistic in any way that there will be a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire anytime soon between Ukraine and Russia?
I'm cautiously optimistic, as the diplomats like to say. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's quite possible. Time is not on the Ukrainian side. They're the first ones who will tell you that. Putin thinks that he has the advantage because he can go on and on and on. I don't think he has maybe quite as much time as he thinks he does, but that's how he views the situation. Ukrainians will tell you, we can't win an attritional war. We just don't have the people. We don't have the resources. We can't stretch this out forever. So I would hope to see us reaching a point where, whether it be through international pressure or internal economic problems, Russia has to call it a draw and lay down its guns. That doesn't mean they'd be pulling out of eastern Ukraine. They might be staying there for the foreseeable future. But the point is, we cannot recognize that in legal and political terms. We can have a ceasefire and armistice, as we did in Korea, and move on from there.
And this is where it comes down to finding solutions that work for both countries. And that's the tricky part now, isn't it?
That's very much the tricky part.
Well, Christian, I know I'm going to be speaking with you again. Thank you so much for making the time.
It's my pleasure, Riz. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Christian Karl of Foreign Policy magazine there, giving us a closer look at the latest developments in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the US. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in DC. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered DC's historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The National Park also serves as venue for all things music: pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the 3rd biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires boasts a generation of designers, soccer players, musicians, and restaurateurs. All of them have enlivened the capital city, pushing it forward to be one of the most talked about travel destinations to date. What it promises is a bittersweet charm, the combination of the old-fashioned sensibility and contemporary revolution. And both are an amazement to visitors and reminiscent too. First order of duty in the city, honor the dead. Yes, one of the popular spots in Buenos Aires is the Recoleta Cemetery. Its architectural style takes inspiration from Art Nouveau to Neo-Gothic. The result? A site with a maze of narrow passageways lined with a marble statuary and decorative mausoleums. And then, of course, there's the stained glass windows, the marble angels, cherubs in stone relief, and poetry etched in granite. You must know also that in Buenos Aires, football isn't just a game, it's a national pastime. So much that city streets are cleared and spectators are all glued to the game, huddled around TV screens if not in stadium crowds. You must definitely witness a match at the La Bombonera, the famed stadium of Club Atlético Boca Juniors. Next up is the true authentic experience of the city. Course through the quaint San Telmo, which exudes faded grandeur and bohemian spirit. What to watch out for? The Belle Epoque architecture that's only elegant, and the crumbling villas that take cues from 19th century design. It's the antique dealers, tango clubs, and restaurants that attract a steady stream of tourists to the city. You should also know that Buenos Aires is called the Paris of the South for another reason. Coffee. Buenos Aires' lively cafe culture emulates Parisian appeal. You better check out one of its lofty cafes during your visit. Already relaxed? Then it's time to shop. The city's open-air fairs are inviting. There's nothing like an artisan fair on a weekend. It's when the city's outdoor markets are flocked with treasure hunters, hoarding things like antiques, silver jewelry, leather goods, and clothes. It's considered a shopaholic playground, so shop away. Macau. Macau is known as the city where Eastern and Western cultures meet. The city's charm rests in the contrast between old and new, antiques and fashion, traditional and modern. Macau also has a reputation for being Asia's largest destination for gambling. The city is also a major port for trade between the countries China, Japan, India, and Europe. One of the top destinations in Macau is the Museum of Macau, the biggest one in the region. It's got superb collections of its culture and history, dating back from the Neolithic period up to today. This is the place to be if you want a historic general idea of what Macau will be all about. Then there's also the Venetian Macau, the largest single-structure hotel building in the entirety of Asia. It's also the second largest building in the world. Located on the Cotai Strip, it is a 6-star hotel and casino resort that will remind you of the romantic Venice and the exciting Vegas. It has about 3,000 suites with exquisite attractions and amenities. With dining, performance, entertainment, shopping, and exhibition feats, you'll surely enjoy your time here. Imagine 35 stylish restaurants, 300 boutiques, and a mix of sports and leisure facilities. Next up is the Largo do Senado, or the Senado Square, known for the hip place for celebrations in Macau. What's attractive about this place is its design. It's got wave-pattern mosaic of colored stones and was also inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List as it forms part of the historic center of Macau. An example of the city's rich architectural tradition is St. Dominic's Church and the Lille Senado building. Reflect multicultural dimension of the Macau community. Around it, you'll find the best shopping centers and the traditional Chinese restaurants that tourists frequent. This makes it one of the more popular venues in the city. And lastly, didn't we say Macau is a city for gambling? Bet on horses at the Macau Jockey Club in Taipa Island, which is home to about 1,000 horses and has a racecourse area that can seat up to 18,000 gamblers. You'll get to experience horse racing and gambling entertainment with tourists and the locals here. Dallas, the fourth most populous metropolitan area in the United States. It is a major city in the state of Texas, known as a center for its oil and cotton industries and its position along railroad lines. The city has an ideal location right in the center of the U.S., making it conducive for Texan tax breaks. Because of this, Dallas has then developed to become one of the leading corporate destinations in the country. There are 24 Fortune 500 companies in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. The Dallas Convention Center is one of the mostly expansive and highly trafficked facilities of its kind in the world because of the city's popularity as a business destination. As a result, Dallas has also become a shopping destination. Dallas remains an unparalleled shopping landscape. There's the North Park Center and the Galleria Dallas, which are considered two titans among the city's many malls and shopping spots. Then there's the Highland Park Village, described as gargantuan by any other standard. It offers a unique thrill from being the world's second planned shopping center, plus a registered historical landmark at that. Talking about Dallas, we can't leave out the topic of sports for sure. Dallas is home to 4 teams from each of the major sports. There's the NFL's Dallas Cowboys, the MLB's Texas Rangers, the NBA's Dallas Mavericks, and the NHL's Dallas Stars. Because of this, Dallas is considered part of the elite pantheon of U.S. cities that are home to these 4 teams. Dallas is also the only city in the U.S. to have hosted the Super Bowl, the World Series, and the NBA Finals all within the same year. Now beat that! Now, sports talk aside, there's also food and the arts. Steak is a main food item that locals in Dallas are most proud of. The country's most highly ranked and regarded steakhouses can be found here. The popular places are Bob's Steak and Chop House. This was ranked first by the USDA Prime Steakhouses chart in 2011. And as for the art scene, there's the Art District in the northern sector of Dallas's downtown. Here you'll find the Dallas Museum of Art, the Morton H. Mayerson Symphony Center, and the impressive Nasher Sculpture Center. From sports, art, food, and everything in between, indeed, the city is filled with surprises and a lot to offer. Florence, the capital city of the Italian region of Tuscany and the metropolitan city of Florence. Florence was in fact the center of European trade and finance during the medieval times. It is also referred to as the birthplace of the Renaissance. Thus, its nickname, the Athens of the Middle Ages. Each year, up to 13 million tourists attract the historic center of Florence. Florence's architecture boasts an amazement that only the city can offer. The popular Duomo encompasses the city, especially with its magnificent height and grandeur. The equally tall campanile of the Duomo rings its bell throughout the day, and each day people look forward to it, being one of the famous sounds of Florence. The palazzi, or the buildings that are frequented in the city, remain one of the must-sees of its yearly visitors. There's the Ponte Vecchio, or the Old Bridge, which is the only bridge that remains intact, and wasn't destroyed by the Nazis during the time of the Second World War. One of the city's irresistible charms also lies in the rich culture of art that's abuzz in the city. Each street and alleyway is free and flowing with art. Enter museums to witness sculptures, paintings, drawings, and more that have been made by the very hands of the Renaissance artists. The Uffizi Gallery, Palazzo Pitti, Accademia, and Bargello are the main prime spots for these historic art. There's the Michelangelo that roams the halls of the Accademia. Discover Uffizi and its most viewed works, like the David Botticelli entices viewers with his Primavera, while Da Vinci is everywhere you look. Now onto the special dishes that you can only be served in and around Tuscany. The pappardelle alla lepre, or jackrabbit, or pappardelle con rago di cinghiale, or wild boar, are two of the most popular ones. The jackrabbit and the wild boar are hunted in the countryside that surrounds Florence. And speaking of pasta, you definitely cannot enjoy it to the fullest without a glass of wine. So thankfully, Florence is a city of wine aplenty. You can rely on the city to serve you the best and a variety of its wines. Wine in Florence is easy to find and not as expensive, and best enjoyed with friends and family. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.